Good afternoon. I am Council President Doug Shipman, and I am calling to order. Are we on there? I'm not sure those are on.
Can you please turn the mics up?
Okay. Give us just a moment to get the mics turned on. Are they on?
Can you hear me? Still low.
No. You can hear? Yes? Good. I'm Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President. I'd like to call to order this regularly scheduled meeting Monday, October 15th, 1 o'clock at the Atlanta City Council. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Council members, Post 1 at large Michael Julian Bond. Post 2 at large Matt Westmoreland. Post 3 at large Keisha Shawn Waits. Council District 1, Jason H. Dozier. Winston, apologies. Council District 2, Amir Faroki. Here. Council District 3, Byron D. Amos. Council District 4, Jason Dozier. Council District 5, Liliana Bakhtiari. Council District 6, Alex Wan. Council District 7, Howard Shook. Council District 8, Mary Norwood. Council District 9, Dustin Hillis. Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone. Council District 11, Marcy Colley Overstreet. Council District 12, Antonio Lewis. Quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Just like to note for the record that we've been joined by Council members Bakhtiari and Westmoreland. Move to the next item on the agenda, which is adoption of the agenda. The agenda was distributed prior to the meeting. Do I have a motion to adopt? Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion? We can do this via unanimous consent without objections. Is there any objection to the adoption of the agenda? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent to adopt the agenda.
Unanimous consent of members present is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The agenda is adopted. Now it's my pleasure to invite Rabbi Zalman Lipsker to the podium to provide the invocation. Rabbi Lipsker has been the rabbi with Chabad at Emory for 22 years. It's a great pleasure to have the rabbi with us this morning. If you take this one right here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. So before I do the actual blessing, I just would like to, first of all, thank you for having me. And I want to share with you this is legislator, the 7 universal laws as brought down in the Bible, as universal laws pertain, not the big views of the 10 Commandments, but the 7 universal laws that were given to Noah for all of mankind. Number 1, acknowledge that there's only one God who is infinite and supreme above all things. Number 2, respect the Creator, as frustrated and angry as you may be. Do not vent by cursing your Maker. Number 3, respect human life. Every human being is an entire world. To save a life is to save that entire world. To destroy a life is to destroy the entire world. Number 4, respect the institution of marriage. Marriage is a most divine act. Marriage is a reflection of the oneness of God and His creation. Disloyalty in marriage is an assault on that oneness. Number 5, respect the rights and property of others. Be honest with all your business dealings by relying on God rather than our own conniving. We express our trust in Him as our provider of life. Number 6, respect God's creatures. Do not cause suffering to any creature. Number 7, maintain justice. Justice is God's business, but we are given the charge to lay down the necessary laws and enforce them wherever we can. When we right the wrongs of society, we are acting as partners in the act of sustaining the creation. The blessing. Sovereign of the universe, who created all in love, teach us to love all that is good and beautiful in this world. Teach us to honor the dignity of difference, recognizing that one who is not in our image is nonetheless in your image, never forgetting that people not like us are still people like us. At this fateful moment in the human story, bless us that we may be a blessing to others. Guide the nations of the world to honor you by honoring one another, so that by reaching out in love, we may turn enemies into friends and become your family on earth as you are our parent in heaven. Beloved God, bless the members of this Atlanta City Council and guide the deliberations that they may govern the great city of Atlanta with wisdom and justice, grace and compassion, bringing honor to your name and your blessing to humankind. Amen. Amen.
As we remain in a spirit of reflection, are there any notations of those that we may have lost since our last meeting? Councilmember Lewis.
I want to send my deepest condolences to the family of Mr. Curtis McGee, owner of Profile Barbershops on Cleveland Avenue. He's helped start thousands of careers, and he passed last night. He's a pillar of our community, and we have to find a way to make sure we honor him. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Others? Would you all please join me in a moment of silence for all those who we've lost? Thank you. With that, would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. We have 4 proclamations, commendations, and awards today. The first is in recognition of Frederick Douglass High School's class of 1970. If all of those who are affiliated would come on up to the podium so we can celebrate you. This will be presented by Council Members Boone, Bond, and myself.
Come right here. Come right here.
Exactly. It's Sarah's house. Nice to see you.
right here. Can y'all get right here? Can some people come right here? Can we get you a lot of these so the people look at the camera when you sit here? People will see you supported and the people that are homebound to see what's going on. Always see, make sure you see it. You see yourself.
Now come on, do that wedding thing. Call people in the back, people in the front.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you had it.
No, I got a little award.
Oh, I got you.
Okay, we're ready?
Councilman Boone. Okay.
You got an Astro pen?
Yep.
You got an Astro pen?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And today we are honoring our Astros, class of 1970. Today we see so many dedicated and diligent servants in the city of Atlanta. They are true warriors for the people. O Douglas High, thy name we acclaim. We proudly hail and cherish thy fame. We'll always be loyal and true. Thy precepts hold in everything we do. Lift up our hearts and train our minds to aid all mankind. O Douglas High, thy name we all love, symbolic of the North Star above, which leads us on to our goals, high as the sky, always true, to Douglas High. To our dear school, we sing thy praise.
Always true. Always true.
To Douglas High, to our dear school, we sing thy praise. You know, we were the first people. On today, we have a special recognition award presented to Frederick Douglass High School, class of 1970. Congratulations on your many achievements and exemplary service to the city of Atlanta. Presented to the class of 1970, our president, Miss Vanessa Hickey Gales, who used to work at the Atlanta City Hall in our clerk's office. We love you. And to our very, very close friend who is very special to the unions, who nurtures the poor in the city of Atlanta, Miss Lucy Sharp. Thank you for being here. Council President Doug Shipman.
I will read this proclamation. It's a special proclamation because it actually has the shield on it, which is not usual. It says, Proclamation of Atlanta City Council in honor of Frederick Douglass High School's class of 1970. Whereas Frederick Douglass High School opened in August 1968, the initial student body was comprised of students from 3 local schools, Harper High School, Turner High School, and West Fulton High School. The class of 1970 had 365 students, and the school shield was designed by a member of this inaugural graduating class. The school's motto, Right is of no sex and truth is of no color, by Frederick Douglass, was also selected by this class. And whereas together as Astros, these scholars participated in several first-time experiences. This class watched Neil Armstrong become the first man to walk were among the first to register to vote at age 18 after the voting age was lowered by the Voting Rights Amendment. The first yearbook The Polaris was published by the 1970 senior class and so named because it references the brightest among the stars, and this class intended to stand out as contributors to society. The class of 1970 was the first class to commence as graduates from Frederick Douglass High School on May 18, 1970, and theirs was the first graduation to be held in the Atlanta Civic Center. And whereas students in the class of 1970 went on to become doctors, lawyers, teachers in both public and private schools and college institutions, postal workers, television and radio personalities, owners of small businesses and franchisees, and employees of local, state, and federal levels. Many of them entered the military and served our country during the Vietnam War and other conflicts. The spirit of volunteerism and service to the community is still integral to the character of the class of 1970, as is support provided to current students and families at Frederick Douglass High School. And whereas during the last 50 years, this class has provided scholarships to many Douglass graduates and helped finance various uniforms for students in need. And for the last 10 years, this class has provided a Douglass student and their family with food baskets for Thanksgiving and Christmas, along with gifts for the families during the holiday season. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim this 15th day of August 2022 as Frederick Douglass High School Class of 1970 Day in the city of Atlanta. We celebrate and honor your legacy while looking forward to your continued contributions. It is signed by all members of the Atlanta City Council. Thank you for being such leaders for the city and beyond.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
I'd just like to add my congratulations to the class of Frederick Douglass High School. High schools at that time had 8th through 12th grades. So when Douglass was populated and it opened in 1968, it had no senior class. It had no junior class. So this is the first class. Oh, you were in a junior class. That's that correctly. But this is the first class to go all the way through the building. All the way through the building. So they were there at the bricks, and they set the foundations for students like myself and Councilwoman Boone and former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and many, Harsina Tate, Sheila Jones, who's in the State House, Patrick Labatt, who is the sheriff, Marvin Arrington Jr., who's the Fulton County Commissioner, Patrice Persons Hooker, who is the county attorney, our sheriff, no, but not just Patrick.
Reginald Scandrick.
Reginald Scandrick also is a graduate of Frederick Douglass High School. And there are many more who are on the staff here, represented on our own council staff as members from the class of '82. There are more from the class of 1984 who are here employed at the City Council. And so we are really excited to see those who are the standard bearers for all who have come behind and who have lived up to the motto of Frederick Douglass, that right is of no sex and truth is of no color. And with that, we have some swag that we have been distributing. I think some of you have gotten pins already, but don't leave the podium without a pin. My assistant, Ms. Broadnax, has those, so make sure that you get one. And it's just great to be here with you. It's always good when Astros get together. So God bless.
Astros for life.
To add to that list, we would like to recognize our Chief of Staff Odie Donald, and also our Senior Advisor, Mr. Courtney English, our Astros also. So we want to thank them for their service. And now we will hear remarks from Ms. Vanessa Hickey Gales, our President of the Class of 1970.
I'm
going to make this very short and brief. I want to thank the council for recognizing and honoring us today. It is a great privilege for all of us to be here. We are indeed celebrating 50 years, but guess what? We also turned 70 this year, so we look good. So thank you again for the proclamation and this honor for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Lucy Sharp.
Hey, that's right. Thank you to the City of Atlanta, the City of Atlanta Council. You mean so much to us. We appreciate all the hard work you do, and we appreciate the time you set aside for moments like this. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, and now we will have our photos. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Led by our President.
Big, it's bold, it's black, it's gold. All right, we got to squeeze up here.
Scrunch in, okay.
Got to squinch in.
Let's see. I'll go this way.
Everybody turn your shoulders towards
That's right. That was kind of hard.
Yeah, come on in.
I can't be seen behind you talking. Oh my goodness.
Also, August 20th, Frederick Douglass and Mays High will be in a game on August 20th. So, what, at Lakewood?
Yeah, Lakewood Stadium.
Be there or be square, August 20th, Frederick Douglass and Mays High School.
First, also recognize Deputy Chief Timothy Peake is a graduate of Frederick Douglass High School. 2 more pins. Where's Janae?
Councilmember Bond. All right, thank you, Astros. Next up, I would invite Councilmember Waits for a proclamation in recognition of Nayana Ferguson. Next, everybody associated with Nayana Ferguson, come on up for this proclamation. Come on up.
They want to come here. Okay, there you go. All right. Everybody good?
All right.
Here.
All right. Do you want to help me read this, or you just want to? Oh, good. Okay. We're just going to read all of it, I guess?
Thank you so much.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We are here to recognize Miss Nayana Ferguson, and I'm just going to jump into reading this because this is an extensive accomplishment, so here we go. This is in recognition of Ms. Nayana Ferguson, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Nayana Ferguson, the co-founder and chief operating officer of the multiple award-winning tequila brand Until Tequila, for receiving national attention as a pioneer in the spirits industry as the first black woman in the world to own, co-own, and lead a tequila brand. And whereas a Detroit woman and Detroit native, she has had a 25-year corporate financial career and holds a Master of Business Administration degree. Without any previous experience in the spirits industry, she built the foundation for Until Tequila from the ground up, and after 11 months of working on this dream, it became a reality in August of 2018 when Until Tequila was launched in the Michigan market. The name Until is short for Antillean Crested Hummingbird, which pays tribute to the hummingbird logo of the brand, and since 2019, Until Tequila has won more than 40 awards and accolades in multiple tasting competitions. Several of these awards are from the prestigious San Francisco World Spirits Competition and the International SIP Awards. Until Tequila has 4 expressions in its portfolio: a Blanco tequila that has been heralded as the smoothest Blanco on the planet, a Reposado tequila that's aged 8 months in the Tennessee whiskey barrels, the world's only coconut lime Blanco tequila, and a limited edition, first of its kind tequila, a Tarroco blood orange Blanco tequila. I've actually tried that one. And whereas Nayana and Until Tequila have been major publications. Turn that off. Whereas Nayana and Until Tequila have been featured in several major publications, including Forbes, Essence, Cosmopolitan, Yahoo News, and many more. Nayana has also appeared on national television programs such as The Kelly Clarkson Show, Cheddar News. Oh, I didn't even know there was a Cheddar News and BNC, where she has spoken about Until Tequila entrepreneurship and pancreatic cancer awareness. In addition to Until Tequila, she is the co-founder of Curious Inception, Inc., a small business consulting company, and Teak Life, Inc., a media company, and Curious Inception, Inc. was developed out of the need to help those who have a passion and want to start a business. It provides consultation to anyone starting a small business and helps them maneuver through the challenges of entrepreneurship. And beyond her accomplishments in the business world now, as a wife, mother of 2 daughters, and a proud grandmother, and an advocate for PanCan, the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. She's a 16-year pancreatic cancer survivor and a 10-year breast cancer survivor. She uses her platforms to inspire people around the world as a national advocate for cancer awareness, a business mentor, and motivational speaker for others to create their legacy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Nayana Ferguson as an entrepreneur, the co-founder and chief operating officer of the multiple award-winning tequila brand Until Tequila, and as the first black woman in the world to own, co-own, and lead a tequila brand. Yay. Congratulations. Girl, you've done a lot. And I want to say, go ahead. I wanted to go ahead and let you say a few words.
Okay.
For anyone else who wanted to go after you.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the City of Atlanta, the Mayor of Atlanta, the President of Council, and all the City Council members for giving me this proclamation and just supporting entrepreneurs and business. And I just want to thank my family and my friends for joining me today, because we are always trying to help others create their legacy in the world. And if you have a passion, believe me, like someone who created a tequila along with my husband from the ground up, you can do it. So we want to make sure that everybody goes after their passion and that you succeed at it. I also want to give a special shout out to Councilwoman Keisha Waits, because she has been very supportive in our business endeavors in the City of Atlanta. Thank you.
Again, thank you so much, Ms. Ferguson, as well as Dunn. Come on up for a second. I had the pleasure of meeting them both during the Atlanta Jazz Festival, to which you both were sponsors in the City of Atlanta. We look forward to embracing you here, and we hope that you have many more years of success. Both. Congratulations to you both. You want to say a few words, Don?
I'm just proud of my wife. Perfect. She is amazing, being a cancer survivor and a pioneer in the spirits industry. I think what she said is really important to be a part of the community, and we've been that since day one. So thank you for recognizing her, and for us, you're going to see us around town because we're sponsoring more events in Atlanta.
Yes.
It's coming.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Wonderful. We'll take a photo now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite everyone associated with the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council to come forward for a proclamation. It is my pleasure to present this proclamation. This is in recognition of the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council. Developing small businesses, developing especially minority-owned small businesses, is such an important part of what happens in Atlanta, and so I am so excited to be able to present this for all of the years of work. Let me read it. It says, Proclamation in recognition of Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council for its support of minority businesses in our community. And whereas the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council is the state's leading small business development and supplier diversity organization, for 47 years, the organization has certified minority business enterprise firms, developed their capability, capacity, and competency, and facilitated successful partnerships with corporations in the public sector. And whereas the organization serves more than 400 corporations that are either headquartered in Georgia or have some significant presence within the state, as well as more than 900 certified minority business enterprise firms. And whereas the organization continues to support Georgia's minority business enterprises through various signature events and educational programs designed to provide opportunities for growth, success, and long-term sustainability. And whereas the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council is hosting its quarterly business opportunity exchange to stimulate opportunities and explore ways for minority firms to do business with corporate and government supply chains. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council and Minority Business Opportunity Week from the 19th through the 23rd of September 2022. We applaud your work providing opportunities for minority businesses to connect with larger entities and build sustainable success. It is signed by all members of the Atlanta City Council. On behalf of all of us, we thank you so much for everything that the council does. I'll first ask if any of my fellow colleagues would like to say anything, and then I'll ask Ms. Key.
Sure. Is it on? Okay, terrific. Again, congratulations to you. You and I worked together several years over in the General Assembly regarding working and ensuring that minorities had access to contracting opportunities. And so again, I thank you for your service to our state and to our city. Thank you.
I've had the pleasure with working with our board member and the head of the council for many years, and I tell you what, there is no finer public servant in this state. And that's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Well, I absolutely just wanted to stand in support of you and this hard work for this monumental building block that you've developed and worked with. And thank you very much, because it was greatly needed in the past and certainly going forward as we grow. So thank you.
So now I'd like to invite President and CEO Stacey Keat up to say a few words.
First of all, thank you very much to the Council President, the Atlanta City Council, for this proclamation. As mentioned, GMSDC has worked for 47 years to help minority businesses grow and thrive in this great state. And as an indication, last year, minority businesses generated $9 billion, 78,000 jobs, 40,000 various employers. So working in partnership with organizations like the City of Atlanta, our corporate community, we can't do this alone. It takes a village. It takes a family. So again, thank you to the City of Atlanta for all that you do, our partnership. We're excited about Minority Business Opportunity Week. This will be the third year that is celebrated throughout the whole state, from Savannah to Columbus to Augusta, throughout the state. Everybody will be recognizing minority businesses September the 19th through the 23rd. So again, thank you to the City of Atlanta. We look forward to the continued partnership. Now, let me say this also, too. I also stand here as your representative for the GDOT board representing the 5th Congressional District. And so I was coming here from that capacity when my staff shared that this proclamation was on the agenda. And so for the council members that I have not met and have not worked with, I will make sure that our board secretary makes sure you have my contact information. Many of you I've worked with, and we've got some challenges in the city. I cover the entire city of Atlanta, but we've got opportunity as well. So from a transportation perspective, know that I'm committed. Atlanta's been a great partner. We recently signed an MOU between GDOT and the city. So that is the foundation from where we go. And so again, if you need me, you can call me. My information is on the website at GDOT, but I'll make sure all the council members have my direct information so that if you need to reach out. Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite Councilmember Bond for a proclamation in recognition of Checker Cab, and everyone associated with that proclamation, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. President. As our guests from Checkered Cabs and their friends and associates make their way forward, it's really good to be here on a day where we honor a lot of Atlanta institutions. How you doing? Hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Come on all the way around. Hey, how's it going? Kevin, how's it going? Good to see you, sir. You know, if we were to point or try to single out what few things are the soul of Atlanta, there are obvious things that we could point to. But then there are ubiquitous things that are there every day, that are in our presence, that we may not always notice. But they're there helping the lifeblood of Atlanta, helping the people of Atlanta circulate, work, and recreate all throughout all four corners of our city. And I'm here today to submit to you that the Checker Cab Company is one of those institutions. And I have a proclamation, and I will read it in pertinent point. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize the Checker Cab Company on 75 years of service. Whereas Checker Cab Company is one of Atlanta's oldest cab companies, established on March the 10th, 2022, they celebrated their diamond anniversary with a grand celebration. Whereas Checker Cab Company started from modest beginnings in 1947 with no vehicles keeping pace with the fast moving city of Atlanta, R.F. Hewitt Jr. took over the helm and grew Atlanta Checker Cab Company from a few cars to an entire fleet of over 100 vehicles and in and around the city of Atlanta. Whereas Checker Cab Company has always made a habit of being an absolute first in a myriad of ways, they are the only computerized dispatch cab company to have the largest taxi cab alternative fuel fleet in the state of Georgia. And whereas we join Checker Cab Company as they celebrate 75 years of providing safe, reliable transportation to the visitors and citizens of Atlanta. Now, therefore, we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim this day as the Checker Cab Company Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, Checker Cab. Give us some words. Hold on, I will.
Checker Cab. My granddad obviously started Checker Cab in 1947 with one car, a 47 Nash. Wow. Which he was proud because it was a fairly new car at the time, which he really couldn't afford. But anyway, he put it in service, started making a little money with it. So we've been around 75 years. Somebody asked me yesterday, well, how many people do you think you transported in 75 years? So we did I don't know how accurate it is, but somewhere between 14 and 15 million people we've transported in the last 75 years. Not only are fine citizens, but visitors to our city. We certainly would like to thank the City Council, especially Councilman Bond, for this honor. And here's to another 75 years. I've got my siblings here who've worked at Checker Cab over the years. I've got my family, and Checker Cab's a real family affair. My wife, Kathy, is our bookkeeper and secretary. My son, Calvin, works in our shop. My son, Tristan, works in our business office. And my daughter, Lauren, works in our dispatch office. So we're a real family affair. We also have one of our older drivers, our oldest driver with us, Anthony Sims, who's an award-winning driver and has worked at Checker Cab for 37 years.
Oh, wow, that's right. We honored him a few years ago.
Yeah, we sure did. And so, again, thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone. We're very proud to serve the City of Atlanta. We commissioned a picture in honor of our 75th anniversary, and I think it's around here somewhere, and we're going to unveil it for you.
Ms. Broadnack's doing her best, Vanna White. Bring that picture out.
Our artist, Robert West, who's an Atlanta artist, best known for his train illustrations. This depicts our building that we've been in for almost 60 years on Trabert Avenue, right off Northside Drive. It's got our oldest 47 Nash in it. It's got a checker marathon, which was synonymous with checker cabs. It's got one of our newer vans and our very new electric vehicle that we operate. And of course, the skyline of Atlanta, my granddad, my dad, myself. Obviously, we're very proud Atlantans.
That's right.
We also brought a limited edition copy of this that we'd like to present to the city.
All right.
And y'all can adorn it wherever you seem fit. It's around here somewhere.
No, we got it in the...
All right. So, again, thank you, and go Atlanta.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we have the donated picture. We want to hang it in the visitors' welcoming office. But if you can hold it up just a little bit, Janae, so you can get it on the camera. Yeah, you need to come this way. There you go. All right. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you. Maybe we can let the artist say a little word about it.
Would you like to say something? Go ahead. Yes. Please, come forward.
Okay. Well, I'd like to, first of all, thank Doug Shipman, President of the City Council of Atlanta, and the rest of the members of the City Council for this opportunity. And I'd also like to thank Rick Hewitt here with Checker Taxi, whom worked very closely with me on commissioning this painting. As an Atlanta-based artist, I've been doing, as Rick said earlier, paintings of North American railroading for over 41 years full-time as one of 21 professionally recognized full-time railroad artists. And it's great to be able to do a painting that integrates the history of Atlanta as the transportation capital of the South, because Atlanta, of course, got its start as Marthasville, turned into Terminus, and finally got its name Atlanta from the Atlanta and Western Pacific, the Atlanta and Western Railroad, which basically started at 0 milepost here in underground Atlanta and went north to the state line, famous for the great locomotive chase between the Texas and the General. And just very pleased and humbled to have this piece of art to represent Atlanta, not just from an architectural standpoint, but the history of Atlanta from a historical standpoint as well. I think it should be said that, well, number one, I'm a descendant of Pullman porters. Both my grandfathers on my mother's side and father's side of the family were Pullman porters, Ed Halsey and Alan Parrish. And I'd like to make recognition to the International Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, which was the world's first all-black union, led by A. Philip Randolph. That's right. And it was A. Philip Randolph, along with the civil rights legend Dr. Martin Luther King, along with Atlanta's first mayor, Ivan Allen, that enacted civil rights legislation here in the city of Atlanta by, first of all, integrating City Hall and all of the public venues, which made Atlanta, of course, the city too busy to hate. And in the words of the founder of the Atlanta Constitution, Atlanta is indeed a brave and beautiful city. And both Rick and I are humbled and honored to have a piece of art here within the city of Atlanta to represent Checker Taxi in the city of Atlanta. And I'd also like to thank the Checker family. I feel very much a part of this family, having worked on this project. And so, well, kudos to all that I have mentioned before, and thank you again for this honor.
Do any of my colleagues have comments? Are you waving at me, Ms. Boone? You love Checker Cat? Okay. No, but we want to thank Mr. Hewitt and his family again. I mean, he is modest. He's also on the board at the Southeastern Railway Museum. Yeah. The Southeastern Railway Museum, and he's also aiding us in preparing our developing our own Atlanta Historic Commission. He's one of the advisors on our board, and I have to admit it in full disclosure. I'm a customer of Checker Cab. I've used Checker Cab for many, many years, and they do an outstanding job. But as they say on late night television, as we close and prepare for our picture, but wait, there's more. They're not only are they donating a copy of this beautiful painting, they've got a Checker Cab pen for each member of the Atlanta City Council here today. So I want to make sure everybody, I'm not going to keep them, but I want to make sure every member of the council gets one. And we want to thank this beautiful Atlanta family for contributing year in, year out, and helping us in the way of transportation. You know, it is completely an honor. And I think that they're now, are you all still in 9? Yeah, it may not be a 9 after the redistricting, but they're in Council Member Hillis's district. He's over at jury duty, the one call beyond death that none of us can refuse. So with that, I guess we'll, if there are no other words, congratulations again, and we'll move up here to take a picture. Thank you. All right, no, thank you. Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
All right, we'll get up here.
He's a little shorter.
Then where you fit in?
We'll now move to public comment. A few reminders. We have a number of speakers today, so I would ask that there would be no cheering or booing or other outbursts. We have given out these cards today. On one side is a yes. On the other side is a no. If you didn't get one, I believe there are still some outside the door. This is a great way for you to express your agreement or not agreement with what's being said. I would also encourage you to wave your hands or to snap, but in respect for moving quickly and moving through all speakers, I would ask that you not cheer. We have a number of people who have been yielded time today. Standard time is 2 minutes, but there are a number of folks who have yielded to others, so I'll call out time for you as you approach the podium. First today will be James Davenport for 4 minutes, and following Mr. Davenport will be Ron Shakur.
Good morning. First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a GOD. And I am a graduate of the class of 1976 of the first black public high school in the Southeast, which is Booker T. Washington High School. I'm also the founder and president of the Hit and Run Help Foundation. Most of you know what that is. My brother was killed December 13, 2013. Hit and run pedestrian fatality. June 2017, his first son took his own life. January 1, 2019, his second son took his own life, which I'll get back to that later. Council, you all have the flyer that I've redistributed, and I have asked you all to provide free lift wraps for senior citizens, and I've explained how that works. I'm not asking you all to take people to Rome, just model after the Fulton County program. Thank you so much, Councilman Bond, for taking up that interest. And quickly, we got a problem with Wheat Street Baptist Church, as you all know. Ms. Victoria, thank you for going out. And one of the most precious things, a couple of weeks ago, the manager of Cosby Spear High Rise, where I reside, was shot in her office about 1 o'clock p.m. There was one public official at our complex the next day that happened to be the mayor. That's sad. You know, a housing authority official gunned down. No Atlanta official other than the mayor have shown up to this point, and we're talking about 2 weeks. People, I'm going to tell y'all now, we're planning a protest against these gun laws, and you will be hearing from us very shortly. More importantly, after attending the Brittany Greer's homegoing the other day, myself, Joe Griggs, president of Georgia NAACP, found out that there was a killing, or somebody committed suicide. What the news did not tell you all, that this young man, Maurice Bradley, 3 days prior to that high-speed chase and him committing suicide, he had gone to the Atlanta police. Y'all watch out, because you got a lawsuit coming. This young man went to the police, begged for help, saying that he was having a mental health crisis. They took him to jail, and instead of turning that young man over to Greater Hospital or the Crisis Center, they let him out the next day with the gun that he had. The very next day, he killed his wife. The very next day, as he was going to apologize to his wife's families when they got into the high-speed chase, ultimately, they did a pit maneuver. He crashed into the liquor store at University and Pryor, shot himself in the head. Atlanta police is responsible for 2 deaths and 2 grieving families. I've been in constant contact with the family. I asked any of them, but if they wanted to stand up behind me today, none of them choose to. Now, you just imagine, just think, 2 families. You got some people going to talk about mental health issues right now, but this guy begged for help. And it's as if the police were saying, let him kill himself. I'm a bit upset for sure, but one thing I say, you people need to get off your butt and get into the community. I live in a senior high-rise. Mr. Faroki, it's your district. I spoke to you one time.
Time has expired.
Were it not, when election time comes up, you all show up. We don't see you anymore unless you're doing something on television.
Time has expired.
That's the only time we see you all. These are precious situations that I'm talking about. We're talking about human life.
Time has expired,
We're talking about the
sir.
Atlanta police failing the community who pay their salary. You all actually do not understand.
I have to ask you to
that
stop.
people
Time has
care.
expired.
We do care about one another. You all don't. We really would appreciate it, especially if one of you would show up to Cosby Spear High Rise. It is sad. Some of you need to reach out to that young man's family, for sure. You need to do that.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes, you're
Mr.
quite welcome.
Mr. Shakur will be next, followed by Brother Anthony Muhammad. 2 minutes.
I have Mr. Carmichael, Keith Carmichael.
My name is Ron
4
Shakir.
minutes.
My name is Ron Shakir. I come behind Brother Davenport, and when we talk about housing situations in this city, they were such a big part of our community as far as the Atlanta, the Mecca. So I think that we can do it better. But let me rise to the point where I'm talking about the pay equity and the disbursement of those resources to the body of people who take care of our streets and provide public service that all of us can be safe in. The fact is that it's not pay equity today, and that matter, because these are the citizens who not only attended high school here to a great extent, but they come from the communities that was a solid part of what made Atlanta who she is today. And not only that, but they have children, babies. The equity pay and the disparities in this city have to be addressed and looked at. We're finding housing 2 or 4 that can't even be afford to live in, for people to live in the communities that was in plain sight of their house, and including their house, their communities. It's a tough struggle. We can do better than that. We have to do better than that. We got to do what's right. And it starts with working communities that work for the city of Atlanta. There's some concerns I saw on the news this past week where some attention was put on a legacy bill that's by one of the city councils now, and that's Mr. Dozier. And he want to identify legacy businesses for Atlanta won't lose her way. Well, let Atlanta have legacy citizens. I think they need to focus on too, Mr. Dozier. And we have communities that have been showing little concern and being very well disrespected because of the designs of streets. And in my community, we have Mount Gillian, not Mount Gillian. But a block from beautiful restaurant, excuse me. Boulevard Granada, thank you. Boulevard Granada. That street has been closed down and redesigned for the last 4 or 5 days. When I say closed down, it's citizens who haven't been able to get their mail. Their mail, citizens, their mail. Because they can't scoot in between the pins that's been put up as bike lanes and walking lanes. Against the will of the people. I personally walked for 2-3 week periods, walked door to door, and it wasn't 5 people who supported that project, but yet it rolled out anyway. Our communities are not being considered, and when you use transportation systems, the very belt line is being used and glorified, pushing out our communities. I just saw on the news the other day downtown where they're creating a lane, turn right, turn left, one-way only streets. Checker Cab, who you honor today, these citizens are legacy companies. It's Taxi Cabs Company. I went to Southwest. I have friends who had their father owned taxi cabs. Not only did they own them, they used to be on South Gordon Street, Mr. Dozier. And now you put a street there where you can't take. You have a command that you have to make a left turn to get to Slutty Vegan from Donnelly. And if you don't make that left, you immediately got to get into the right lane.
Time has expired.
These are developments that does not have the sensitivity of our community, and it does not seem as though you really care about how transportation affects our everyday work and connectivity. Our people catch the early morning bus. We depend on transportation and not to have what you have on Martin Luther King. And do you know about that,
Thank
Mr.
you for your comments. Your time has expired.
I sit down, but Martin Luther King corridor has been screwed up with one-lane movements. And Miss Overstreet, you know that's wrong. It did not even go through the NPU.
It did not go to the NBUPU and it rolled out on the streets on Boulevard Granada.
Thank you, Mr. Shakur. Your time has expired. Next will be Brother Anthony Muhammad for
And
8
you're going to tell us
minutes,
we can't clap when you got
followed by
over
Chris
here for
Welch.
3 hours clapping.
Mr. Muhammad, you have 8 minutes.
I am that I am an ancient, indigenous, Kemetic ancestor, and I command the spirit of the ancestors to teach my soul spirituality every day. I am not a believer in the Roman Catholic Church religion, Christianity. From Genesis to Revelation, not one person, not one human person was born from a woman womb canal. I come here first to say that Mayor Dixon told me last time I spoke to him a week ago, Brother Anthony, we will get Button the Road paid, Miss Overstreet. After 5 years I've been begging and coming, after legislation was passed, Mr. Fawoki, that I gave unto you. I had gave other members about a year ago, but I gave to you, and you said you had it today. Legislation that was passed, and I was told that sometime it get caught in the wind or get caught in something that I don't comprehend. Because if I am a citizen who own home and pay taxes, I should be able to have access to the fairness and justice when legislators say, we got you covered. Because I represent Benny Hill District 11, Tail Road, as the lead person. I was appointed by Mr. Martin and Katrina Keisha, who was the chief of staff of Mayor Reed. Atlanta Commission on Women, living on the street in Atlanta. How unfair is that? And now the jail we talk about. How unfair any person can talk about closing the jail when you got people that don't have access to fairness and justice in a jail that is overcrowded. But I want to come now and talk about Department of Watershed Management. It reminds me of the same problem I had for 5 years. Every month, I would come at least to those committees and talk about the issues of Tail Road. But I was at the meeting that was held by Department of Watershed Management last Friday on Marietta Street. I comprehend something that I saw was just ridiculous, to see how management hear their workers cry out. Been under other department heads before Miss Curban when we got today, Miss Makita Brown, who said she'd been working for 11 years, but now she's the new commission. I say, and I ask the ancestors, let her word be bond. Integrity, she said. But now to be there 11 years, and I've been coming here 10 years, and we have had administration, Mr. Reed, Ms. Keisha Lance Bottom. Mr. Reed at least had 2 members who were department head that he had to change. After legislation be passed for the benefit of the workers, they'll find a way to get rid of that one and get somebody else and start over with agitating the workers for not getting the benefits they had. You heard Miss Katrina, the Asian lady, who had some problems on her watch. Miss, I forget her name, but it was said that people were stealing from the watershed. Miss Joanne McQueen. I like you, Miss Joanne McQueen. She would come and talk, but most of the council members, Mr. Bond, didn't care much for her for some reason. Because they had a lot of people in higher management thought she was a pawn, Mr. Reed. And there was a problem with the workers then were asking for support. This is a new commissioner for the Department of Watershed. How long did she stay? Less than about a year. What is I'm saying? Y'all hear me? We get these new people that come in these department heads. You got workers been working 5, 10, 20 years and wonder why they're not getting consistent representation. And Ms. Makita Brown, that's why I'm saying to you, you can speak a word of integrity, but if I had been one in the midst of that, they would have. Mine gonna be at Mr. Dozier, because we were there in your meeting, and we was concerned about just wanting to make comments. But I want to let it be known today, those members that showed up to that meeting last week of this council, Antonio Lewis, Miss Nayana Barker Terrier, I thank her. I thank you. They were pleased to see representation come. Not only did it come, they spoke up. Asked Miss New Commissioner Brian a question. We had the human resource lawyer there, Mr. Norman. I know Mr. Norman, because I went and talked about matters that I had with other commissioners. But he was saying things that, well, we got this new administration, Mr. Dickerson, new members, they vote, but they're not going to be able to carry out some of the monies the way it had been said they would do it. Now, a lot of workers are saying that's unfair. But at least they got someone said she's going to look into it, she's going to work to make sure that she can get the fairness and justice for the workers. Now, I'm going to say it like this, ancestors, my aunt, Queen Elizabeth, who says she represents the Crown Council of 13 world richest, most powerful families. We are the royal family. I'm carbonated. Some people call it milk. Now all these people out here that look like me are royal. Our ancestors never treated people with this disrespect. Our ancestors never had people living on the street. Never had people didn't know how to work and support one another. Why is it that we have this problem in 2021? Miss Makita Brown, I asked the people that if they would let me make comments. Because what I saw in that video, that whole meeting we had over there, Mr. Ferguson, I videoed on my iPhone. And I shared it with members in the community. About an hour we talked. And they said it's sad to see how we can have legislators. Not even the legislator, Ms. Boone, come out. But we did have the two our name came. But it's time to be fair and just and equitable. That's what your family tree is about. You can't continue to say, as somebody said, I'm going to do this for you, just vote for me. Put me in office, I'm going to make sure. You got legislators been here 20 years. And we still don't have justice and fairness in the district that they represent. But for these workers for Department of Watershed Management, I want you to do right.
Time has expired.
I want you to do the right thing. Justice, fairness, and equality. I greet you as I come. Ma'at Metro Hotel, Assalamu alaikum, Ashe, and Ashe. So it is.
Let me say in advance, as I do every week, if I mispronounce your name, I apologize in advance, and please do correct me so we have it correct. Next will be Chris Welch with 2 minutes, and after that will be Margie McLeod for 2 minutes.
How y'all doing today? All right, my name is Christopher Welch. I'm coming with Indie Market. I'm out here with the youth, adults, and seniors. I'm here to get more support from the city councils on cleaning up the streets with the youth. I've been out in these streets since March, and I've actually been around some city councils and mayors to get some type of support to clean up these streets from these youth being out here selling water. I had a different plan, and I put my plan to action. And was ignored. I was ignored, kicked off corners, kicked off corners from downtown all the way to the city that I grew up in. And that's Pittsburgh. Antonio Lewis, you should know, I came to you when I got shot at by my own water boys. I got shot at by my own folks. Came to you and you did nothing. You did nothing, man. That's sick. That's sick. I did a request with the mayor. I was denied a request with the mayor after I told him that I'm out here for these youth and I'm out here to clean up the streets. He referred me to go work with I'm a Father First. Where are they now? Then I started this journey back in 2018. Let's get this right. 2018, I started this journey of being a youth councilman, activist in the community, helping these kids from the ages of 5.
Time has expired.
8, trying to get them jobs, get money in their pocket. But guess what? Y'all want to start a bottling company? Do you remember that? Do you remember that, Mr. Barnes? You tried to start a bottling company and hire the youth, man. They didn't want to work for you, bro. They didn't want to work for you.
Mr. Welch, your time is expired.
Come on, man. You got to get with the black businesses and the young youth that's out here on the streets attacking the avenues, man.
Thank you,
Come
Mr.
on, bro.
Welch.
This ain't rocket science. Don't let this color shit fool you. Let's go.
Time has expired. Mr. Lewis, would you like to make a brief comment?
Yeah, I would like to respond. When you guys, he was on the corner telling young men, you had on the yellow shirt, you had some folks with you, you was telling the other folks they couldn't sell water on the corner because you was on the corner selling water on the corner. I saw you at Pittsburgh Yards after that. When you called the police, I was standing there right with you the entire time. I even asked you, let's go back up to the corner together. I don't know what more I could have done for you. Then after that, you asked me for funding to help you with your program. I don't got the money for it.
Bro, you said you was going to be in the meeting. You wasn't even in the meeting, bro. It was a Zoom call, fool. You can show up and take pictures all day, bro. Come on, you can't get in the Zoom call and talk to me man to man. Call me to your office like you do everybody else.
This is public comment. If you'd like to have a discussion outside, that's fine.
I probably had more people with you than anybody. I talked to you more than anybody.
Come on, man. You see me without my kids and we're like, hey, what's going on with you without your kids? Come on, man.
Next speaker is Margie McLeod.
I never told no water boy they couldn't sell no water.
Thank you, Mr. Welch.
I tried to get them folk to work with me.
Thank you, Mr. Welch.
Come on, man.
Next is Margie McLeod, followed by LaRon McGee.
Come on out there.
2 minutes.
My mind. Woo. In peace, in peace. I'm not going away. We need rent control. People have rights. And what I'm finding out, that y'all have rights to be able to put things on the ballot, on the voting ballot. And that's why we need rights to put votes on the ballot. It's called admission vote on the ballot. The city council could do this. That's what I'm asking. We are hurting. The city of Atlanta is hurting. We don't have enough affordable housing, low-income housing. And the rent control is hope. We need hope. People cannot afford this rent. So I'm asking the city council members, please give us rights that we could put things on the ballot. You could put things on the ballot, but we cannot. Let's investigate and let's try. Let's do it, because we need rent control now, not tomorrow. We don't have enough housing. You talking about 5,000 house? That's not enough units. We're getting overcrowded right now. If other city could do this, we could do this also. Rent control now. Initiative, they call it initiative petition. Y'all do it, but why we don't have the power to do it? We could do that. People, please call your city council and tell them that you need rent control now. And that is the solution. And that is our hope. Because when I talk to people, They didn't know about rent control. And when you mention to them, they just bright up. Do you mean we could do this? Yes, your city council could do this. They can put initial petition that you could put it on the ballot this November and let the people vote for it.
Time is
because
expired.
the people got the power. And please, people, use your power and vote. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Next will be LeRon McGee, followed by Alma Lott. 2 minutes.
All right, hello, I'm LeRon McGee, volunteer activist in Atlanta. So many issues, let me think. Okay, so in District 2, there's been an update about the residents at the edge of the Beltline. There were 7 residents, but now it's 6 residents, and they're saying that they have to be out by the end of this month because HUD is not paying their end of the rent. Now, what the situation is, what we see is that the slumlords have different LLCs, and even though they have took funding from the federal and the city to build these apartment complexes with the mixed residence, the mixed residence initiative or whatever, income initiative, where we only have 6 apartments available out of 200 units for low income. Now, as of 2020 to the day, we have over 25,000 people looking for vouchers, low income residents of Atlanta looking for vouchers. So the whole affordable house initiative is really just a scam that was exposed back in San Francisco 2008 and in Boston in 2012. So what the problem that we're having is we don't have enough infrastructure, just like Sister Margie said, it's not enough infrastructure, enough housing of one point to accommodate all the homeless that we have. So for us to use this whole scam of affordable housing is really an injustice that has been exposed over 15 years ago. I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you. Next is Alma Lott, followed by MJ Alexis. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I don't have to speak on how y'all have pulled the rugs from under lowest income families' feet. It's a shame that we come up here as city councilor every other week and speak on this. There's a way y'all using HUD money as a resource for other things. Use HUD money for housing. I went through English Avenue, Bain City, West End. Yesterday it brought tears to my eyes to see a mother and her 3 children standing on the church steps where they sleep at with the father. The shelters are too full. It's time y'all stop playing these X games like y'all are helping us. We're losing housing. With the money here in the city, we're losing housing. It's time to help people. Stop with this fake news. Stop going on the news talking about what you're building. And you're not putting nobody in no homes. It's a shame that we have to live like this and vote you all in here. And the first thing y'all bring up is housing. We're going to help y'all assist with housing. That's when the people come out and vote. Now it's time to go in action and let us see that you're doing housing. We're suffering. Vine City, English Avenue, West End communities. Go out there and see the family. I spoke about this years ago. Y'all have bought it so bad in these communities that the senior citizens are scared to go cash their check because they're scared they're going to get robbed. Help the senior citizens. Help the youths. Stop putting up fake news like y'all are helping us. Y'all not. And we're tired. It's time people get out and get a lawyer. And let's pull some records up.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is MJ Alexis, followed by Ray. 2 minutes.
All right. Before I start, I'm going to need to make sure that everybody's eyes are on me. We're listening. We're paying attention. We're not looking down at our desks. We're not getting up and talking to other people. All right? All right. As a note, before I speak, I want to say that I'm saddened to see that the Atlanta City Council seems to hold the same ideations as the Supreme Court, a lack of legal precedent and a sense of unfair control over the emotions and rights of others. Now, before these people speak, I would like to make a demand for Doug Shipman, Jason Winston, Amir, Byron, Jason, Dozier, Liliana, Alex, Howard, Mary, Dustin, Andrea, Marcy, Antonio, Michael, Matt, Keisha, and especially Andre Dickens, because I know you will hear this, to give them the respect that they all deserve. Okay? Every single one of you lack accountability. Many of the people in this room have stood in front of you for 1 to 2 minutes every few weeks, and every time, one or more of you are looking away, as if 1 to 2 minutes is too long. One or more of you choose to not listen to the people begging you to. So when these people speak to you, listen, understand, and hold yourself accountable. You chose this office to make a change, so listen to how that can be done and do it.
Thank you. Next will be Ray for 2 minutes, followed by Nia.
My name is Ray, and I'm with People for the People. I would implore you to remember my name and face, for this is not going to be the last time you see or call it. I want to start this by saying the lack of attention and respect this council shows its community is disgraceful. Everyone who speaks before me and those who will speak after me deserve this council's open eyes and ears. I know every single one of you on this board right now know why the seats behind me are flooded. Shut down and repurpose the Atlanta City Detention Center. When our own mayor, Andre Dickens, was on this very council in 2018, he voted to make the ACDC a community resource center to create safe housing for the houseless, job training, provide child care, and other services to further support and care for our communities. Why are we adding 700 new people when this option for reform is right in front of us? The ACDC only holds people for city ordinance violations. So you sweep our houseless and let our racist police pull over BIPOC members, yet you still expect us, your taxpayers, to spend $16 million a year on a racist institution. Shut it down. Repurpose the ACDC. We need gun control, protect abortion rights, Black Lives Matter, give back Indigenous land, stop Cop City, and I would like my last remark to be, screw the Atlanta Police Department and fuck Officer James Womble. Abolish the APD.
Next will be Nia, followed by Deborah Scott. 2 minutes.
Once again, undivided attention. I don't even want to do this with y'all again because we already had this conversation last week, so I don't know why people were still looking around, talking amongst each other, getting up. I don't even know where they went. So let's go ahead and pay attention. The truth is, no one wants the jail but the government. If the government is supposed to serve and protect, and that's what they need to do, serve us. We elected you, and we gave you that job, and you guys are doing quite poorly, if I do say so myself. Notice how no one is thanking you for the work you do. You can't even bother to listen to the people you represent. I hope you guys aren't a lost cause because this is the space we have to express our grievances face to face, and we would like to be taken into consideration when you're making changes in the city. You're a very small group of a much larger population, and your opinion isn't the only one that matters. Today, the people of Atlanta speak with one unanimous voice when we say that we want the jail closed. Mr. Wan, where is he? 2 weeks ago, at the last city council meeting, he said that monkeypox was another disease that was targeting the LGBTQ community. Not to mention the fact that that is completely false. Saying something like that can open up the members of the LGBT community to prejudice even more than they're already facing. If you're going to get up here and talk about something, be educated about what you're talking about. The whole city council signed in recognition of the Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council. Our city council president said that he supported minority-owned businesses, but that's not the same energy you guys had 2 weeks ago when people were pleading for you to listen about their black-owned businesses. You guys are looking down, not paying attention. It was your ordinance that will shut down black-owned businesses, so for you guys to get up there and claim you support minority businesses is literally a farce. I also don't understand, for the second city council meeting in a row, why we have people saying a prayer in front of city council when there's supposed to be a separation of church and state. I don't know if I'm mistaken, but if there is an answer to this question, please, somebody, let me know. Why are we not allowed to clap for the people of our community that we agree with, but we can have a whole 20-minute long conversation about people that we want to uplift in this city and whatever, but we can't uplift our own community members and clap for them? That's ridiculous. All in all,
Time
you
has
guys,
expired.
all in all, you guys absolutely suck at your job, and I hope none of you get another term in any public office. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Deborah Scott, followed by DeJuan Robinson. 2 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, Atlanta City Council. Wow. So the people are here. The community folks are here. We're here for a number of reasons. And so one of the things that I would actually ask you to do is to sit down and meet with these groups so that you understand what the issues are, you understand why the passions are as high as they are, and that you don't become victims to what the last administration and the last city council went through. Right? So a lot of you, particularly the new council members, you got elected on a progressive platform. Don't lose your base, right? Don't lose your base. This is your base. These are the folks that voted for you. These are the folks that organized for you. So remember what they're saying. So there are some real issues with the jail. We understand that. There's some real human rights issues. We understand that. We also understand that there's a policy negotiation happening. But be aware that those issues that they're raising are really of concern. And so after the meeting, whether you do it now or after the meeting, sit down and really have a real dialogue with them so that you understand why the passions are what they are and find a compromise. In addition to that, I have the watershed. Where's the watershed workers? Where you at? Pay equity. I think there's an agreement that's on the line, and it really needs to be about pay equity. It has to be fair. And so you have one, I know at least one worker that is a 28-year employee of the city of Atlanta, and it doesn't sound like there's pay equity here. So I only have a little bit of time. My name is Deborah Scott. I am the CEO of Georgia Stand Up. We stand with them. We stand with them, but we stand with you as well. We want you to sit down and negotiate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be DeJuan Robinson with 10 minutes, and then Moki Macias with 10 minutes as well.
Good afternoon, Council. I've been coming down here for years. Many of you guys know me for different reasons, but there's a kid that born in Greater Hospital, went to Bowen Homes, went to private school, skipped twice, went to Bunch Middle School, went to Frederick Douglass, Morgan State University with a bachelor's degree in political science pre-law that has a master's in public policy, right? So it's time that I step on the other side with you guys, because I understand you guys, some like these young folks I've been in here with on that side. We had a meeting last week with Watershed with Ms. Makita Browning. We was in committee. Councilman Liliana, Councilman Lewis, and Councilman Boone came out, organized a meeting this past Friday at Marietta. Councilman Boone couldn't attend Ms. Muhammad because she had 2 funerals that she was set for that day. Ms. Browning orchestrated a good faith demonstration with Watershed. We believe that to be fair, and we're trying to move forward in good faith. And we appreciate her and her team on this past Friday for everything that you guys did. 2 different things. I've taken the CERT Fire course. I've taken the Atlanta Citizen Police course, and I've taken the FBI course. So I'm with community, and I'm with police and fire and all of that. This past week, we had a situation where an officer stopped a couple in a park. The male signed the ticket. The young lady didn't want to sign the ticket. Officer gave the young lady his name 2-3 times. The young lady, in my opinion, she escalated the situation. And people's opinions they wanted the officer to not arrest her. But here's what I say with community and police. If a married couple is having issues and one go to counseling and the other does not attend counseling, how can that marriage work? So we want the police to de-escalate, but the community is not properly trained. So you want the police to de-escalate a situation that someone escalate. That doesn't work. And we have to understand when it comes to the public and the police, we have to understand that, hey, the police have a job to do. Yes, we may want some to use discretion where some may give a ticket and let them go, but the police is doing their job. And if the male signed the ticket, you know, in that situation, I felt the female should have signed the ticket and move on and fight another day and go to court. One young lady came up here and said that we have city ordinance. And we do have some city ordinance on the books that will allow the city to have that discretion to arrest some men and women in the community dealing with mental health, give them a ticket or let them go. But the fact of the matter is, when you have 84% of the people committing a crime born and raised in Atlanta, and if those are arrestable offense, these people have to have somewhere to lay their head. And they can't lay on the floor, and they can't lay on the boats. Now, if promises were made to these groups, I'm all for that. But at the same time, we have to understand that this new situation, when the young lady was given a chance to not be arrested, she did some things to get arrested. Where would she lay if there's no city jail? Would we put a lady who had a park citation in Rice Street, and we say she shouldn't be in jail at the point of resisting, the officer has a thing. That's what, and I'm not here to argue with you guys, I stand with you guys, but we have to fight on that end to understand where we're going with that, because in my opinion, on the front end, the problem is with maybe the police shouldn't arrest for certain things, what you fight for, but we got to fight with the judge and the DA who are sentencing these people that have mental health and other issues. But we fight for the jail space when the sheriff last place is, hey, you guys done sentenced these people, I got to have somewhere for them to go. Now, inhumane conditions are something we should be fighting on the front line for too, as opposed to just the jail space. So it's a lot of different components that we got to fight and try to get them to understand and come to a compromise. The city of Atlanta, these same things been going on. I think on the Shirley administration, I think Shirley tried to shut down the jail as well. I'm old enough and young enough to remember the city jail down by Georgia State where the Waffle House is. And then they moved it down there, and we still have the old jail. So if it's about resources and getting somewhere for these people to go, council is where we start at to try to get some open and available space to house these people. But closing the jail for people who are committing crimes, I'm sure none of us feel 100% safe. And I'm born and raised and born home, and guess what? 2:30 in the morning, I go to the gas station, I'm looking. It ain't too safe out there no more. So what do we do about gun control and all this when people are committing crimes while we fight in one hand, the city streets are not safe? So the people who are committing crimes, they need to be locked up. There's an overcrowdedness of that we have to deal with, and I don't think, closing the jail for that, but stop arresting people for offenses that could be written as a citation, probation. Then those are the things we got to go with. But that's closing the jail when people are committing crimes and lock them up. What do we do about that? I don't have the answer. You guys, have the research. You've been fighting for years. I commend that. But what are the alternatives for that? The people that are committing crime, where do we take them to? Those are discussions that we really got to have, because I've taken the shoot, don't shoot class in the police thing. And when people running in with their hands up, you making a quick decision, shooting somebody, and the news reporter saying, hey, officer, why you shot that person? Adrenaline rushing and going on. You can't really answer that and really understand what's going on in the heat of the moment with that. So it goes on both ends. We have to go, but the community has to understand on the same time that we want them to understand. Community have to understand as well. And there does have to be some community engagement. And we can't keep giving the same nonprofits that we've been giving money since Auntie Shirley administration, Mayor Reed, Keisha Lance Bottom, Andre. We can't be giving our friends and the same groups money for community service that we have not seen any results from. So it's the same thing we teach our kids doing the same thing that's spelling different results is insanity. So when you guys sit up here and you're passing legislation and you agree in to finance budget. Be mindful of that. These same people been getting this money for 30 years, 20 years. We got to give some new blood some opportunity in this city to do the work so it won't have to be on you guys. Everything is not on you guys. But you have to arm the community to do some of the work that you guys can't do in your day. You're in here most days all day long. We're out there in the community in the streets. And you have to put the faith back in us because we put it in you to elect you. So you have to put the faith back in the community to do just. And we have to bridge that gap because we need police, we need watershed, we need sewer, we need fire. But understand, fire can't put out a fire without watershed. Can't none of us get dressed and take clean baths without watershed. But we have to just understand these functionalities. I just think new council, when you come in, I just think it would be good to take a month and go to each department to understand how it truly works. Talk to the people, hear the people. I think that's wise to just take some time out, go to each department for a month and fully understand how we work and understand where the money is going and that's where the mistakes are, the miscommunication with the workers and the community. I just think that's that's a good idea as opposed to just sitting here and not crossing the lines with APS and city council and the mayor's office because they go hand to hand because we're getting it wrong. We have a whole generation out here that was passed without really being educated. I think we forgot about that with the APS scandal. There's a generation out here that can't read and write, but they're toting these guns and they're just committing crimes out here, and we forgetting the elementary part of it, starting at that level and making sure that this thing is tight. So as a true leader, when you're elected, Mr. Winston, everybody, when you're in your district, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Bond, I know you guys do this, Ms. Norwood, but as a leader, we have to work with our school board because these are our babies that we have to also protect and make sure they're getting the proper care. It may not be in your city council duties to do that, but we have to work with people. It ain't about calling them out. It's about working with them, making sure we're crossing all the aisles because these are future voters. These are future everything. Like I always say, two things always happen in every black city and every black school. You're always going to have a valedictorian and salutatory, mean that they are qualified. You know what I'm saying? We just have to make sure we're giving them the avenues to go in and just make sure that the public just stay engaged and build trust in you guys. I understand you can't do everything, but like I say, if you make promise, hold true to your promise. And just try to give a good compromise. If you can't say what you can do and what you can't do, say, hey, there's a discussion and let's do it. Because it's high time that we are in some bad days in Atlanta when it comes to crime. And we don't want to be blaming you guys, but we do got to fix this crime problem and housing problem in Atlanta. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Next will be Moki Macy's, followed by Clinton Devereaux. 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Moki Macias with Policing Alternatives and Diversion. I'm here today with many members of the PAD team, as well as our board member, Vanessa Hickey-Gales, and board chair, retired Municipal Court Chief Judge Clint DeVoe. I'd like to ask our team to stand. We are here to ask you to stay the course. The decision to allow the expansion of Fulton County Jail at ACDC is not about a building. It's about whether we can hold on to the progress we have made in taking a new approach to community safety and wellness. We have been building something together in Atlanta that is powerful. Changing how we as a community respond to quality of life issues, behavioral health challenges, and homelessness is not an easy task. Simply put, it's culture change, but we are doing it. Atlanta was the first city in the country to allow community members to call 311 to request a non-police response to these concerns. In the last 6 months, PAD teams responded to 717 of these calls. Each one of these calls represent a call that did not go to 911, a call that did not result in police response, and an interaction that did not result in a jail booking. alternate response is an immediate solution to jail overcrowding. So far this year, 176 people who could have been incarcerated at Fulton County Jail were instead diverted to PAD. Additionally, 34 people who were already incarcerated at Fulton County Jail were also diverted to PAD through one of our criminal legal system partners. Most of these people were in jail because they were homeless and were required to provide an address in order to be released. One of our participants sat in the Fulton County Jail for a full year because he couldn't afford to pay his bond. He also had been court-ordered to provide an address before being released, but had lost his housing while behind bars because he was unable to pay his rent. When he was diverted and released to PAD because somebody worked with him to be able to pay his bond, we worked with him to secure temporary housing. Today, he continues to work with our team and has both stable employment and housing. Unfortunately, many people who could have been diverted by APD have instead been jailed at Fulton County. According to Atlanta Police Department data, there were 312 people in just the last 6 months alone that could have been diverted to PAD during our operating hours for PAD-eligible charges who were instead booked at Fulton County Jail. Let me repeat that. That is about 300 people in the last 6 months who could have been diverted to PAD, but instead were incarcerated because of issues related to homelessness, to poverty, to substance use, and to disturbances due to mental health crises. My understanding is that is in fact about equal to the number of beds that are over capacity at Rice Street right now. But we know that if used, diversion is an immediate solution to jail overcrowding. 2 weeks ago today, this body authorized funding to PAD so that we can double our response teams and case management staff. The express purpose in the legislation was to, and I quote, reduce the number of incarcerated persons in overcrowded prisons or jails. You are already investing in solutions, and there is more we can do together if we stay on the right path. But to do that, we must ask why. When PAD responds to a 311 call or meets an officer at the scene, we ask the question, why did this situation happen? What got this person here? And what can we do to address those needs and challenges in order to prevent it? That is what changes the knee-jerk response of arrest, the assumption that the answer is jail. I'm asking you to do the same thing here. We need you to ask why. Why is Fulton County Jail overcrowded? You have been provided talking points and jail tours. But do you have the facts on who is in the jail? The length of time they have been there? And why? If we don't know why people are actually in that jail, how can we know how to solve the problem? Expanding the jail is a knee-jerk response, and I believe we have come too far for that. Before you make a decision that moves us backward, let's roll up our sleeves and figure out who is at Fulton County Jail right now, what their stories are, and how we can most effectively resolve their cases. Let's review every new book. With us. Thank you.
I'll remind everybody that if there will be continued outbursts, we'll clear the chamber. Clinton DeVoe, followed by Milton Campbell. 2 minutes.
Thank you. I've not been in this chamber other than for a few celebrations in several years. I retired from the municipal court in 2011 after 30 years and change as what my colleagues used to call me, the social worker on the bench. Listening. I was patient. I was trying to solve a problem, not simply process a case. And quite frankly, it didn't start with me, although that was my spirit. It started with this city's policy. When I arrived at the bench in 1981, January 20th, 1981, I was sworn in by Maynard Jackson. It was the same day, and Maynard chose the day. It was the day that Reagan was sworn in as the President of the United States. And Maynard said this was the Democrats' alternative swearing in. I thought that was cute. My parents liked it. But when I arrived at the municipal court, that court was already engaged in monthly meetings, the judges, the prosecutors, the public defenders, with the Fulton County Drug Treatment Program. It was then the Fulton County Alcohol Treatment Program. And police were able to divert cases rather than bringing them to jail if people would accept treatment. And now we've built through PAD the kind of structure and institutional understanding that will, because of your support of us and even county support, Fulton County supports us as well, we're able to make the difference. Let's not detour.
Time has expired.
Let's expand what we're doing. Let's get it right and do more of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Milton Campbell, followed by Tarek Ganzi. Oh, Mr. Bond, brief comment.
I have a point of order. Judge DeVoe is a former elected official.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
He extended more time.
Judge DeVoe, you have up to 10 minutes. Thank you for the point of order, Councilmember Bond. 8 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I'm not going to take the entire 8 minutes. But I just want to remind us that this council, over the last 2 or 3 years, has recognized what PAD could do. The old council did it. The new council has done it. I am so excited about what you have done to make PAD the vehicle that it is becoming. And let's not backtrack. That's the request I make. Because if we make the hard effort now and the hard choice now to go with what we know works, that is more humane and decent and gives people a sense of self-respect about the issues they face, we will in the end transform this city. We already are pioneering as a city with 311. Why not expand that? Go with it. Show the rest of the country that we mean what we say in taking on this tough road. Because this notion of not putting people automatically in jail is a hard road. It's not easy. And when you made those choices to fund PAD, some of your constituents thought you were wrong. But believe in the decisions you've made. Continue that support. Let's not step back into creating more jail spaces. What our executive director suggested with exploring exactly what's going on at the Fulton Jail now so that we have a factual understanding of what is there and what the problems are is an important step. And quite frankly, I think when we do that, when we learn exactly who's in the jail and why they're there, we'll find a lot of ways to apply what Atlanta has learned to what Fulton County ought to learn, and we can then help them do a better job. done the right thing. The last city council did the right thing. Hold on to those choices. We need your support. PAD is growing by leaps and bounds. When I joined the board just a few years ago, we had fewer than 20 staff. By the end of this month, we'll have more than 90.
Wow.
Yes?
We're getting to 70.
We're at 70. And every one of those staff people is overworked already and doing what they need to do. This council made those good choices. Please continue to believe in the choices you've made. It will make the difference. You will lead the country in solving these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Next will be Milton Campbell, followed by Tarek Aganzi. Milton Campbell. We'll move to Tarek Aganzi. 6 minutes.
Thank you. I'm placing some informational materials that we hope will help you make the decision. Good afternoon, City Council members. I am Terica Redfield Ganzi, Executive Director of the Southern Center for Human Rights, a nonprofit law firm dedicated to fighting for equality, dignity, and justice for people impacted by the criminal legal system in the Deep South. Reform and transformation of criminal legal systems, particularly systems steeped in racial injustice, are what we do. For over 45 years, we have worked to end oppressive practices and policies in Georgia's criminal legal system and reimagine community safety and accountability. Human rights is not just central to our name, but also throughout our work. And over the years, we've developed perhaps an unmatched expertise in challenging cruelty and inhumanity in Georgia's jails and prisons. So when the term humane is used to describe expanded caging of human beings, mostly black and brown, despite the availability of effective options, we must show up and stand against it. I am here, we are here to speak truth to power, to speak truth to you. And the truth is, the proposed lease of the Atlanta City Detention Center will create yet another humanitarian crisis, not end one. SCHR strongly opposes the proposed agreement, as it is not a humanitarian response to inhumane conditions, and expanding the number of beds made available in ACDC only further increases the likelihood of human rights abuses happening. You will hear from my colleagues at SCHR who are experts in criminal legal policy, expert litigators and investigators, that we've been here before. This same tactic of shipping people off to a new jail to alleviate suffering at Rice Street was tried years ago, and it failed miserably, leading to even more litigation due to human rights abuses in the new jail. This tactic failed because it is impossible to jail your way out of the jailing business. It failed miserably because the way to address social ills that result in crime is to provide supportive services, not more jail beds. We as a city can't follow a strategy that has previously failed and expect a different result. What we can and must do is focus on fostering thriving communities, addressing the root causes of crime. The John Lewis Center for Health and Wellness would do just that. But you know this already, which is why Mayor Dickens proposed the closure and repurposing of ACDC, why he keeps emphasizing that the closure and repurposing of the jail will happen eventually, in 4 years perhaps if he's still mayor. Every day that the closure and repurposing of the jail is delayed is another day that the city of Atlanta fails to lead the nation on smart on crime solutions. Another day that communities go without the supportive services that they desperately need. Another day that we feed the jailing beast. The John Lewis Center for Health and Wellness is a dream of women who had intimate exposure to the cruelties of the Fulton County Jail. Women on the Rise, I think, are here this afternoon. It was a dream born of love for community and a belief that our city can lead by example in demonstrating the power of taking care of each other as a crime reduction measure. After careful study, community input, and expert design, the dream seemed finally to become reality. And then we waited. We've been waiting for years for the city to move forward with closing and repurposing the jail. It's now August 2022, and not only are we still waiting, but we're also fighting today to prevent the expansion of ACDC rather than its immediate closure. We are exhausted from waiting. And I'm reminded of the words of Dr. King when he said, for years now, I've heard the word wait. Wait has almost always meant never. We can no longer wait to do the right thing, to do the smart thing. At the Southern Center, we envision a world in which the legal system is not used as a tool to concentrate power and control, but instead as an instrument of true justice by which individuals and communities remain accountable to each other. We envision a world where we prize healing over the seemingly politically safe, but ultimately harmful caging to which we've become addicted. There are better ways to reduce the suffering at Rice Street right now. Our colleagues at PAD has just told you that, and you will hear more. We know what it takes, but what it also takes to act on the knowledge that we have is courage. It takes political will. Choose community over cages. Choose effective solutions over politically expedient, but ultimately doomed policies. Choose to lead in criminal justice reform. We ask you to vote no on this proposed lease and move swiftly to close and repurpose the Atlanta City Detention Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Atia Holly, followed by Mary Sidney Harbit. 6 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Atia Holly. I'm a resident of the West End neighborhood and the Deputy Director for the Southern Center for Human Rights. Before becoming Director, I worked for almost 20 years with investigators and attorneys at the Southern Center, filing lawsuits challenging human rights abuses in prisons and jails across Georgia and Alabama. The goal of these lawsuits is to obtain court-ordered improvements that become the culture of the jails and prisons that we sue. The goal is simply that we never have to sue the same place more than once. Unfortunately, we're now in suit number 4 against Fulton County in the last 30 years. This decades-long cycle of court cases makes us more certain than we've ever been that ACDC will not solve the humanitarian crisis in Fulton's jails. The litigation wheel started with Stinson v. Fulton County Board of Commissioners, a federal civil rights lawsuit filed in 1994. The issue was no doubt overcrowding, but the causes had little to do with insufficient bed space. The causes were rooted in a fraying social safety net. They were rooted in the chronic underfunding of the lawyers representing people with little to no means. And they were rooted in the warehousing of people, the vast majority of them Black, brown, and poor, who were deemed fit for release, but ultimately stayed in jail because they couldn't pay their way out. Their poverty, coupled with court hearings that were often delayed, caused people to stay in jail longer than their offenses allowed. A settlement agreement reached in Stinson led to improvements in public defender funding, but the overcrowding persisted. And then we learned of a new problem when we got a letter from an HIV-positive man in the jail. His letter described a jail doctor who would read the Bible to HIV-positive patients instead of prescribing life-saving medications. An investigation into jail conditions and the abysmal state of medical care for HIV-positive patients in the jail led to the second federal lawsuit against the Fulton County Jail, Foster v. Fulton County in 1999. Like Stinson, this case resulted in another settlement agreement, this time aimed at medical care. But as a court monitor for the jail warned, overcrowding will continue as long as people's freedom rested on their ability to pay bond, and as long as weeks and months went between court hearings. And unfortunately, that monitor was right, and the overcrowding outlived the settlement agreement. And the over-incarceration of black, brown, and poor people led to a third lawsuit against Fulton County, Harper v. Bennett, that confronted persistent overcrowding, understaffing, and a jail that was crumbling under the weight of too many people being detained. Fulton County again entered into a settlement agreement that led to over a decade of court oversight. Now, this level of court oversight is rare, but it was needed because the number of the people in jail was not going down. So the county leased people out to jails across the state, including the South Fulton Jail in Union City. Like the plan currently before this council, Fulton County leased South Fulton Jail to reduce the number of people sleeping on the main jail's floors. But acquiring the South Fulton Jail did close to nothing to address the human rights crisis at Rice Street. If anything, it created a new space for abuses to flourish. As detailed in the fourth lawsuit against Fulton County, people with serious mental illness were locked away in their cells for 23 to 24 hours per day, decompensating and growing suicidal with every passing hour, in conditions that the presiding federal judge called repulsive. So repulsive that he wondered out loud how Fulton County jail staff could sleep at night. And these are just the cases that our office has filed. The Fulton County Jail has and continues to be sued by other survivors of the jail. And the families of people who didn't survive their trauma are seeking their day in court. But instead of looking at the root causes of overcrowding, the county is inviting this city to a years-long partnership eerily reminiscent of the experience in South Fulton, without offering any explanation as to why an expansion to ACDC will not mirror the one in Union City. This is an invitation this council should promptly decline. And you should also refuse to call this jail expansion plan a, quote, humanitarian effort. Council members, there are no humanitarian cages. If the city of Atlanta is truly invested in addressing the overcrowding crisis, it must address the underfunding of public defense, underfunding dating back to Stinson. It must confront court practices dating back to Foster that force people of little means to languish in jail unnecessarily. And it must recommit itself to the evidence-based social services that the John Lewis Community Center for Health and Wellness would offer. Absent these efforts, Council, Fulton's litigation cycle will continue to churn, and the city of Atlanta's will just be getting started. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Mary Sidney Harbit, followed by KJ Henson. 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mary Sidney Harbert. I'm operations manager for the Southern Center for Human Rights. I've worked with the center for 20 years. 15 of those years as an investigator, and most of that time in Fulton County jails. As I told the Public Safety Committee last week, Fulton County has spent $1 billion over the life of the Harper lawsuit that Atia mentioned, which lasted from 2004 to 2015. During those 11 years that I investigated and monitored that lawsuit, our office represented every person who entered the jail as members of the class. I received 100 letters a week from people at the jail, in addition to phone calls from their loved ones. And when I met with clients at the jail, I inevitably was given 10 more names of people who needed to speak with me. All of our clients reported suffering because they were packed on top of each other in cells meant for one person. They reported being dirty because they wore the same clothes for weeks because the washers were broken. They were scared because they didn't see officers coming to check in on them or responding to medical emergencies. They reported that they were denied visits with their families because of the staffing shortage. This sort of front-end punishment caused many people to agree to any plea deal to get out of jail. I met with the chief jailer and his staff at least monthly to report what I was seeing and hearing from clients. I attended monthly elected officials meetings in Fulton County to observe how the justice system partners were handling their part of the system that affected the jail. I met with the court monitor who took all of my information and his investigations and reported it to the federal judge. The Superior Court of Fulton County created the non-complex calendar to see if it would speed up handling some of the cases. The sheriff instituted a competency restoration unit at the jail to bypass the long wait for space at Georgia Regional Hospital. Fulton County increased the starting salary for deputies to attract more staff. And for a while, these tinkerings would have an impact. It took the county 11 years to reduce the jail population, reduce inhumane conditions, and hire more staff. A judge was willing to terminate our case once the cell locks, which had been broken for 20-some years, were fixed. But in all of that time, energy, money, and suffering, one thing became clear. The justice machinery was just being tinkered with. So it should have come as no surprise that maintaining that positive impact would prove to be difficult. If one piece slips, if cases slow down, staffing decreases, people with mental illness languish, it affects the whole system. Change is hard. It takes an intentional focus. It takes coordination. Maintaining the status quo is so much easier. Here we are at a critical juncture with a real opportunity for change. No more tinkering. No more trying to make the machine move a little faster. No more spending money endlessly. No more playing whack-a-mole. A lease with Fulton County will only increase the size of the machine. It will not bring change. And your community has already told you what it needs to be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be KJ Henson, followed by Zach Murray. Two minutes.
My name is KJ Henson. I'm the organizing coordinator from Black Male Initiative Georgia, and we stand here in solidarity with other organizations and community members letting you know that we do not support the reopening of ACDC. You need to close it as soon as possible. Just to give you a little history, in 2019, I was a Rice Street inmate. Just this past Friday, we went back to Rice Street to register those inmates to vote in this upcoming election. So I bring with me, the stories of what's going on in Rice Street right now. I was told by a young man specifically that the minute we walked into their cell block, what was going on, what was about to happen, is what we call getting some straightening, right? They were about to stab this young man in that jail. You hear what I'm saying? The crime that is going on, the overcrowding that is going on, the lack of health services, the lack of food services, the lack of supplies is inhumane. But your answer to that is to stick these people, your constituents, in another facility. It's unacceptable. Okay? In 2019, our mayor, Andre Dickens, wanted to champion closing the jail. He was avid about it. It's 2022, and now he wants to reopen this facility. The reason I think is about money. Because one thing that I learned inside of Rice Street Jail is that it was about $150 per head, $250 per head in Cobb County, depending on. So this is a financial decision. You're trying to turn your constituents into commodities.
Time is expired.
I'll leave on that.
Next will be Zach Murray, followed by Harry Bailey.
Good afternoon, Zach Murray, Lakewood Heights Community Association. Since Frederick Douglass was invoked today, I wanted to share another quote from him. He said, "When justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails, where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and degrade them, neither persons nor property will be safe." This policy proposal is at best a shameful bait and switch, lazy, hasty policymaking, and at worst, it's a betrayal and an incompetent dereliction of duty. The mayor authored the legislation to close the jail, and this council, including many of you, voted to close it, overwhelmingly in support of that policy. The same mayor has the nerve to go to the UN and speak about the elimination of racial discrimination, and in the same breath is doing local policy work to expand mass incarceration. According to the UN, the U.S. American prison system is a leviathan unmatched in human history. Mass incarceration has now become a principal vehicle for the reproduction of racial hierarchy in the United States. You are complicit in this action through your proposal today. When Council passed the Dickens-authored legislation, it was an acknowledgement that opening the jail, the ACDC, was a failed policy, one that was racially and economically unjust. Take responsibility for our city's public failures and address them. But I know what happens here. You pass this lease, and 4 years from the commencement, the sheriff's progressive consultants say, rather than spend $100 million building a new jail, let's spend $50 million and acquire the existing jail. And then the jail never closes. The $12 million that the county has pledged to the city is proof that black, poor, and incarcerated bodies are, as Julian Bond and our brother just now stated, commodities draining black communities of their young men. However, your misguided decisions will not break our souls. Vote no on this legislation. Support affordable housing. Support jobs and education and opportunity for our people. Not lazy, hasty, shameful policymaking. We deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Henry Bailey, apologies, followed by Carmine Castillo. Henry Bailey. Carmine Castillo. Next is Sean Smith, followed by Alayla Galloway. 2 minutes.
Thank you guys for allowing me to speak today. So I represent a nonprofit organization that's fairly new to you guys. It's a nonprofit named Black Push Incorporated, where we were founded off the principle of protecting the rights of people who are ex-offenders. I myself am an ex-offender. I know what it's like to sit behind somebody's walls. I know what it's like to sit in a system that tells you that it's to rehabilitate you, but does nothing behind the closed doors to rehabilitate you. I stand on behalf of not only just as offender, I also serve in the clergy. So I actually serve at a church that most of you are probably familiar with, Reverend McDonald at First Iconium. I serve as one of the ministers there as well. We stand in solidarity saying that the opening or expanding of this jail to Fulton County will do nothing to solve the problem. I caution Atlanta that, my grandma used to have an old saying, and she used to say that a fool only does something twice knowing that you're going to get the same results. We've seen this played out in Union City. We've seen this played out in a whole bunch of different places where we've expanded to Fulton County the option of having more bed space, and it has done nothing. All Fulton County has come back and said is give us more bed space. This is not going to solve the issue. What we're doing in Atlanta will not solve the issue. I caution Mayor Dickens to go back to his 2019 statement that he made, where he stood up firmly against the expansion of this jail, and he wanted this jail closed. We need to close this jail. We need to come up with more rehabilitation aspects of it, and deal with the mental health aspect of what is really going on in our criminal justice system. Right now, as we speak, I have a group of team members at my organization who are actually standing up for a person who has a mental health issue in Powder Springs right now, who's been held for over a year, cannot afford bond, and they're giving them a voice to actually say that what their problem is not them needing to be in jail, but their problem is that they need to be in somebody's facility. We have to do better. The people who have elected you expect you to do better, and I'll caution you with this. I had a meeting about 2 months ago with one of our civil rights legends.
Time's expired.
And let me just say this real quick. With one of our civil rights legends, I asked Zanona Clayton, I said, what has changed from your time to now? Zanona Clayton ended by saying, baby, nothing has changed. It's just that the tactics in which they use is what they've changed. Let's not let this be the same tactic.
Thank you. Next is Alayla Galloway, followed by James Major Woodall. Two minutes.
I'm Wade Askew from Georgia Justice Project. Kayla ceded her time to us, if that's okay.
Are you on the list?
I'm not on the list because it was my understanding that she was going to cede her time to us.
Mr. Clerk, give me 1 moment, please.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, she's got to seat it on the list, or you have to be on the list for her to seat it to you. Apologies.
I understand. Thank you.
James Major Woodall, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council. Reverend James Woodall, Policy Associate at the Southern Center. I just want to be very clear. There will be no compromise. The Scripture declares that we shall go to Pharaoh and say, let my people go. Atlanta's jails are overcrowded not because of violent criminals, but rather because people are being forced to remain in jail because they cannot afford bail. Leasing more space for detention will only further incentivize and further this humanitarian crisis. This not only doesn't resolve this crisis, but it also opens the door, as Atia mentioned, for greater and irreparable harm. As this council believes that this is an immediate solution to these conditions that are not limited to just overcrowding, as so eloquently described by my Southern Center colleagues, I strongly advise this body to additionally consider that the Georgia General Assembly will again take up legislation that would ensure every single person that is accused with a felony offense to be held only to be released by bail, meaning they cannot get released on their own recognizance. That is what Republicans are doing. And so if we want to talk about full jails, just imagine what will happen then. I'll end with this in the scripture. The prophet Isaiah says in chapter 10, verses 1 through 4, woe to those who legislate evil, who write oppressive statutes, to delay the needy and the abused from justice, and to rob poor people of their dignity and freedom, that widows be exploited by you, and that by the children you prey upon. What will you have to say on Judgment Day, when doomsday comes? Who will you get to help you then? What good will the money that you get from this lease agreement do for you then? A sorry sight you will be then, when you will be amongst those people who are too incarcerated. Or worse, a corpse stacked in the street. Even after all of this, God is still angry, fist still raised, ready to hit them again. I implore you to vote no on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Tiffany Roberts, followed by Stephanie Diaz. 10 minutes.
Okay. I didn't expect that, but I'll take it. Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Roberts. I am the Public Policy Director at the Southern Center for Human Rights. Ella Baker said, give light and the people will find the way. For decades, Southern Center has been just one ember in the global flame pushing us to decriminalize race and poverty in America's Deep South. For decades, we have watched the city of Atlanta delude itself into believing that we are above perpetuating systemic racism, that we are above it because those we elect are often identifying as black. I reflect on a lesson from my mother, also an organizer. My mother organized around housing in Washington, D.C. and in Atlanta. I was venting my frustration one day about people who use progressive language to push regressive agendas, people who claim to be helping the community while implementing anti-black policies, people who are more concerned about their proximity to white wealth and white power than they are with the devastation caused by the prison industrial complex and the violence of poverty. Her response was, Tiffany, you have to consider, are they governing or are they merely elected? She said this because the people who are governing are the ones pulling the strings of the elected officials who are afraid of their puppeteers. She said this because the people who are governing are telling you what decisions you must make, not because those decisions are right, but because those decisions are politically expedient or profitable for them. A city council that would authorize the mayor to sign an intergovernmental agreement despite opposition from your clergy, from 300 healthcare workers, from the most prominent, accomplished, and well-respected criminal legal reform law firms and attorneys, advocates who have been incarcerated in these facilities, and another broad swath of our community. A city council who would hurriedly approve that intergovernmental agreement is in fact not governing. Your job as a legislator is to draft, to read, and to understand what you are passing. How can you understand without hearing from subject matter experts on all sides? How can you understand when you disregard the advice of people deeply invested in the health and the safety of our communities? How can you understand when you don't even listen to the reports from the experts the city itself has commissioned? Unless it was amended last week, this intergovernmental agreement is reckless. I've given you a summary of our concerns. The first page is our executive summary. The 6 pages that follow itemize our concerns. It permits the sheriff to be the only person to define overcrowding. It only permits the county to terminate the agreement at will. The city, you're stuck unless they don't pay. It contemplates the unregulated extension of the agreement. Last week, Mayor Dickens said it, there are severe penalties. Let's be clear that the severe penalties from remaining in this building are simply that the cost of housing a person it balloons from $50 to $150. And then instead of the city receiving 65% of the profiteering, the commodification of incarcerated people's commissary and phone calls to their family members, the city will receive 100%. Those are the so-called penalties. It is in the 4 corners of your document. It does not impose any training requirements on Fulton County staff who are brought into ACDC. It does not define any processes for the provision of care, of transportation. It, in fact, prohibits the city of Atlanta from being at all involved in those decisions. And for the people that keep saying, should people be sleeping on floors? This intergovernmental agreement deprioritizes your most crowded facilities. And then it goes on to say only 100 people may be transferred each month. That's putting us in 2023 before anything happens, because last week Mayor Dickens said himself that it will be months before they figure out how to transfer people, because it will be months before Fulton County has enough staff. It doesn't define a commencement date for the staged withdrawal. That for lay people, that is them getting out of the building. And what's more, it is just an inhumane solution, and you are giving power to bad actors. It was said last week that us laying out what Southern Center has done over decades made the perfect case for this lease. In fact, it does not, because you are importing staff from a dysfunctional county that we have had to sue 4 times. And on the back end, you're saying we can't even tell these people how to operate in our building. You all know all of these things. I wonder, have you all even thought about why the agreement doesn't contain any language requiring protocols for contagions, including COVID-19 and monkeypox? Have you even asked if there are any confirmed cases of monkeypox in Fulton County? You should. And I say this as an officer of the court. We have seen over the last 6 years or so the power of misinformation flowing down to our states from the federal government. When people in Washington on the other side of your aisle do it, you are up in arms. Nevertheless, some of you engage in misinformation campaigns against your own people. Last night, the mayor reminded us that he draws circles and not lines. That sounds nice, but it appears that he has drawn a distinct line between City Hall and the advocates who disagree with him. Sending out calls for proposals and forming committees, councils, and task forces is not the same thing as remaining in conversation with people and organizations that you know full well have Atlanta's best interest at heart. I know that councils and task forces won't do it. Let me tell you how I know. I've served on the following. I was on Mayor Reed's police chief search committee. I was on the PAD design team. Shout out to PAD. I was on the PAD advisory board. I was on Mayor Bottom's Progressive Agenda Working Group as co-chair of the Criminal Justice Reform Working Group. I was on her transition team Criminal Justice Reform Working Group. I served on the policy working group of the task force to reimagine the Atlanta City Detention Center. And finally, I chaired Atlanta's Use of Force Advisory Council. Nearly every single time Atlanta has called, people like me have answered, even when we were skeptical, even when we were weary. We answer these calls because it is our duty to leverage our gifts to alleviate human suffering. Mayor Dickens' circle appears to be an inner circle, consisting of law enforcement, legislators, the Black misleadership class, white wealth, and white property owners. There's nothing progressive or innovative about that. 3 features of abusive government structures include a lack of transparency, rushing legislation in at the 11th hour without it being on an agenda, a lack of candor from elected officials calling it a humanitarian effort, and an aggressive resistance to input from unmoneyed constituents. Having worked so closely with then Councilmember Dickens, I am truly alarmed. I am truly alarmed at how similar his interactions with us are with interactions we had around 2009, 2010. It feels a lot like 2009 in here. I believe Atlanta can be redeemed at any point, but not like this. You are afraid to govern. Some of you are afraid to govern. And you believe that you can gaslight us, we the people, out of your way. We are not going away, friends. We will not make easy work of legislating harm, easy work of legislating evil. So that means you'll always know where to find us. We're right over there on Walton Street, 60 Walton. We will always keep watch. We will continue to bear witness about what the people suffer whom we serve. If at any point you actually want to sit down at a table and talk from a place of mutual respect, many of us are more than happy to do that. Should that not happen, we'll continue to flank the brilliant community we have always believed in. And we will bear witness telling the world that Atlanta's government continues to fail to live up to its promise. And because I have a minute, I'm going to share. Outside at our rally, we made a pad referral. I couldn't call any of you. A young man came up to us wearing a backpack, said, "I just got out of jail. I just got out of Rice Street." I said, "Baby, where are you living? Can we get you some services?" He said, "Well, I'm sleeping right over there on that sidewalk every night." What did I do? I was able to call PAD. And they were already inside of the building, so their former intern, Lucy, helped me out. Talk to the young man so we can connect him to services. You all know the right thing to do. And we know why some of you are inclined to do the wrong thing. But do not sit on this sacred land and tell us that you're humanitarians if you move forward with this lease. It is we who see a baby who just got out of jail and refer him to somewhere to live and eat and lay his head. We are the humanitarians. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Stephanie Diaz, followed by Victor Dobler. 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name's Stephanie Diaz. I'm a community member, and I'm here on behalf of Georgia Advocacy Office. We're here to express our concerns based on over 40 years of advocating for people with disabilities and regular monitoring of jails regarding the proposed lease. The city asserts that inhumane conditions caused by overcrowding necessitates these beds. We believe inhumane policies and practices are the root cause of inhumane conditions, not overcrowding. The county can and should alleviate overcrowding through bail reform and decriminalization of poverty and disability. But until humane policies and practices are established and enforced in Fulton County, jails will remain inhumane places. The policies and practices in Fulton County facilities do not address and at times ignore the needs of people detained in Fulton County, especially those with disabilities. A different warehouse for bodies doesn't alter that. Southern Center, as you've heard, has filed lawsuits over the past 30 years addressing jail overcrowding and the mistreatment of incarcerated persons. People have prevailed in the class action lawsuits against the county. The inhumane conditions remain. The county has been subject to federal intervention, and Fulton County has a long and documented record of unwillingness to eliminate the policies and practices that cause harm, exacerbate symptoms of mental illness, causing point where they engage in self-harm and lose the ability to care for themselves. Fulton County is generally failing to appropriately care for people in their facility. The unnecessary and prolonged incarceration of individuals a judge has determined as neither a risk nor a danger does not create safer communities. The expansion pose neither a risk nor a danger to the community. And in doing so, it separates children from their caregivers, loved ones, and removes tax-paying workers, students, and artists from their homes, families, churches, schools, workplaces, and neighborhoods. People with mental illnesses are chronically exposed to behavioral health and the criminal justice system. They're incarcerated at disturbingly high rates. There are family members, our friends, our neighbors, and are human beings worth receiving appropriate interventions and treatment. Given Fulton County's prolonged and documented resistance to improving care for detainees within the jails, there's no reason to believe that additional beds will improve the quality of the conditions for the people incarcerated. It won't create safer communities. If the mayor and the council truly seek a humane solution, we ask them to look into expansion of meaningful mental health and behavioral health services, drug addiction support, secure housing, employment training within the city, the county, and the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Victor Dobler, followed by Ann Werkheiser. Two minutes.
Hello, my name is Victor Debler. I don't think I can say anything better than anyone else has said it today, but all I can say is I've been to 4 different council meetings so far related to this ACDC stuff, and I have not heard a single person from back here speak in favor of ACDC. It's coming from some invisible cloud in the sky, I guess, that's telling some city council members to vote for this. I imagine there's some dollar signs attached to that message too. All I can say is there's just no good reason to move forward with this. I'll just speak from my heart here. I really don't know how you could be so cold as to hear what everyone has said over the last month or so, the last 2 months, and really years before that, and just ignore that and think that you know best. A lot of you sound very patronizing when you're talking to the people back here, and like your parents who are just like, you know what's best because you've been around the block or whatever, but you don't. You really don't. The people back here know what's best. The people who have been incarcerated at these facilities know what's best. And it's really insulting to act like you know better than them. And I don't even think you actually do think you know better than them. I think you're getting money for this, or somehow being paid off. You're getting an endorsement from the Atlanta Police Foundation or whatever. It's really disgusting. And everyone can see it. And like maybe you don't care. I know a lot of you treat like your constituents with disdain. Good for you. But I hope you can't really sleep that well at night, because as much as you disrespect us, like, we are aware of that. Everyone is aware of that. It's not, I don't even really know what to add on top of it, but really a lot of you should be ashamed of yourselves. And if you vote to keep ACDC open or to reopen it, increase it, like, I don't know. I hope you say a really good prayer tonight. That's it.
Next is Ann Werkheiser, followed by Shannon Gagaro. Two minutes.
My name is Ann Werkheiser. I'm a surge organizer, a student, and a mental health care provider. The other day, Andre Dickens said that leasing the jail would be a humanitarian initiative. Where is the humanity in locking people up? We cannot make jails humane places. I once believed that we could. I spent 2 years working with people who had been criminalized and incarcerated for their mental illness, because I believed that we could help bring humanity into an oppressive system, and I quickly realized that that was impossible. No one can heal in the absence of care, in the absence of sleep, in the absence of joy, in the absence of quality health care, in the absence of community, in the absence of their family, in the absence of safe housing, in the absence of any of the things that we know that help people heal. In the absence of autonomy, in the absence of freedom, no one can heal in the absence of those things. We cannot send people to jail and expect them to come out better or reformed or healed or whatever y'all think our neighbors are doing in there. Jails are not places of healing. They never will be, and we cannot make them that way. What we can do is close the jail and start to make Atlanta a place where we offer people healing, where we meet needs, and where we take care of each other. And y'all have an opportunity to choose the actually humane initiative by closing the jail. If y'all have been listening, you know that closing the jail and decarcerating Fulton County is the humane initiative. And I hope that you'll be brave enough to do the right thing by closing the jail, not in 4 years, not in 8 years, right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Shannon Gagaro, followed by Marina Garofalatis.
It's Gajero.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
You're good. My name is Shannon Gajero. I live in the Virginia Highlands neighborhood, born and raised in the 30306 zip code. I'm actually here today to hold my reps, Alex Wan. I see Matt Westmoreland right there, accountable. But y'all have been scrambling this whole time, I think likely to amend this piece of shoddy legislation. And as my father emailed you, Mr. Westmoreland, there's no way to amend your way out of this. It is horrible legislation. The only sane thing to do is to vote no. I live in one of the safest areas in Atlanta, and it's not police or jails that keep our communities thriving. It's resources, but y'all already know that because in 2019, Mayor Dickens sponsored and passed the legislation to repurpose our jail. You already know that investing in resources for community is how we reduce poverty and crime in our city. Is the Atlanta way now synonymous for ignoring previously acknowledged truths? Mayor Dickens recently attended a UN committee on elimination of racial discrimination. The irony is so thick, juxtaposed to this proposal, knowing Fulton County has not ended the racist and classist cash bail system, so hundreds of folks are incarcerated only because they are poor, and the majority of people detained in Fulton County are black. I was actually arrested at our Capitol and taken to Rice Street, and I can tell you as a white woman, I was treated with kitten gloves as compared to the black and brown folks arrested alongside me, some of whom are here today. Mayor Dickens was invited to the UN last week not because of our history as a civil rights hub, but thanks to the work of organizers here with us today. Women on the Rise, Solutions Not Punishment, Community Movement Builders, GLAR, Project South, Southern Center for Human Rights, and the entire coalition to close the city jail have pushed our city to pass human-centered legislation, ending cash bail, repurposing our city jail, creating PAD, has propelled Atlanta to the national stage for criminal justice reform. It's always a good day to thank an organizer, so thank you all. Do not turn your back on your promises. Do not let Atlanta roll back on our progress.
Expired.
Do not lease ACDC to Fulton County.
Thank you. Next is Marina Garofalatis, and next after that will be Anna Mauer, sorry. Marina? Anna? Two minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Mauer. I'm a medical student at Emory. I live in Cabbagetown. When I decided to move to Atlanta, Grady was held up as the beacon of this is a city that really cares about its citizens' health. They're closing a jail and they're putting in a John Lewis Health Center. I get here and I start working here and I think about where I want to continue my career, and I see a city that is now investing $90 million in a massive incarceration complex. I see $16 million giving a free pass to a city that is clearly detrimental to the health of its citizens. I mean, the incarceral centers are places where people go to die. You're criminalizing mental health issues. I see my mentors and my teachers giving everything they have for the health of this city. I see mental health workers and social health workers and every single governmental organization here giving everything. Those who pledge to do no harm are scraping by for the health of this city, and those who are licensed to kill give millions of dollars. I see a city that knew what was the right thing to do for the health of its citizens. It was turning a jail complex, which is criminalizing mental health and homelessness, into a health resource center where there's people to detoxify, there's beds to detoxify, there's places for people to stay and connect with social work, and instead you're turning it again into a place of disease, a place of criminalization of people who just need help and time and resources. So, Councillor Faroki, 54% of my colleagues live in your district, and they want you to know that we are data-driven people, and we're adding up the numbers of your votes. They are not looking good. Please vote no and close ACDC. We are watching very closely. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Lachlan Athanusa, and then followed by Zachary Way. 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Lachlan Athanasiou. I live with my lovely wife, who you just heard from, in Cabbagetown, District 5. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm also currently a law student, and I'm embarrassed because we've heard so much today about the harm and evil that has been perpetrated by this city in the name of the law. I want to second everything we've heard today about the need for low-income housing, about the need for affordable housing, about the need for alternatives to policing and incarceration. But I want to use my time in particular to focus on how evil and how stupid our system of bail is. I say stupid because the justifications for bail don't even make sense on their own terms. People will say that bail is necessary for public safety, but every person who is granted bail has already had a determination made about them by a judge that they are not a threat to public safety. And then the second reason people will come back and say that we need bail because people are a flight risk. Well, if someone is granted bail, it has already been determined by a judge that they're not enough of a flight risk that they couldn't be let out if they were rich. And then people will come back to say, okay, well, but bail is still an incentive for someone to come back to their trial. Well, no, it's not, because if you're poor, you don't actually pay your bail. You just go to a bail bondsman, and then there's even less incentive to come back because you're never getting that money back anyway. So none of these justifications for bail add up. So then we're left to wonder, what could be the possible justification for maintaining a system of bail? Well, I can't think of any other reason than to keep poor people in prison. And of course, as we know, if you're keeping poor people in prison in this country, and in particular in this state, that means you're keeping black people in prison. People have asked today, what do you do with all the people who are in prison who are using up these beds? Well, it's easy. We could just get rid of bail. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Zachary Way, followed by Julia Falcone. 2 minutes.
Howdy, my name is Zach Way. I'm a grad student over at Georgia State. This is my first year in Atlanta. I actually wasn't planning to speak today, but I've kind of been growing enraged watching you guys. It's incredible how indifferent you guys are. An indifference that's kind of a gift, right, that you have. You don't have to see these people in pain every day. And what's kind of funny is I actually lived across the street. There's an apartment complex called City Plaza. Every day I would wake up, I'd walk past homeless people. Every day I'd come back home. I'd be asked for money. I don't have any because I'm a grad student. It's incredible how you guys can just not care, right? This palace, these thrones are incredible to just have, you know, when your neighbors, the people who are 100 feet from where we're standing right now, right, could be locked up. And often I see them locked up, right? I watch them as they get arrested and sent off to these prisons where they will likely become sick, hungry, thirsty, not have a place to sleep. I was hoping that Alex Wan would be here. He's been in and out. It's funny how he's dodged at least 4 of us who have wanted him to vote no. So I'd implore you to care, talk to a homeless person, talk to anybody who suffers, right? Because this indifference shines through as you sit and look at your lap. Just care, just talk to anybody, please. Jesus. All right.
Next will be Julia Falcone, followed by Madeline Drosendahl. Two minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Julia Falcone, and something that I want to talk about right now is the myth that incarceration can lead to any kind of rehabilitation, because that seems to be the silver lining, right? The thought that, well, if you put someone in, then they'll come out the other side a better person. But if you really think about that, it just doesn't add up, because if you were to, say, arrest someone for homelessness, as it happens, and then they have a criminal record, well, that criminal record can be used against you in housing discrimination. Landlords at housing establishments can prohibit you from living there if you have a criminal record, and if you're unable to find stable living, well, then how are you expected to find a job? How are you even expected to be able to register to vote without stable living accommodations? And so that's really what's creating this cycle that causes people to wind up back in jail, that keeps these jails populated. And if these resources that are going towards the jail, that are going towards leasing it to Fulton County, were to be redirected to people so that they could find stable housing, to resources like PAD, or just so people could live, and if they could live, then they could get a job, then they could support themselves, and then they would be able to stay out of jail. That is what these people need, not more incarceration. So I implore you to please vote no on the lease, to please close the jail, and to redirect these resources to the people who will use it to make Atlanta a better place. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Madeline Drosendahl, followed by Reverend Jared Sawyer, Jr. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I only have 2 minutes, so I'm not going to repeat the testimonies of my formerly incarcerated neighbors, nor am I going to repeat the data from the subject matter experts that have come before you. I have 2 points. The first point, when you look at the cruelty and the viciousness of the Atlanta City Detention Center that has come forth in these testimonies, do you think this is a proportional response to the crimes or the offenses of those that are being imprisoned in there? Do you really think that this is a proportionate response for urban camping, or for marijuana possession, or anything, really? My second point is I am also a student researcher and a grad student at one of Atlanta's universities. And to quote Albert Einstein, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. It sounds like we've tried expanding the Atlanta City Detention Center before, and it hasn't ended well. So, do you really want to be fighting this fight with your own constituents 4 years down the line if we expand the jail and we need new jail cells down the line? Is that really a good use of our time as a city? I will reiterate, do not lease the Atlanta City Detention Center to Fulton County. Close it down and reinvest that part of the budget into community services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Reverend Jared Sawyer, Jr., followed by Ashley Dixon. 2 minutes.
My name is Reverend Jared Sawyer, Jr., and I'm here for the same reason as much in this room. I'm seriously concerned about the peril of this city at your leadership. Yes, the city that birthed Martin Luther King Jr., that stamped the names of others that enabled Atlanta's great legacy, like John Lewis and Andrew Young. That city is in peril. I'm concerned that the city that was once proudly named the city that is too busy to hate has now become the city who constantly shows time after time that it prioritizes corporate interest in favor of what seems to be an intentional betrayal of the people's interest. The people's interests are solutions over punishment, community over cages, inclusion over exclusion. And I use the word intentional betrayal specifically because promises were made by each of you who were elected to the people, or elected by the people who live in this city, work in this city, economically contribute to this city, but promises were simply not kept. So you would think that after 2 years of civil unrest, crying out no justice, no peace, and making it clear that the stories of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd and Sandra Bland and more are not exclusive to issues of policing and justice where they were. Because here in Atlanta, we're fighting for justice for people like Jamarion Robinson and Breonna Greer today. So this city council should stand in unison by common sense and then by moral sense next with the people, that the last thing that this city needs is the expansion of a jail that we don't need. You know the right way to vote. You know the right thing to do. I leave you challenging your conscience, asking the simple question, whose side are you on? Because we're on the side of change that is not only progressive, but necessary for the sake of this city.
Thank you. Next will be Ashley Dixon, followed by Gary Spencer. 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ashley Dixon. I'm a former correctional officer and a local community organizer who has shared my story with you many times before and told you why I believe that it is important to shut down this jail. Because we know that jails do not address the root causes of crime. We know that the people of the city need their basic needs met. They need housing, they need health care, they need mental health care. Locking more people in cages will not fix any of these issues. I am asking you today to vote no on this legislation. It is the opposite direction that we want to move in. It is the opposite direction in which the people of the city have stood before you time and time again for years and asked you to move in. When you vote against the will of the people, and when you vote against what people standing here are asking you to do today, you give the impression that democracy does not work. You give the impression that you are not really representing the people of the city, but your own interests and your own backhand deals with the mayor or other special interest groups. I am asking you today to show us that democracy does work and that you will listen to the people before you. Do not lease the jail to Fulton County and instead work on solutions that will provide services for our people and address the root causes of crime. Let your vote reflect the will of the people standing before you today, asking you to close the jail. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Gary Spencer, followed by Henry Jordan. Mr. Spencer, you have 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. My name is R. Gary Spencer. I am senior counsel to the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund, also known as the LDF. I have lived and practiced law in Atlanta for more than 30 years, and I have worked daily to minimize incarceration. LDF is the nation's first and foremost civil rights and racial justice legal organization. Founded in 1940 under the leadership of Thurgood Marshall, LDF was launched at a time when the nation's aspirations for equality and due process of law were stifled by widespread state-sponsored racial inequality. From that era to the present, LDF's mission has been transformative to achieve racial justice, equality, and an inclusive society using the power of law, narrative, research, and people to defend and advance the full dignity and citizenship of black people in America. On behalf of LDF, I appreciate the opportunity to address Fulton County's proposed contract with the City of Atlanta to incarcerate up to 700 people at the Atlanta City Detention Center. This is an alarming reversal. People across Atlanta have worked for years to move this city out of the business of mass incarceration and in a direction that could serve as a model for not only the southern region, but for the nation. While action is needed to reduce overcrowding at the Fulton Jail, this proposal is not the right solution. Fulton County should implement policies and practices which have been proven to lead to a reduction in the number of people incarcerated. Policies such as the elimination of the use of cash bail where possible, increasing the availability of pre-arrest diversion and treatment, and strengthening community supports with public health and public safety. We agree that swift action is needed to address the untenable conditions at the Fulton County Jail. No one should have to sleep on the floor or on a pod, as reported by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and other sources. But these problems at Fulton County are not new. As you have heard, Fulton County has been in court for decades for jail overcrowding, among other issues. Conditions would improve and then deteriorate again. Each time, Fulton County tried to solve its problem by leasing more jail space. Each time, it has failed. Many of the people in Fulton County custody do not need to be there. Pretrial incarceration runs contrary to the constitutional principle that you are presumed innocent and have the right to liberty if you've not been convicted of a crime. Yet the Southern Center for Human Rights testified that as of July 20th, Fulton County held 630 people on bail that they could not afford to pay. Put another way, if Atlanta moves forward with incarcerating these individuals on behalf of the county, it is supporting the practice of wealth-based detention. As a result of pretrial incarceration, people lose their jobs, their homes, and sometimes even the custody of their children. The Bureau of Justice Statistics also notes a strong correlation between pretrial detention and suicide rates. As LDF's Thurgood Marshall Institute explained in its report, Pretrial Justice Without Money Bail or Risk Assessments, Principles for Racially Just Bail Reform, pretrial incarceration disproportionately harms Black and Latinx people. A 2014 study revealed that Black people were 10% more likely to experience pretrial incarceration than white people accused of the same crime. For misdemeanor property offenses, Black people had a 20% higher chance of receiving pretrial incarceration than white people charged with the same offense. Rather than trying the same failed strategy, Fulton County should reduce its overcrowding in its jail long-term by reconsidering the use of cash bail and prioritizing people on lower level charges for release. The City of Atlanta decreased its jail population beginning in 2018, partly because of the decision it would no longer incarcerate people for ICE, and that helped Atlanta's population fall from over 400 people in 2018 to the 30 or 50 people there today. It would be hypocritical for the city to vote today to enable Fulton County to continue holding people in cages due to an inability to pay. Furthermore, many people currently held in Fulton County struggle with mental health or substance abuse issues, and that should be addressed with treatment and support rather than jail. As of July 20th, 650 people were incarcerated in Fulton County Jail for non-complex and misdemeanor charges, including drug possession, shoplifting, and criminal trespass. According to Fulton County Superior Court Chief Judge Robert McBurney, there are 100 or so familiar faces booked a dozen times a year. There's a great case to make that they're not offenders, he said. They're going to jail because they're unwell. Fulton County should follow the example of other jurisdictions around the country that have invested in community-based response services and pre-arrest diversion alternatives that can reduce the jail population and reduce crime. For example, the Cincinnati Police Department implemented evidence-based strategies, including referring people to social services, like we do with PAD, after one of the jails closed in 2008, reducing the county's available jail space by 36%. As a result of these alternatives, violent crime instances dropped 39%, and property crime incidents dropped 19%. According to Fulton County Judge McBurney, mentioned earlier, a pre-trial arrest diversion program in Fulton County could divert 10,500 bookings a year and move 4,400 police custody admissions to Grady Hospital's emergency facility. The contract with Fulton County proposes a significant step in the wrong direction. Reimagining the ACDC Task Force report released in June 2020 detailed recommendations for converting the jail into a center for equity. The Center for Equity would be a multifaceted center for skills building, economic mobility, and crime prevention. The center would have long-term benefits for the community. Last Monday, the Public Service Commission heard testimony indicating that a job training and placement center, in partnership with corporate partners like CVS, would help people in Atlanta earn $183 million per year in wages. The proposed contract will likely delay ACDC's decommissioning and conversion, while doing nothing to address the problems that are driving Fulton County's incarceration rate. Atlanta should not delay in plans to decommission ACDC in order to facilitate Fulton County's short-sighted plan to reduce overcrowding. Rather than returning to the same failed strategies, Fulton County should invest in community-based response services and pre-arrest diversion alternatives and eliminate the use of cash bail where possible, which can solve its incarceration problem while addressing public health and safety needs. Distinguished members of this council, we ask that you work with Fulton County to support evidence-based solutions that can lower the jail population and further racial equity while protecting public safety. We urge you to vote no on the proposed contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Henry Jordan, followed by Giovanni Serrano. 2 minutes.
Given unto the Spirit of God. Thus say the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and make flesh his arm, and whose heart departed from the Lord. Jeremiah 17, chapter 5th verse. He observes that they are lean on horses and trust in chariots rather than in God is a spirit. Rather than God is a spirit. When you trust in the flesh more than God, then you ask for death, James Griff. Wherefore let them that suffer according to the will of God commit the keeping of their souls to him and well-doing, as into a faithful Creator, 1 Peter 4, chapter 19, verse. Though David was troubled by the prosperity of the unrighteous, he knew by faith that their undeserved bounty would be cut off. Wherefore I say unto thee, her sins which are many are forgiven, for she loved much, but to whom little is forgiven, the same loveth little. Luke 7, chapter 47, verse. Lovelessness in the Christian life may sometimes stem from a lack of honest awareness of one's own sins, and thus a corresponding lack of appreciation for what Christ has done and working forgiveness. Howbeit this kind goeth not out by prayer and fasting. Matthew 17:21. Since Christ alone is the glorified Savior, the disciples' ability to work depends totally upon his empowerment. I need to fast and pray when speaking before you. Our flesh works against Jesus. So we should ask for power to walk in His Spirit. Jesus says you ask for His wrath because you give yourself glory for what Christ has done in me and what Christ will do in others. Obey Jesus.
Next will be Giovanni Serrano, followed by Adam Brunel. Due to yield of time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Giovanni Serrano. I am a community organizer with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, GLARD. We are part of the coalition Communities Over Cages, Close the ATO Jail. The decision to lease ACDC to Fulton County is not really about better conditions for community members detained. Sheriff LaBatte has a responsibility to depopulate jails. The solutions have been provided but have been ignored. The lease is not about better conditions, and his statement to AJC says it all. The 4-year agreement will give the county time to build a new jail and relieve overcrowding. You never once hear a remark about taking steps to depopulate the jail because in the face of a jailer, even before proven innocent, you are just a nuisance and a threat to the community. The city of Atlanta was paid $70 per person detained, per day detained for detaining immigrants at Atlanta City Detention Center. Enforcement, ACDC. In the fiscal year 2016, Atlanta was paid over $6 million by ICE to detain immigrants at ACDC. We thought the city of Atlanta has stepped away from the jailing business, but we are convinced the city loves taking backward steps. We, the Community Over Cages Coalition, only have one path to take, which is to move forward in demanding the respect and dignity of our community. Fulton County will be paying $15 per day per each person housed at the city's facility, with the city also entitled to 60% of the performance and commissionary fees generated. This shows us that this ain't about humanitarian response, as our Mayor Dickens claims, but rather a continuation of the oppressor to continue profiting out of the criminalization of black and brown bodies. Where are the protections for our community members being detained? How are we ensuring that community members' human rights are not violated? What are the repercussions for Fulton County Sheriff's Department that they will face if they fail to provide humane conditions to the community members being detained? In addition, if you truly care about addressing the so-called human crisis, it will not take 4 years to find solutions where they have already been provided to you guys. It is not about providing better humanitarian conditions, but to continue to making profit out of our suffering. We are tired of empty promises. After 4 years, it is not promised for any member of the city council or the mayor to be reelected. So why Mayor plan and state that you want to repurpose a jail after the 4-year lease ends when your reelection is not even guaranteed? Through our canvassing, through our mobilizing Latinx borders in the city of Atlanta to come out to the polls in the previous elections, we encountered many people who were on agreement to close down ACDC. And it seems that many of the city councils in here don't truly know their constituents. Only the ones that are in the upper class. Your middle class, your poor class, you're not even here, you're a ghost. And it came to my canvassing through the entire state of Georgia that the city of Porterville could reform and transform all factories into housing. But how come the city of Atlanta can't do that? How can we not repurpose the Atlanta Detention Center for housing for our people? Our people who are suffering, who are sleeping on the streets, who are constantly being criminalized. Why can't we do that? Kind of the statement shows that it's about profit and not really caring about our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Adam Brunel, followed by Micah Herskind. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam. I'm a proud Georgia resident, and I think that we should lease 700 beds to Fulton. No, I don't think that because y'all don't think that, and nobody here thinks that. But you know what? This ain't no joke. This is not a joke. This is about survival. Not only of survival of the poor folks ending up in jail, but of many of y'all's careers as well. So as y'all listen to me, I hope y'all consider that. So I am a proud Jew, and it is my religion to protect the stranger and to love the stranger. And I know the same is true for our Christian and our Muslim friends as well. As you may know, the sheriff has not provided any research or any studies to show that Fulton County plans to reduce their population. That's because it doesn't exist, and y'all know that, and I know everyone behind me knows that too. I also know that we have a lot of studies saying that caging people will not work. And I know that y'all know that, and I know that everyone behind me knows that too. I know that y'all know that there are hundreds of people right now who are in Fulton County Jail simply because they do not have enough money to pay the bail. I know y'all know that. I also know that y'all know the difference between right and wrong, and y'all have something inside of you that says so clearly. And so does everyone behind me. So the last thing I'll say, please hold no conspiracies, but as I've been talking with my fellow Jews, a lot of us, more than I've ever seen, have become very active recently, perhaps because of the violence against our community. We are active, we care a lot, and when our mind is set on something, we follow through with full intent. Appreciate y'all. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next will be Micah Herskin, followed by Devin Franklin. 6 minutes due to yield of time.
Thank you. Well, hello, everyone. Again, my name is Micah Herskind. I'm a member of the Communities Over Cages Alliance to Close and Repurpose ACDC and a policy associate at the Southern Center for Human Rights. I'm not going to rehash how many times you all have heard from an enormously diverse group of Atlantans over the past 4 months, really over the past 4 years. You all at this point know what the community wants. I don't think there's any secret about that. You also know that the plan already exists to repurpose the jail into the John Lewis Center for Health and Wellness. Many of you worked shoulder to shoulder on the task force to actually chart that path to reimagine the jail. You know that the Vera Institute for Justice was brought in and that Bloomberg and Associates were brought in order to provide technical assistance on how to do this. So we know how to do it. You know that this is what the community wants. Let's take those as givens because there can be no doubt after the past 4 years. And yet today, I know that many of you are planning to vote for legislation that would not just keep the jail open for 4 years, but that would actually fill it with 700 people from Fulton County. A complete rejection of the past several years of consensus that's been generated by city, county, and community members. But before you vote on this, let's at least do something that most Atlanta politicians hate to do, and that is tell the truth and be transparent. Let's talk about the real reasons behind the lease. So many of you have said, and the mayor has said, that the reason for this lease is that it's a humanitarian solution to the overcrowding. I think you've heard from enough people today that you know that's not true. We can set aside the fact that the Fulton County Jail has been overcrowded for decades, set aside the fact that public health experts have urged officials for decades to do something about the horrible conditions, set aside the fact that the county tried to do this exact same thing that you all are trying to do now in 2013, and it led to a decade of lawsuits that you might be signing the city up for. Set aside all that and go to a basic fact, and that is the fact that the formerly incarcerated leaders of this movement, people who have personally spent times on the floor of the Fulton County Jail, are the ones loudest in telling you not to do this. You don't get to claim this is a humanitarian solution when the people who have experienced the violence are telling you not to do it. You just don't get to do that. There's nothing humanitarian about putting 700 people in a jail because they're too poor to afford cash bail. All those people could be released to their homes. That is the humanitarian solution. So we know it's not a humanitarian deal, so let's talk about the real reason for the lease. For the mayor, there are many. Certainly saving face with the buckhead elites who are content to lock up all of Atlanta's social and political problems instead of redistributing resources to keep everyone safe. Certainly his desire to appear tough on crime as the media continues to inflate fears of a crime wave. Perhaps the thousands and thousands in contributions that he received from bail bond companies during his mayoral campaign. How else would one justify flipping from the 2019 promise sponsoring legislation to close the jail to in 2022 filling it with 700 people? There's no explanation. But what about you all? We've heard from some of you that, repurposing the jail was a good idea. It had its time. We wanted to do it. It didn't work out. And that it no longer feels feasible. And quite frankly, that's just wrong. You know who you are on this council. If you came out today and supported and stated your support for this, for repurposing the facility, that you could get 8 votes. You know that that is possible. It just takes the courage to do it. When you say it's not possible, what you really mean is that it's not politically convenient for you, that it requires courage, that it requires risk. Because we know, again, that there is legislation pending today that could be pulled up and it could be used to repurpose the jail. I think we all know out here how power works in Atlanta, and you all certainly do as well. We know that many of you view this position as a stepping stone to the next office. Many of you know that going against the mayor does not help your political chances, and we know that going against the Atlanta Police Foundation does not help your campaign funding streams. We know that. We know that prioritizing the majority of Atlantans over the few in Buckhead doesn't win you favor in these halls. But none of that gives you a pass to vote on something that you know is bad for Atlantans. It does not give you a pass. So if you vote for this, you better say, I'm voting for it because I want to increase my own personal power, because I want to not threaten my relationship with the mayor, because I'm going to, at the end of the day, if there's countless community orgs on one side and police and corporations on the other, that you're going to side with them. You've got to at least be willing to say that if you're going to vote for this lease. At least have the integrity. What you could do today is do the bare minimum and at least refer this bill back to the Finance Committee. You know it's poorly written. You know it's a bad deal for Atlanta. You know it's a bad deal for Fulton. It's a bad deal all around. The Atlanta City Detention Center is one of the largest financial assets that this city has, and it hasn't even gone in front of the Finance Committee? That is objectively bad governance. And right now, you could all vote to at least send it to the Finance Committee. You should vote it down. But, Chair Wan, please make the request. This should go to the Finance Committee. It's outrageous for it not to. You can commission a jail population study. If you really believe that this lease is the humanitarian solution and that it's needed, you should at least have a study to back that up. It's okay to say we're going to take a 90-day delay, do a study, and if that study shows that this is really needed, then I might understand you supporting it. But right now there's no data. There's been no data provided. So you can't possibly sit there and say that you're going to vote for this and think that it's the right thing when you know you're not holding any data. None of your staffers have handed you any data because it doesn't exist. We've handed you the answers. We've handed you the solutions. You know what you should do, and you know it's easy to do. And I'm begging you, please choose the right thing and not the easy thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Franklin, followed by Daniel O'Toole. Due to yielded time, you'll have 10 minutes.
My name is Devin Franklin. I am Movement Policy Counsel for the Southern Center for Human Rights. And as I've told you all several times before, I'm a former public defender in Fulton County for 12 years. I worked in Fulton County's complex division for most of my time, and I spent a lot of times in trials, and I argue closing arguments for people who were facing the rest of their life in prison. I will tell you that the feeling that I have in my chest today speaking to you all is very similar to when I was arguing for one person's life, because I feel that I'm arguing for the lives of many today. You can ignore the rooster when it crows, but you can't stop the sun from shining. And when the sun rises, clouds may fill the sky, but you cannot keep the sun from shining. You may fear the light, you may ignore it, and you may choose to proceed in darkness, but whether you want to face it or not, the light will be there. I am asking you all to instead bathe in the light. When talking about the proposed legislation allowing Fulton County Sheriff to lease beds from ACDC, the light is shed by the numbers, and it's an arguable truth. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. The numbers clearly show that the leasing of another jail facility does not help prevent people from sleeping on floors at jails. We know this because last year, Sheriff Labatt negotiated a deal to lease 500 beds from Cobb County, and there are Fulton County persons charged who are currently in Cobb, and we still have people sleeping on the floors in Rice Street. The numbers clearly show that Fulton County jail facilities are overcrowded because well over 1/3 of its occupants are unindicted. This means that not only have they not been convicted of a crime and still are presumed legally innocent, but it also means that the state prosecutors have not even presented the necessary evidence to seek punishment and receive permission from the people to punish these persons. The numbers clearly show that as of the booking snapshot captured on July 20th of this year, with the data that I walk around in that black binder that you all have seen, over 650 of the 3,087 persons who were in Fulton County jail facilities that day, not including the persons in Cobb, over 21% of the jail population had been granted bonds under $20,000, but were still in Fulton County custody because those bonds had not been paid. This includes a person who was arrested on July 8th for a misdemeanor theft by shoplifting. As of July 20th, he has spent 12 days in custody on a $25 bond. I will be happy to show this to anybody wanting to look at it. $25. Let me give you that stat in another form, since we are talking about money. Under the proposed agreement between the City of Atlanta and Fulton County, the jailing of this person in ACDC will cost about $50. Using that rate, Fulton County residents spend about $600 to detain a person accused of a divertible misdemeanor. A person whose diversion or release, or their presence not in Rice Street, would aid in preventing others from sleeping on the floors of a Fulton County jail facility. Under this potential agreement, Atlanta would profit from holding that person in a different cage than a Fulton County cage, all because that person could not afford to pay a $25 bond. I ask, is profiting off of a person's poverty and misfortune a humanitarian response? Fulton County Commissioner Natalie Hall appeared before the Public Safety and Legal Administrative Committee last Monday and told you all that there were 134 persons in custody on misdemeanors with mental health issues. Misdemeanors with mental health issues. I did not review or assess that niche segment of the jail population, so I will take her numbers at face value. But I will adamantly challenge her conclusion that the most humanitarian place for those 134 people, not inmates, but people, is a jail cell. Bless her heart. I'm sure that Ms. Hall is an amazingly intelligent woman. I'm sure she has a heart of gold and good intentions. But she is not an attorney. She is not a public health official. She is not a doctor, nor has she ever worked within the Fulton County court system. Her assessment of who should be in jail versus who can be released or never should have been jailed in the first place lacks credibility, especially when over 300 doctors have signed on to a letter telling you all that the misdemeanor people facing with mental health issues are precisely the population of people who are most in need of services and not jailing. At that same Public Safety Committee, Mayor Andre Dickens appeared before the body and spoke for 40 minutes. It felt like hours. And in all of the time that he spoke, he never mentioned any data or numbers or research. The only thing he could say was, when confronted with hundreds of men sleeping on the floor, The humanitarian thing is to do something. Not the right thing, not the smart thing, not the most informed thing. Just do something. Something. And the something that he settled on is a contract that allows the city of Atlanta to make up to $48 million to profit off the backs of incarcerated persons without doing anything to materially improve the quality of their lives after lockup. I ask you, is that a humanitarian response? It is not enough for the mayor and this council to just do something. You must care enough to do the right thing, or at least have the humility and the courage to look at the data and assess it, question us, question me. It's not enough to simply make movements. You must move with intention and purpose and informed thought. My parents always told me, don't talk about it, be about it. Make moves, not noise. And you cannot do that if you are too scared to look at the facts just because the narrative that it would tell does not fit your narrative. That is not the action of a democratic government. Those are the actions of dictators. If Mayor Dickens' grand plan is to do something, the something he should do is keep his word. If reimagining and repurposing the jail was a good idea when Fulton County was overcrowded in 2019, and he sponsored legislation as a councilman, then acting on that legislation as a mayor is still good policy. If you want to do something, be man enough or be woman enough to ask Patrick Labatt or Keith Gamage or Fonnie Willis, how are they going to help reduce the jail population? Are they going to prioritize the indicting of cases for persons in custody over those who are out on bond, so that unindicted persons are not having their court dates reset 5 or 6 times? Are they going to start locating the alleged victims of cases sooner than 9 months? If you watch the hearings that they have for Fulton Court, you can see the other day a man had been in jail since November and was reset yet again because the state had not yet located the accused victim in the case and nobody can move forward. You have to have a better public safety plan than playing basketball at midnight twice a week for a month during the summer. You have to do more than villainizing the citizens that you'd rather hide from sight. You want us to believe your intentions are derived from a humanitarian concern, when at the same time you refuse to recognize their humanity by labeling them only as repeat offenders. And the only repeated offense is the repeated failures of this system to assist them and help them better themselves and stabilize their lives, because you'd rather continue to invest in expanding Atlanta's incarceration footprint. Relocating people in custody from Fulton County Jail to ACDC does nothing to address the policing and prosecuting practices which have caused the issues of overcrowding in the first place. In fact, by giving more space and beds to Fulton County, this council is effectively encouraging Fulton to continue the practices that have created this crisis and de-incentivizes the creation of permanent solutions. We have repeatedly heard that this council is considering this proposed lease as a humanitarian response to seeing people sleep on the floor during an escorted tour of the jail. And I'm sure there's a bit more to that story, but when I hear that summary, I close my eyes and try to imagine what it looked like for the sheriff to stroll through the jail with you all along his side and pointing at the people in their condition as if they were animals in cages at a zoo. But I have to ask, as you all pondered the humanitarian condition, did you speak to any of the persons you saw? Did you ask what they were in for? Or what children or what jobs or life goals were they away from? Did any of you wonder whether this person you have such care for would be better off in their own beds while their case is pending instead of a different jail cell? And if not, are you willing to pause and make those considerations today?
Thank you. Next will be Daniel O'Toole, followed by Catherine Maddox. 2 minutes.
Thank you. I wanted to speak today about Councilman Bond's paper to lease the ACDC, and one change that the council should definitely make before approving it. Councilman Farokhi, Councilman Westmoreland, you guys weren't in the Public Safety Committee last week, but the current paper is inadequate and dangerous. Passing it will stuff Atlanta's jails with poor people, expose Atlanta to liability, and it's an extreme slap in the face to the over 160 regional stakeholders who have been working on justice reform so that our jails are not de facto mental health facilities or homeless shelters. There are two major problems with this paper. Number one, there's no end use for the building tied to the bill, to the paper. Not having an end use means we are missing out on major opportunity to line up corporate sponsors now for repurposing the building later. We can't get those funds because they can't do the work because Atlanta has not said we want to repurpose this building after the Fulton County is done with what they're doing. As one example, CVS and Aetna has expressed interest in building out a training center at their cost. It would result in 6,000 Atlantans, justice system-involved Atlantans, earning productive jobs as pharmacists, warehouse managers, and more. At $15 per hour, that's approximately $183 million in wages every single year to Atlanta residents. People who are working and making good wages are not interested in being locked up. We should be providing these services and telling corporations that this is the goal we're going towards so that they can start funding this. Now, number two, there's no data-driven approach being used to verify the need for the space or who will be housed there. Even Fulton County, so I'm running short on time, but there is a bill stuck in committee that would solve these problems. President Shipman, Councilman Wad, why is this bill being rushed? You are not subservient to the mayor. Exercise your power, send it to the Finance Committee. This is one of the biggest assets Atlanta has, and it should have been reviewed in the Finance Committee.
Thank you. Next will be Catherine Maddox, followed by Devin Barrington Ward. 2 minutes.
Hello, actually, may I have my 4 minutes? My friend Becky Fury is donating her time to me.
I don't, yeah, but I don't see her on the list. I'm sorry.
Well, we spoke with the person and she thought that she had to stay here the whole time in person in order to donate time.
If she signed up, she can donate her time, but if you're not on the list of the sign-ups, there's no time to donate. So I don't see her on the remainder of the list.
Well, her understanding was that she just needed to remain here and be here in person in order to donate her time.
Was she on the list? Did she sign up
on the list.
No, I understand. Was she on the list? Becky, are you on the list?
Are you on the list? Probably.
Give me just a moment.
And if she's not on the list, she's waited 3 hours.
I'm sorry, you have to be on the list to yield time. 2 minutes.
What in the world are you doing? The overcrowding problem, the only so-called humanitarian crisis Fulton County jails that this body chooses to acknowledge, could be solved immediately by releasing the 600-plus people who have already been granted a bond by a judge and whom are languishing in the unspeakable and disgusting conditions which have existed for decades, longer than they would have if they had been convicted of their crime. PAD Atlanta and the Southern Center and other advocacy groups present in this room have stated that they are ready to begin work on those prisoners released today. In effect, your overcrowding problem has been solved for you. But that is the red herring from the real crisis that you have on your hands, the treatment of the people incarcerated in the Fulton County jails who were plaintiffs in a lawsuit brought by the Southern Center in 2019 who suffered under the barbaric conditions in the South Fulton jail. The plaintiffs in the lawsuit at the time had been held for 5 months after being charged with trespassing and being unable to pay a $500 bond. How are two of your unhoused constituents and community members going to afford a $500 bond? And then to go on to experience moldy food, mold in the walls, women so desperate they're smearing feces all over themselves and writing messages with it on the walls, kept in solitary confinement for 23 hours a day? That is one tidbit of a lawsuit one of four the Southern Center has had to file in the past 2 decades for similarly horrific conditions, contributing to the ruination, not the rehabilitation, of people's lives who have the misfortune to reside in the Fulton County jails. Thousands of these incarcerated people actually belong in a mental health facility and require support to heal and to become a functioning member of the community. Also, I was really mad that Andre Dickens thought it would be appropriate to usurp an hour of public comment last week. A lot of us have 2 jobs and other things that we have to do with our time.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Barrington Ward, followed by Evan Matthews. Due to yield to time, you have 10 minutes.
A democracy cannot thrive where power remains unchecked and justice is reserved for a select few. Ignoring these cries and failing to respond to this movement is simply not an option, for peace cannot exist where justice is not served. The late Congressman John Lewis. I first want to thank my comrades, my colleagues, my friends, my family. Shout out to my niece and nephew, my fiance, for joining me today. I want to thank Women on the Rise, specifically Miss Marilyn and Robin. I want to thank PAD. I want to thank the Southern Center for Human Rights, Housing Justice League, and our whole anchor team in the Alliance for Communities Over Cages. I also want to thank my friends who are on council, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Bakhtiari, Councilmember Dozer, Councilmember Waits. I appreciate you all for standing in solidarity with this community of organizers. Liberation and justice is always pragmatic. It's always timely. It's always appropriate. Even when there is crisis afoot, even when there is a crime wave, even when liberation and justice is always appropriate. The reason I ran for city council, why I ran for state senate, why I've been a chief of staff in the state's house and the state senate, was a communications director at the DC City Council, where I got to work with the late Marion Barry, a community organizer as well. And the reason I am a freedom fighter is because I believe that liberation and justice is always pragmatic, it is always timely, and it is always appropriate. I'm not a political neophyte. I ran for office. I spoke to the same constituents that many of you all represent. I've been endorsed by Stacey Abrams, Working Families Party, Labor Union. I'm not just some fringe. I'm not ignorant to the political process. I've seen how the sausage is made, and I'm tired of it. I'm not going to play these games anymore. I'm not going to do the okey doke. That doesn't work for me. Yes, I will sit in the mayor's office to demand an audience with the mayor, who I have his cell phone number, who has not returned my call since February. I absolutely will do that. Yes, I will protest. Yes, I will rally. And I will also work with you all on amendments. Because I am pragmatic. Because liberation and justice is always timely. I've done it y'all's way. I come from the same places y'all come from. I've sat on the same task force that y'all sit on. Like Tiffany, I've answered the call. Where did that get us? Now we're considering a lease to Fulton County to do the same thing over and over again. Where did that get us? Now we're about to put 700 people inside of the ACDC when community organizers with organizations like Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative worked to decriminalize cannabis in this city so that we could cut arrest rates. We ended cash bail. We worked with our colleagues who do the work for undocumented folks to end the contract on ICE. We have done it your way. We've had the meetings. We didn't do the backroom deals because that's not who we are. We represent community. Why do we need this? None of this stuff is top secret. No, we're going to debate this in the public eye because the public deserves that, especially from their local government. You all are the first line of government that people interact with. But from the top all the way to the bottom, our constituency continues to see that you all don't listen. And so I want to set the record straight for those of you all who are considering voting for this lease. You are about to vote for a lease that has no review, no data, no definition of what overcrowding actually is. You all are about to vote for a lease that potentially has no termination clause. You all are about to vote for a lease that doesn't include a drawdown plan. You all are about to vote for a lease that has no oversight. You all are about to vote for a lease where the math isn't mathing. You all are about to vote for a lease that doesn't honor the previous agreement or what the mayor claims he wants to do, which is to do both. You all are about to vote for a lease that's going to get y'all sued. Mark my words, you all will be sued. And so I just want y'all to be clear on what it is that y'all are voting for. I'm actually not going to take all of my time. I honor my time. One of the principles of the movement for Black Lives is we don't waste black people's time. I'm not going to waste my time anymore. We've said all that there is to say. But I will leave you with this. You know, one of my favorite movies is The Color Purple. And I think about The Color Purple, and I think about that scene where Miss Seeley stands up to her oppressor. We are at a time where institutions across this country are crumbling. Nobody trusts the people in power because y'all don't do what you say you're going to do. You don't listen to the people. So mark my words, just like they had to mark Miss Seeley's words. Until you do right by the people, everything you think about will fail. Every institution will crumble. All trust that you have with your constituency will evaporate. It will all fall. Mark my words. I'm going to be on the right side of history. Where are y'all going to be?
Thank you. Next will be Evan Matthews, followed by Allison Johnson. 2 minutes.
Afternoon, everybody. All my grandparents died in Atlanta. My family's ashes are scattered throughout this entire city. Councilmember Lewis, my dad went to high school in your district, right? Councilmember Juan, I was born at Piedmont Hospital in your district. Councilmember Dozier, I almost died in a car accident in your district. Councilmember Bakhtiari, I live in your district, and so did my grandmother. They're all watching y'all today. They're all watching y'all today. Now, I grew up going back and forth between Atlanta and Paulding County. All right, and that felt, even for me, like I was going back and forth between different worlds. But we don't have to go to Paulding County to go to a different world. You can go right down the street. You'll see the same neglect. You'll see the same exploitation. You'll see a mother hearing a beep on the dial trying to call her kid and then having to pay the city money so she gets to say goodbye, gets to say goodnight. You can see all that here, and you know that that inhumanity is not equal, and it's not handed out equally. Because when I was 18, and I had to go to my probation officer right down the street, You know they didn't drug test me. They didn't violate me. Because if they did, I would still be living with this today. And there's people that got locked up in 1996, I guarantee you, that are still living with that charge. So I'll just say this. Like, there may be donors behind this, whatever. But there's people here, and these people are real. We're real, right? And so you can have money, but what's the point if nobody's going to fight for you? Because you know we'll be on those doors next election.
Next will be Allison Johnson, followed by Oscar Trevino. Allison Johnson. Allison Johnson. No. Oscar Trevino. Tony Michelle Williams. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Greetings. My name is Tony Michelle Williams. I am the Executive Director of the Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative. Also serve on a few task forces and have been in this room with y'all since 2015, supporting folks who've been fighting for justice and black folks, transgender people, queer people in this room since 2013. And here we are again in 2022. I'm scared and disappointed. We still do the work of making sure that the city is incubated with bright ideas of solutions, right? For different, for solutions versus punishments, right? Solutions, not punishment, that y'all are forcing us to sit with and suffer with because y'all won't do the work that y'all need to do to save black lives. It is truly disgraceful that Mayor Dickens plans to renounce legislation from 2019 and claim it as a humanitarian initiative. What's humane about a cage? What is humane about selling black bodies? Again, I don't understand. Where is the grace, right? Where is the strategy? Where is the space and the luxury for black people, queer people, trans people to thrive in this city? We don't see it. Last week, APD arrested Angel Geis, a black woman chilling in the parking lot of a park with her boo, where police then used excessive force. It don't matter what was happening. The police was wrong. And like our very own Candy Burris at APD's response to that situation online, like our very own Candy Burris, that shit was some bullshit. And we're here to name that over and over again, and we really shouldn't have to. Our work also includes participatory research. And in our latest report, Deeper Than Visibility, we surveyed a total of 663 people during the height of the pandemic. These people included black folks, trans folks, queer folks, again, who live in this city. 400 of those folks were people in Fulton County. And what did they say? 30% of those individuals said that they do not trust the police. They said they don't trust the police. 60% of them said that they would call someone else if they had the opportunity to do so instead of calling the police. But again, here we are again. I'm sure Angel, just like Jamarian Robinson, just like Alexia Christian, just like Ray Sharp Brooks, wanted to just go home last week, and they couldn't, and she couldn't. Where she was thrown in a jail, right? And so we can stop this. All you have to do is not vote on the shit. Let's do something different. You, my friend, you've been doing the same thing since 2013.
Time has expired.
And it is time to do something different or leave.
I want to thank all the members of the community who have come out to speak today. We appreciate your time and your speaking out on all of the matters that are before us. Councilman Faroki.
Yeah, no, thanks to the public for their patience and their advocacy today. I know we're about to get into the meat of the legislative agenda. Could we take 5 minutes for a quick break before because some folks have been sitting here nonstop. I haven't. I've gone to the bathroom, but I know some other folks haven't. Take 5 minutes to step out and reconvene.
There's a motion to recess for 5 minutes. There's a second. We can do this without objection. Is there any objection to a move to recess for 5 minutes? Without objection, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on a motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Will reconvene at 5:06. Given the motion to recess, I'll call us back to order. We do have one additional public comment. Elected official has joined us, Josh McLaren. Per rules, he has up to 10 minutes to comment.
Really happy to be here today, despite, the contentious circumstances. I don't intend to take long. The reason that I decided to speak today is mainly because I feel like I can relate a little bit. I serve on the Judiciary Non-Civil Committee in the State House, and I have for the last 4 years. And we routinely make decisions about criminal legal system, right? Somebody will drop a new bill to introduce a new felony or to change, the way that cash bail works or probation, that sort of thing. And so you're very often in a situation where you have to make a decision between, let's call it a short-term consequence and a long-term consequence, right? The idea that there's a pressing need today, maybe the Court of Appeals read a statute differently, so now our law enforcement don't have the tools they need, or something has changed that requires quick action. But in that question is always the larger question of, is this the way that we want the system to be designed? Is this the way that overall we want the system to work? And very often, like let's take cash bail as an example, a lot of advocates, like the ones who came here today, will speak in opposition to a bill, and their basis for the bill or the opposition will be, well, cash bail's wrong, and we should eliminate cash bail. And what you'll hear from the Republican majority a lot of times is, well, we're not here today to talk about cash bail. We're here to talk about this specific bill on this specific issue, so please save your comments for some other venue. And I guess the question that I feel on my heart pressed to bring to you today, from just down the street, in my jeans, I apologize, is when is the right time to talk about cash bail then? When is the right time to open up the big question and confront the big issue? If it's not now, when are we going to do it? And when you press the committee leadership on that question, they say, have a nice lunch, I'll see you back on the floor, right? And so as somebody who serves in the minority party in the State House, I live a life of frustration. Now, not nearly the same frustration as the people who are on the ground who have told you the stories you've heard today, but I live some kind of frustration. So I'd like to think that on some level I get it, that I know what it feels like to be confronted with a pressing humanitarian crisis and be given not as many options as you would want to do the thing that needs to be done. I'll go ahead and say it outright. I'm disappointed in Fulton County. I'm disappointed in the management of our jail, Rice Street, which I went to visit myself, like many of you have, to see the boats on the floor, the conditions that people live in, a lot of times for charges that we wouldn't believe if we knew what charges people were actually in on, that's the conditions we're subjecting them to pre-trial, right, in a country where you're innocent until proven guilty. We wouldn't believe it if we saw it, and yet it's true. So I understand, too, having talked to Fulton Superior Court judges as part of my service, this is a pressing crisis. This is urgent. We got to do something. The question I've got for council that again, it's on my heart, and I just want to share it because I think we're all holding the same tension. When do we talk about the bigger issue? If not now, when? Is it 4 years from now? When the lease is potentially up for renewal? When do we talk about cash bail? When do we talk about Fulton County's mismanagement of its jail system? The refusal to believe in the people who are incarcerated enough to say, we don't need to hold you on cash bail. We think you can be a productive member of your community in the meantime. When are we going to ask that question? I guess the concern I have is that if we let this steam out, if we let the pressure release, and we defer the question of what to do about crisis until the next day, that we won't come back to it. We won't take that crisis seriously. And I'm going to ask you to consider this theory of change, that if you care about the overcrowding, the humanitarian crisis, that council has an opportunity to send a message, not just to Fulton County, but to any sheriff, county that does not take a burgeoning, exploding jail population seriously. And that message is, clean up your mess. We are not going to clean it up for you, not even for a minute, because it's not our job, right?
Just like it's not my job to be coming here to lecture you guys. I mean, I get that. But I guess feeling the same way about the issues that I know many of you do, wanting to see justice in our time, even if we're despairing constantly about how to get there, I'm going to join the voices today that ask you to wait, that ask you to consider more. Is Fulton going to show up with the goods? Are they really going to have a plan? Or is this a, don't worry, help us out in the short run so that our crisis doesn't look so explosive, we'll get back to you the checks in the mail. I really strongly worry and believe that that is the approach that the Sheriff's Department is going to take to this crisis. And so, with much respect for the mayor, for council, in your treatment of this issue, you're taking seriously what Fulton County is up against. I'm asking you to address the big question, as I've been trying to do for 4 years now and hope to continue to do. And that big question is, do we need to criminalize poverty as a state, as a county, as a city? Are there more aggressive steps that we can take to believe in these people? Because that's ultimately what it comes down to. To decarcerate, there's buzzwords like decarceration and abolition and all that. But what it really comes down to is, do we believe enough that if we took a hard look at what we're doing to these folks in these circumstances, and we believed in them and gave them a chance, not to get rid of their charge, to just come back to court? That's all we're believing in them to do, is if we let you out, not on cash bail, will you come back to court and go through the system that is that processes them anyway? I know you've already thought about this question for a very long time, and to some extent I'm just adding noise to the room. But that's where my heart is. That's the struggle I've been dealing with and that I think I can relate to. And I think it's time for the big question. I think you're in a very powerful position to send a very powerful message. So thank you for your time. Sincerely, I hope to see you all at the Capitol. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to report of the journal. Mr. Clerk.
I, Forrest Webb III, Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the August 1st, 2022 City Council meeting are true and correct.
I would entertain a motion for adoption of the minutes. Moved by Mr. Wan, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Is there any objection to adoption of the minutes? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent and the motion to adopt.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the minutes carries. I'd like to acknowledge we've been joined by Councilmember Hillis. Mr. Clerk, could we please proceed with communications?
22-C-5136, a communication from Christopher Leitner, President of the Atlanta Bar Association, submitting the appointment of Ms. Jenna Lee to serve as a member of the Alcohol Technical Advisory Group, ATAG 3. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
If I can sound items 2 and 3 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
22-C-5137, a communication from John O'Callahan, President and CEO of the Atlanta Neighborhood Development Partnership, Inc., submitting the appointment of Mr. Van Hardeman to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 22-C-5138, a communication from John O'Callahan, President and CEO of the Atlanta Neighborhood Development Partnership, Inc., submitting the appointment of Ms. Rita Gibson to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow that course.
If I could sound items 4 through 7 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
22-C-5139, a communication from Councilmember Byron Amos, District 3, appointing Mr. Rob Myers to serve as a member of the Commission on Short-Term Rentals. 22-C-5140, a communication from Councilmember Jason Dozier, District 4, appointing Mr. Larry Carter to serve as a member of the Commission on Short-Term Rentals. 22-C-5141, a communication from Councilmember Antonio Lewis, District 12, appointing Ms. Ann Phillips to serve as a member of the Commission on Short-Term Rentals. 22-C-5142, a communication from Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, District 10, appointing Mr. Delonte Peterson to serve as a member of the Commission on Short-Term Rentals. Staff recommendation to accept and file all 4 items.
Let all 4 items follow that course.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration?
There are none, Mr. President.
Is there any unfinished business?
There are no items.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move to the consent agenda, section 1, which begins on page 5 of the materials. These are ordinances, papers for second reading. The appropriate motion would be to adopt. Are there any items that need to be removed by my colleagues from the consent agenda? Mr. Wan.
I do have something to pull off, if I can find my agenda. Oh, sorry. My apologies, colleagues. On page 8, item number 15 is 22-01624. So page 8, number 15, 22-01624.
Thank you. Any other items to be removed from the consent agenda? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt section 1 of the consent agenda. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with the 1 item removed? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt consent agenda section 1 with the 1 item removed.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. Thirteen yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Hillis, would you like to, I don't know if we have you logged in yet, would you like to record your vote on the consent agenda?
I'll vote on the stream, but I'm an aye.
Aye. Could you please reflect Councilmember Hillis as an aye?
Duly noted, populating vote. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt consent agenda section 1 with the 1 item removed carries. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 1 item that's time sensitive. It's number 22 on the agenda. It's ordinance 22-0-1574 that I'd like to make a motion to move this item post haste.
There's a motion to move post haste 22-0-1574. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Wan.
If the author, the motion maker and the second would entertain, I have 2 other items that need to be sent post haste as well. If I can add, just piggyback on the original motion. It's on page 7, items number 9 and I think 11. It's 22-0-1610 and 1620.
I'll accept that amendment to my motion.
Thank you.
Councilmember Westmoreland. I'll allow all 3 of those items to be packaged together. So we have 3 items that have been moved so far post haste: 22-0-1574, 22-0-1610, and 22-0-1619. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste these 3 items? Oh, sorry, 1620. My apologies. Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to moving these 3 items post haste? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent of moving these on the motion to move these post haste.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. We'll now move to the consent agenda section 2. These are items for first read. It begins on page 38 of the materials. Are there any items that need to be removed from the consent agenda section 2? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to refer these items. So moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda item section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to refer these items. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
Please hold. Please continue to hold. Please continue to hold. The vote is now open. Thank you. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Councilmember Hillis?
I need this worked out because it's showing on my screen that I voted, yet it's still showing me as a way.
Okay. So I should record your vote as an aye?
Please.
Please record Councilmember Hillis's vote as an aye, and let's see if we can get some technical assistance for Councilmember Hillis's screen.
Thank you. Duly noted. Populating vote, 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer the consent agenda section 2 carries. We'll now move to a report of standing committees. Today, first up is Finance Exec. Chair Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we are now on page 41 of the agenda. First item is 22-01589. Mr. President, we have a substitute or an amendment for this when I'll make the motion, but it changes the caption, so I'm going to read in the new caption, if that's okay, and then make the motion. It is 22-01589, an amended ordinance by Finance Executive Committee as amended by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into lease agreements with various tenants for the lease of commercial space within the property located at 1518 Monroe Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County tax parcel ID number listed, and 1536, 1540, and 1542 Monroe Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, and 1529 and 1531 Piedmont Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, collectively the Fulton County tax parcel ID number listed, collectively the property, for a term of 3 years with 2 one-year renewal options for the continued operation of the property as a retail development, waiving Section 2-1547, Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, and for other purposes. Motion to amend by bringing forward the substitute.
There's a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend 22-0-1589? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the amendment. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
Next item is 22-01627, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy.
Councilmember Juan, I believe you want to move to adopt.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Motion to adopt as amended.
There's a motion to adopt 22-0-1589 as amended. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1589 as amended. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, thank you. The next item is 22-01627, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the 2015 Municipal Facilities Bond to transfer $153,000.00 from the District 11 Renew Atlanta Bond account to assist with road safety improvements in Adams Park and for other purposes. Motion from the committee is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file. It doesn't have to be seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to file?
It sounded good, though.
Okay, that's fine. I like the enthusiasm. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to file. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file. Sorry, let me read it quickly. 22-0-1627.
Please hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries. Councilmember Overstreet, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, so my loud second was just to let my colleagues know that I agree. It's an unnecessary paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Chair Wan, please proceed.
Next item, 22-01530, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki to amend Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 1, Section 2-190B, Chapter 2, Article 4, Section 290-196, Chapter 2, Article 4, Section 2-197, and Chapter 2, Article 4, Section 2-201 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to what? Oh, sorry, 22-01530 is the legislation number. To establish 1635. Yep. To establish the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to create the appropriate department organizations and to anticipate and appropriate the necessary funding in connection with the creation of the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer and the Commissioner of the Department of Human Resources to transfer any positions currently assigned to any office or department operating under the executive branch to the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs as shall be necessary to facilitate the immediate commencement of the operation of the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs and for other purposes. This came out of committee favorable on condition. The condition was met, resulting, however, in an amendment to the paper, so I'll move to amend. And that amendment adds the specific department numbers that are necessary.
There's a motion to amend 22-0-1635. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Faroki. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend 22-0-1635.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays. 14
yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
With that, with the amended paper before us, I'll move to adopt as amended.
So motion to adopt 22-0-1635 is amended. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the paper as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1635 as amended.
The vote is open. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, this takes us to resolutions. 22-R4040, resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, authorizing the City of Atlanta to accept a donation of food and food service donations for a ceremony to be hosted in recognition of India's celebration of 75 years of independence. Such donation shall be in a total value not to exceed blank and for other purposes. This came out of committee with no recommendations, awaiting additional information from the author. I now look to Councilmember Bond for further details.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a substitute motion to lay on the table to the next meeting, waiting to hear back for who will be the caterer.
Second. There's a motion to hold the rest of council by Councilmember Bond. There's a second by Councilmember Westmoreland. Is there any discussion on the motion? Oh, sorry. Excuse me. The parliamentarians corrected me. That's not debatable. We'll move directly to a vote on the motion to hold in the breast of council. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays, populating Councilman Wan.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold in the breast of council carries.
All right, the next item is 22-R4166, a resolution by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the First Amendment to agreement number listed citywide security guard services with Dynamic and Safeguard Security on behalf of the Department of Enterprise Asset Management, to add the Mayor's Office of Emergency Preparedness as an authorized user in an amount not to exceed $1,986,765.30. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account number listed herein and for other purposes. This came forward favorable on condition. That condition has been met, but resulting in a substitute that clarifies the funding history of this and the reallocation. So I'll move to amend with the substitute.
There's a motion to amend 22-R-4166 with the substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Norwood. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend with the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to vote on the motion to amend. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
All right, so I'll make a motion to adopt as amended.
So the motion to adopt 22-R-4166 as amended. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt 22-R-4166 as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Mr. President, that concludes our regular report, but I understand a council member has a paper to pull off of held.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yes, colleagues, I'm the author of the following 3 pieces of legislation on page 43 of the agenda: 22-0-1291, 22-0-1294, and 22-0-1297. All 3 papers have been held in Finance Executive Committee for at least 2 cycles. Therefore, I have the ability to call those up on the floor now to action, which I am doing. Can I please have the municipal clerk read the captions?
Actually, do you want to do it? I don't mind doing it.
No.
You want to do it? I'll do it then.
Captions.
22-1291, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to provide for the annexation of property located at 2234 DeKalb Drive, Decatur, Georgia 30032 into the corporate limits of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, pursuant to the 100% method, to extend the boundaries of the Atlanta Independent School System, to notify the Department of Community Affairs of the State of Georgia of such annexation and for other purposes. 22-01294, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to provide for the annexation of property located at 1162 Oakfield Drive Southeast, 1165, 1166, and 1178 Oakfield Drive Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia 30316 into the corporate limits of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, pursuant to the 100% method, to extend the boundaries of the Atlanta Independent School System, to notify the Department of Community Affairs of the State of Georgia of such annexation and for other purposes, and 22-01297, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to provide for the annexation of property located at 2004 Swayze Drive, Decatur, Georgia 30032 into the corporate limits of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, pursuant to the 100% method, to extend the boundaries of the Atlanta Independent School System, to notify the Department of Community Affairs of the State of Georgia of such annexation and for other purposes.
So, colleagues, the companion annexation land use and zoning papers were approved in zoning and the CDHS committees last week. Therefore, these papers are ready to move as well. So with that, I move approval on all three items.
Second.
There's a motion to adopt items 22-0-1291, 22-0-1294, and 22-0-1297 by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. I just want to give the body a chance. Is there any objection to moving this as a block? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and entertain these as a block. There's a motion to adopt all three items. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these three items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1291, 22-0-1294, and 22-0-1297.
The vote is open. The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Affirmative. Populating vote. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Mr. President, that concludes the report of the Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you, Chair Wan. We'll move next to the Committee on Council. Chair Boone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please turn to your agenda for the report of the Standing Committee of Committee on Council. Council President, may I sound items 1 through 9? These items were found favorable in today's meeting.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 1, 22-C-5102, a communication from Council members Dustin Hillis, District 9, Andrea Boone, District 10, Marcy Carrier Overstreet, District 11, Antonio Lewis, District 12, and Keisha Shawn Waits, Post 3 at large, appointing Mr. Zachary Drenis to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 2, 22-C-5112, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman, reappointing Mr. Desmond Johnson to serve as a member of the Atlanta Urban Design Commission in the Architect 2 category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years to begin retroactively on November 19th, 2021, and expire November 18th, 2024. Item number 3, 22-C-5115, a communication from Council members Dustin Hillis, District 9, Andrea Boone, District 10, and Keisha Shawn Waits, Post 3 at large, reappointing Mr. Michael Hopkins to serve as a member of the Water and Sewer Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years to begin retroactively on September 5th, 2020, and expire September 4th, 2023. Item number 4, 22-C-5129, a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Director of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the appointment of Ms. Tamara Jones to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 5, 22-C-5130, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Justin Cutler to serve as Commissioner of the Department of Parks and Recreation for the City of Atlanta. Items number 6, 22-C-5131, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman as amended by Community Development Human Services Committee appointing Mr. Brandon Daugherty to serve as a member of the Atlanta Housing Commission in the for-profit development community category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Item number 7, 22-C-5132, a communication by Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Eunice Glover to serve as a member of the Atlanta Development Authority Board of Directors, DBA Invest Atlanta, as the APAP representative. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Item number 8, a communication by Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Barry Givens Jr. to serve as a member of the Atlanta Development Authority of Directors, DBA Invest Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Item number 9, 22-C-5135, a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Director of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the appointment of Chief Ronald Applin to serve as a member of the Public Safety Commission. Mr. President, these items were found favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt items 1 through 9 communications. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, and given these are communications, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Is there any objection to the adoption of these 9 communications? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
For 13 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries.
Item number 10, 22-R-3971, a resolution by Committee on Council reappointing Ms. Malloy Peterson to the City of Atlanta Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee as one of the 3 members appointed by the Atlanta City Council for a term of 2 years, said term to begin upon approval of this resolution and for other purposes. This item was found favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 22-R-3971 coming out of committee. During discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote.
Mr. President, the previous vote, I stand corrected, it was 14 yeas, 0 nays.
Let the record reflect the previous vote was 14 yeas, 0 nays. We're now ready to vote on 22-R-3971.
If possible, can we take a unanimous consent vote on this particular item as well as we reboot the system?
Sure. Is there any objection to the adoption of the motion, the adoption of 22-R-3971? Hearing none, we'll move via unanimous consent. Mr. Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Item number 11, 22-0-1652, an ordinance by Committee on Council to amend City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Section 66-2, precinct boundary lines and polling places by amending the 2017 Precincts and Polling Places Ordinance in Fulton County Precincts 012, 7A1, 7D1 and 7M due to facility undergoing renovations and returning facility to original location and for other purposes. Mr. President, this item is a first read and action will be taken next cycle. Motion to refer to committee.
There's a motion to refer 22-0-1652. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Norwood. I'm assuming we're referring to the COC. Is that correct? Just for clarity. Madam Chair? Yes. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer 22-0-1652? Hearing none, we can move this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to refer? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to refer.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Item number 1222-R-4032, a resolution by Councilmember Howard Shook as amended by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a special procurement agreement for SPS 122401 Public Awareness Campaign with Jacobs Eye LLC on behalf of the Compliance Division of the Office of the Inspector General for a term of 1 year with one-year renewal option at the city's sole discretion in amount not to exceed $120,000.00 for the initial term for the provision of branding and marketing services, with all contracted work to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. This item was found favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt. Can you repeat the number quickly?
22-R-4032.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, is the system up?
No, Mr. President.
We'll take this via voice vote. I'd rather move this with the record. So I'll call the motion is to adopt. I'll call the vote down the roll. So if we could record it. Councilmember Winston?
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Faroki?
Aye.
Councilmember Amos is away. Councilmember Dozier?
Aye.
Councilmember Bakhtiari? Councilmember Wan?
Aye.
Councilmember Shook? Councilmember Norwood? Councilmember Hillis? Councilmember Boone?
Yes.
Councilmember Overstreet?
Affirmative.
Councilmember Lewis? Councilmember Bond? Councilmember Westmoreland? Councilmember Waits? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
The Atlanta City Council would like to wish Councilmember Alex One a happy birthday today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Boone. Next up will be Zoning Committee Vice Chair Westmoreland. Ran the meeting. He'll be doing the report today.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 6 items that where the motion will be favorable to adopt. I'd like to take them as a block with no objection.
Without objection.
First is legislation item number 22-0-1292, Z2231. The location is 1234 DeKalb Avenue. The ordinance is to rezone newly annexed property to the R4 single-family residential zoning district. Number 2, 22-0-1295, Z2232. Location is 1162, 65, 1166, 1178 Oakfield Drive Southeast. The ordinance is to zone from newly annexed property to the R4 single-family residential zoning district. 22-0-1298, Z22-33 is 2004 Swazi Drive. The ordinance is to zone newly annexed property to the R4 single-family residential zoning district. Number 4, 22-0-1382, Z2237, 491 James P. Drawley Drive Northeast, is to redesignate St. Mark's AME Church to the overlay zoning designation of landmark building and site. 22-0-1496, Z2240 is a text amendment to amend Chapter 18P of the City of Atlanta zoning ordinance to add laboratories and research facilities as permitted use. Number 6, 22-0-1616 is a personal paper, the Upper West Side Improvement District Master Plan Study Area, to extend the moratorium on the acceptance of any application for special administrative permit, special use permit, special exemption, land disturbance permit, or building permit for which a special administrative permit has not been applied for or relating to certain specified uses within the Upper West Side movement. Items 1 through 6 were favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt the 6 items. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to adopt the 6 items. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 6 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. Will everyone please vote? Vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Items 7 through 17 are first reads. I'd like to take them as a block if there's no objection.
Objection.
22-0-1636, Z2248, 1185 Iris Street Southwest. Ordinances to rezone from RB to C1. 22-0-1637, Z2249, 604 Coolidge Avenue Northeast to rezone from C1 to R4. 22-0-1638, Z2250, 1095 and 1121 Huff Road Northwest is to rezone from I to BL to MRC 3BL. 22-0-1639, Z2251 is 1321 Audubon Court Southwest is to rezone from PDH to PDH for a change of conditions. 22-0-1640, Z2252, 1950 Sylvan Road Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from RG2 to RG3. 22-0-1641, Z2255, 1875 Peachtree Road is to rezone from C3CBL to C3BL. 22-0-1642, Z2256 is 1192 and 1202 West Marietta Street is to rezone from C2BL and OICBL to MCR2BL. 22-0-1643, Z2257, 1060, 1070, and 1080 Rice Street Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4ABL Single-Family Residential Beltline Overlay to MR3BL Multifamily Residential Beltline Overlay. 22-0-1644, Z2258, 1101 Church Street Northwest to rezone from R4A to R4B. 22-0-1645, U2219, 604 and 608 Coolidge Avenue Northeast and 1041 and 1045 Monroe Drive Northeast. The ordinance is for a special permit for a daycare center. 22-0-1646 is U2220. It's 1875 Peachtree Road Northeast, and the ordinance is for a special use permit for a hotel. The motion is to refer items 7 through 17 to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer 11 items to ZRB and Zoning. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer these 11 items? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to refer? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you. That concludes our report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Westmoreland. Next will be Public Safety and Legal Administration, Chair Hillis.
Mr. President, without objection, I'm going to take the resolution and the item that Councilmember Juan pulled off the consent agenda first.
Is there any objection to taking the item that was removed? Please proceed.
Our resolution is 22R 4025. Resolution by Councilmember Byron Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to extend the term of FC 7522 and Mate Pharmacy Services on behalf of the Department of Corrections with Correct RX Pharmacy Services, Inc. on a month-to-month basis effective August 11, 2022 and continuing on a monthly basis for a period not to exceed 12 months. An amount not to exceed $350,000. All costs shall be charged to and paid from the account listed herein and for other purposes. The motion of the committee is for file.
The motion coming out of committee to file 22-R-4025. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Without objection, we'll do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to file? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on the unanimous consent on the motion to file.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
All right. Next item is 22-0-1624, the item that Councilmember Juan pulled off the consent agenda. An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Sections 1092B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in 10-88.1 for package stores licensed to sell malt beverages and or wine for an establishment located at 510 Fairburn Road, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30331, and for other purposes. Motion of the committee is to approve.
Motion coming out of the committee is to approve 22-0-1624. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1624.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? She's not here. Antonio Lou. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
Next and final item is 22-0-1632, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond as substituted by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to authorize the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Fulton County Sheriff and Fulton County, Georgia, for the temporary housing of adult Fulton County detainees at Atlanta City Detention Center and the custody of Fulton County, which have been charged with or convicted of violating federal, state, or local law, or held as a material witness on an as-needed basis, where the number of Fulton County detainees so housed in ACDC at one time shall never exceed 700 detainees for a term of a period not to exceed 4 years, with no renewal term options, with such an agreement to be revenue generating. All such revenues to be deposited into the accounts listed herein, and for other purposes. It was favorable on substitute out of committee. So there's the motion in the committee, but I do hear there are some amendments from our members. So we'll entertain those now.
So there's a motion to adopt coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second, 22-0-1632. I know there are a number of amendments and statements that folks need to make. Just to maintain efficiency, if you would use your speaker waiting button, that way we'll know in which order we're going to take everything. So first, Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I've spoken with each of you earlier today, and I just sent this again, so it'd be at the top of your inboxes. Would like to offer an amendment after the current 9th whereas clause that will add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 whereas clauses that have been reviewed and signed off on by law and the administration. I'm not sure if I need to read them first, or if I think I need to read them before you ask for a second. All right, so this would be a new 10th whereas clause and continuing onward. Whereas on December 7th, 2021, the City of Atlanta and Fulton County entered into an intergovernmental agreement authorized by 21R4118, creating a Justice Policy Board to govern the newly created Center for Diversion and Services and to expand and strengthen Atlanta's continuum of resources to provide alternatives to arrest and incarceration. And whereas the Justice Policy Board is co-chaired by Fulton County Superior Court Judge Robert McBurney and Atlanta City Council member Dustin Hillis, and has representation from relevant government and partner organizations, including the City of Atlanta Mayor's Office, Fulton County Board of Commissioners, Atlanta Police Department, Fulton County Solicitor General, County and State Departments of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, Henry Grady Memorial Hospital, Partners for Home, Pre-Arrest Diversion, Inc., Georgia Justice Project, and others. And whereas to increase awareness concerning the relative populations of persons detained in the custody of Fulton County and the City of Atlanta in order to inform policy decisions related hereto, it is the desire of the Atlanta City Council to request that the Justice Policy Board conduct a jail population review of the jail populations of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County. And whereas such a jail population review would include a statistical analysis of the jail populations of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County, which would include but not be limited to an analysis of data related to the total populations, the offenses which detainees are booked under, the average length of detention, the average bond issued per violation, the reasons for detainee release, and the frequency of the charging of each offense. And whereas similar jail population reviews have been used to address overcrowding in Tucson, Pima County, Arizona, Houston, Harris County, Texas, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, New Orleans, Louisiana, Palm Beach County, Florida, Toledo, Lucas County, Ohio, St. Louis County, Missouri, and a different county in Florida, among others. And whereas the City Council requests the Justice Policy Board convene to establish a jail population review committee composed of members of the Justice Policy Board that will, using established best practices, conduct a jail population review as described herein. And whereas the City Council requests that the charge of the Jail Population Review Committee be to produce a report of the jail population review within 180 days from inception of the committee and to report its findings at or before the February 27th, 2023 meeting of the Council's Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. So I'll move to amend.
There's a motion to amend, seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Councilmember Westmoreland, do you want to give any context?
No, sir.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion to amend? Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yes, from my understanding, this is our current, the current 90-day assessment, correct?
Say it again?
This will pull together the 90-day assessment, correct?
It's offering a little bit, if we can get it done in 90 days, that would be great. But it's providing, since we're putting in legislation, more of a cushion. If
The Jail Review Board.
That's right.
Correct. So my only question is, I want this clarified publicly. So if this were to uncover any issues that were in violation of the new termination ordinance within the IGA, would this give us grounds to then ask Fulton County to, my question is, how do we hold them accountable how would this allow us to hold them accountable if we do find something within the jail review that is flawed?
I'll defer to law on that as they've had a chance to review this. I will say a couple of things before that, though. You all know that I just read in a series of whereas clauses that is intended to go along with the legislation that is before us today. But the concept of a jail population review, I think, is a completely fair one. We heard a great deal of commentary today about the need for the public and all of us to better understand both jail populations, the ones that come through the city at ACDC and at the county, the pieces that I listed, who's there, why, how many times have been charged, the bail that's been set. All of that information, I think, would help provide a conversation that will continue over the coming months and years around how we decrease the overcrowding that all of us acknowledges exists right now, while at the same time providing the space that this lease provides. And so I'll defer to law on, I know that the language in the IGA around termination has been revised this afternoon, and all of us received a copy of that as well. But it's my hope that a review would provide data that would help this body and the Fulton County Commission and Fulton County judges and the Fulton County Sheriff have a more data-driven, candid conversation about how we reduce overcrowding long-term, and that's where this is intended to start today.
I'll give an opportunity to law if they want to comment at all on Councilmember Bakhtiari's question about accountability.
Yes, good afternoon. Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta, Department of Law. Under the proposed language of the IGA, the IGA permits termination by the city for cause. For cause is defined as the failure of the county or sheriff to perform properly or properly perform any mandatory service obligation for its detainees that relates to security of detainees, pre-security requirements, Prison Rape Elimination Act security requirements, food service, medical service, and sanitation of housing pods during detainee occupancy, including any related administrative requirements in accordance with the American Correctional Association standards. Should the review, as contemplated in Councilmember Westmoreland's amendment, uncover any evidence of cause as defined in the IGA, which would permit the city to terminate the agreement, then the city, in accordance with the latest language of the IGA, would be authorized to terminate the IGA in accordance therewith.
So, okay, Councilman Westmoreland, you go ahead and speak, and then I'll get my thoughts together.
Yeah, no, this is an amendment that is frankly intending to provide data that everyone seems to think is necessary for conversations in the months and years ahead. It's not meant to blow anything up. It's not meant to derail the other conversations that are happening at this table. I'd like to make that candidly clear. It is a long-term, we need data to better inform all of us, and frankly, the people who are more responsible for the state of the Fulton County Jail and the 3,500 inmates in it. There's been a lot of conversations about wanting a deeper look at who is there and why. And last fall, this body unanimously created a Justice Policy Board jointly with Fulton County to help govern the Center for Diversion and Services and to help us move along a conversation about how we divert and make less frequent the incarceration that's happening in our communities. And that body, chaired by our public safety chairman and Superior Court Judge McBurney, seems to be a perfect venue for this conversation to take place, to independently look at the data and then to tell us what it says.
Thank you. And so, Ms. Robinson, if you could speak to again to the point, like my only concern is we absolutely need justifying data because quite frankly, I don't believe we've been provided with any. So I'm glad that we're now looking at a review committee to do that. My only concern is as after we enter into the agreement, if the review committee were to come up, and I believe you spoke to this a moment ago, if you could kind of break it down to more layman's terms, if they were to find something within the status, say we had people who, an unsheltered person that doesn't have an address, somebody that is mentally unwell that should be in the Familiar Faces program, et cetera, would we currently, under the current IGA, be able to correct that after this lease is signed? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the IGA does not provide the city with, or frankly the sheriff, with the ability to correct the status of individual detainees depending on how they find themselves in their criminal cases. Efforts to correct their status or alter their bonds or otherwise deal with those individual detainees are the responsibility of the courts, which are overseeing their cases. So if they are booked in under Superior Court charges, it would be the responsibility of Superior Court and the state court, respectively. The IGA would not permit those sorts of individual corrections.
Okay. And Councilman, I understand that this is 180 days. They have the ability to turn around instead of 90?
If we can get it done in 90, that'd be great.
Okay.
Other discussion on the amendment, on the motion to adopt the amendment? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to adopt the amendment. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the amendment.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. Populating votes. Fourteen yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. So we're back to the main motion. The motion to amend carries. We're back to the main motion to adopt 22-0-1632 as amended by Councilmember Westmoreland. Councilmember Waits, you were in the queue.
Is this the time to make my motion? Mm-hmm. Okay, terrific. I think given the concerns that Councilmember Bakhtiari has raised in addition to the many comments that we've heard over the last few weeks and months, I think it's appropriate to send this particular piece of legislation to the Finance Committee where we can further vet it and answer many of the questions that have not been answered today. So I'm going to make a motion to send this to the Finance Committee.
There's a motion to refer 22-0-1632 by Councilmember Waits. There's a second by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this to the Finance Exec Committee? Councilmember Bond.
Yeah, I would speak against that motion. The paper was duly and correctly referred to the Committee of Purview. And when you talk about how necessary and urgent this contract might be, there's a lot of discussion around the humanitarian aspects of it. And there are differences of opinions expressed here in the chamber by many of those who signed up for public comment about what constitutes a humanitarian crisis. But I wonder if we were to ask the people who are currently sleeping on the floor, who are currently on boats, who are currently there awaiting trial in substandard conditions, if they feel like it's a humanitarian crisis. And from my visits, they've said yes. I've worked in conditions and corrections when I was in the correction officer that was actually worse than what is at the Fulton County Jail. The old Gateway Center used to be the city's jail. It was built to hold 400 people. We had an average daily population of about 1,600. Some of those were Fulton County detainees that we used to hold until they were bound over and had room for them at Fulton County. If you can imagine a room this size, this room seats about 300 people. I worked the floor by myself for what would be not every day after another, but I was assigned to the fourth floor of that building with about 450 inmates, just myself. People stacked on top of each other, people sleeping on top of each other, people sleeping on the floors. I found people dead in the cells because the cells were so crowded. I admire the people that spoke and the good work that they do, particularly the lawyers, in holding governments accountable. But as I mentioned in the public safety meeting 2 weeks ago, and I won't belabor this, there's an old African proverb, when elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. And today, no one has considered the grass, the people who are actually on the floor, in the building, living with that humanitarian crisis that many of us who returned to council from last year tried to deal with this last year, tried to get people off of the floors and out of those conditions that were so eloquently and sorrowfully expressed here today. So I speak against the motion to refer. The motion to go to public safety was made by our president. It was a legitimate motion. It really is time to do something to take care of our brothers and sisters and constituents who are held in terrible conditions through no fault of their own, only because of their case, and to ask them to wait 2 more weeks while Nero fiddles and Rome burns, I don't think that's fair. Particularly, as pointed out here today by many speakers, when you know better, you should do better. And we know the conditions that they're in, and we ought to act expeditiously to relieve those conditions, despite differences in our personal opinions or philosophies.
We're taking debate on the motion to refer. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. I just want to say I have all the respect in the world for your previous experience. I think it's appropriate to make this motion because 2 weeks when Fulton County has been overpopulated since the very beginning, waiting an additional 2 weeks to ensure that we understand what is happening here, that we actually properly vet this, what I think, and understand this is a humanitarian crisis, but once again, there is no humane way to cage a human being, and simply adding on more cells when we should, in fact, be doing the work to understand the data, understand why people are there, to understand everything. Why rush something that has been discussed for since this was built in over 3 decades? What is 2 weeks when it comes to making sure that we're doing this right, when it comes to human lives that could potentially be locked away forever and they're not properly vetted? Especially, people are more than the numbers on their head. and people are more than just simply put it. It's not humane to move them to another jail that's in better condition. That's not humane. That is lazy work, in my opinion, when this should be properly vetted, because these are human lives, and there are so many other data pieces that we should be looking at when it comes to this. Again, the proposal is not to do anything. The proposal is to do this right. And in 2 weeks is really not a lot to ask for.
Councilmember Lewis, comments on the motion to refer.
First, I want to say thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Waits for that motion to move the paper to finance so that we can get a full look at this. We're doing something that we want to make sure we get it right. And I truly appreciate Councilmember Waits' experience. As a state legislator, what I did know is that they didn't jump off of a bridge, right? They would always move things meticulous. They would look at it for a little bit longer. So as an old African-American proverb from my grandmother, she used to always tell me, watch my money before I make a move. And so with us asking the finance folks to look at the money, look at what's going on before we make a move, I mean, I don't see what 2 weeks would do to us moving this forward. So I still second that motion, Councilmember.
Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, have a great deal of respect for Councilmember Bond, his family, and his legacy, his father. I have a lot of respect for the mayor and his administration, and I recognize the complexity of the conversation before us. However, every single one of us that are here today, we debated this issue during our campaigns. We have listened for weeks and for months where the community has come in and voiced their opinion on this issue over and over and over again. And so what I am not understanding is that they have already spoken in terms of what it is they want to happen. It is our job to listen to what the community wants to happen. Now, I'm very clear that we have an issue going on over at Fulton County in terms of overcrowding. We could debate that for hours. But that's not what we're talking about right now. We're having a conversation right now about allowing the Finance Committee to look at the legislation to make sure that we answer all the questions which we clearly have not answered. There is no reason why we need to make this decision right now today. I respectfully ask the body, out of respect for the many, many people who have come and spoken today, out of respect for the families who are actually impacted by the conversations that we're having today, that we hold this legislation, send it to the Finance Committee, and let the Finance Committee properly vet the legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there other comments on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer to the Finance Exec Committee.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. Populating votes. Five yeas, 9 yeas. Correcting the vote, 4 yeas, 10 nays.
4 yeas, 10 nays. The motion to refer fails. We now will move back to the motion to adopt. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer 2 amendments today. The first one, I think you have before you. Should I name it? Do you have it?
We do. I prefer that we take them one at a time because I both believe they're both substantial.
Thank you, sir. One is to request an appraisal of the facility so that we can determine its best usage in addition to the best manner to move forward with respect to the memorandum or the lease agreement.
If everybody has a copy,
22-0-1632.
Yeah, you'll need to read this in. Thank you.
The entire piece of legislation. Okay.
For clarity, hold one moment.
Yes, I passed it out. 220-1632.
Councilman Waits, I think that this is, the changes are substantial enough to be a substitution, so I do think that you should read in.
Absolutely, sir. This is an ordinance to commission an independent appraisal of the Atlanta City Detention Center to determine the true market value of the building. Whereas the voters and taxpayers of the City of Atlanta entrust the City Council and Mayor to be good stewards of the City of Atlanta's finances and the city access. Whereas the City Detention Center, ACDC, is currently underutilized for its original design purpose. Whereas the annual expense of the Atlanta City Detention Center is approximately $16 million to house an average of fewer than 50 low-risk, nonviolent individuals at an objectionable, unfeasible annual cost of $320,000 per person, whereas the cost to detain an individual at similar facilities in the region is $29,200 per person, whereas the Atlanta City Detention Center is a unique asset and a special use property with over 470,000 square feet of usable floor space and a capacity to house 1,300 inmates, located in a central location close to the entertainment venues, including the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, the State Farm Arena, and is across the street from the Garnett MARTA station, whereas the Mayor and the Atlanta City Council have multiple competing options for using or repurposing the City of Atlanta Detention Center, ranging from leasing inmate space to other local governments, selling the property as is, redeveloping the building into a multi-use diversionary and social services center using for short-term transitional housing or demolition or renovation of the building for residential or commercial development purposes. Whereas in 2019, the Atlanta City Council passed a resolution by then council member Andre Dickens, 19-R-3622, to create the Reimagining ACDC task force comprised of city and Fulton County officials and city Fulton County law enforcement, faith community representatives, experts in domestic violence prevention, and a broad range of community organizations and experts to study and offer recommendations on the transformation of the Atlanta Detention Center. Whereas in May of 2020, the Reimagining ACDC Task Force issued a final feasibility study regarding the transformation of the ACDC into a center of equity, authored by architectural firm Designing Justice and Designing Spaces. Continue.
Could you also read the sections 1 through 7, which have been changed?
Yes, sir. Section 1, that the City of Atlanta Mayor and Atlanta City Council shall not entertain, make any promise, or sign any offers to sell or lease, or letters of intent, or pass any additional legislation with regards to the deposition of the Atlanta City Detention Center until such time as an independent appraisal is performed with the purposes of determining the true current value of the building and property, so that the Atlanta City Council and Mayor can make an informed decision about the deposition of the building and property. Section 2, that the appraisal shall be ordered within 30 days of the adoption of this resolution and completed within 180 days from the adoption of this resolution. Section 3, that the individual or firm selected to complete the appraisal shall have extensive and specialized experience in the valuation of special use properties, parentheses, jail facilities, large residential redevelopments, large commercial redevelopments, and business uses. Section 4, that the final report shall have a chapter on and justify the validation of the property as is, replacement value for the newly built jail of the same size, site value as a residential redevelopment, site value as a commercial redevelopment, and business use value as leased jail space. Section 5, that an additional chapter shall be included, including the expected future lifespan of the facility if used for its original intended purpose, along with reserves study detailing the future maintenance costs for the facility if continued to be used as is. Section 6, that the final report shall be available to the public, and that the Atlanta City Council, for a period of 60 days prior to the signing of any sales offers, lease offers, letters of intent, or legislation is passed regarding the deposition of the Atlanta City Detention Center building and property. Section 7, that any funds generated from the sale, lease of the property, or any funds paid to the city to hold detainees from other municipal, county, or federal entities shall be placed into a special use fund and used exclusively for the purposes of constructing a center for equity and transitional housing. The Center for Equity shall be located on the site of the Atlanta Detention Center or another site within the city of Atlanta.
Thank you, Councilmember Waits. Just to clarify for my colleagues, the chair is ruling that this is germane, so it can be offered. It is basically a substitute in substance, but it's changing a number of the whereas clauses and then sections 1 through 7. I do have one question for clarity of the author, which is are you leaving untouched Councilmember Westmoreland's amendments that were offered previously?
I'm in full support of Councilmember Westmoreland's.
All right, so those amendments will be retained in this language. So you're just changing the whereas clauses you've outlined and the sections 1 through 7 of the paper. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So there is, we will call this a motion to amend. It is quite substantive. I will rule it germane. Is there a second? Hearing no second, there is no motion to amend. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Second.
One of the amendments I wanted to offer was in regard to the drawdown plan. Essentially, with this IGA, we have not been given any information on what the exit strategy will be at the end of this lease. So I wanted to offer up the following amendment, that the term of the IGA shall be for a period not to exceed 4 years with no renewal option. In advance of the conclusion of this term, the city will strategically plan for the safe and timely transfer of temporary detainees out of ACDC. A detailed update on the staged withdrawal will be provided to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee at 270 days, again at 180 days, and 90 days before the conclusion of the term. This essentially is just us pushing for them to come up with a detailed exit plan and ensuring that it's done well and staged thoughtfully, but that there is an exit plan in place.
There's a motion to amend by Councilmember Bakhtiari. There's a second by Councilmember Juan. We'll now move to discussion of the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Westmoreland?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Bakhtiari, I want to make sure that I and everybody else understands that in Section 2, as it currently exists in the ordinance, reads, the term of the IGA shall be for a period not to exceed 4 years with no renewal options. And you are recommending an amendment that would add either one or two sentences after that. That's
yes.
okay. And so understanding that there's a sentence in place in Section 2, you're seeking to add a sentence or two. Could you read the sentences that you're seeking to add one more time?
Yes, the sentence I am seeking to add is, in advance of the conclusion of this term, the city will strategically plan for the safe and timely transfer of temporary detainees out of ACDC. A detailed update on the stage withdrawal will be provided to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee at 270 days, 180 days, and 90 days before the conclusion of the term.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping me clarify.
We're in discussion of Councilmember Bakhtiari's amendment. Councilmember Waits, do you want to speak to the amendment? No. Councilmember Faroki?
I'll second her amendment.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any other discussion on the amendment by Councilmember Bakhtiari? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? Vote is closed. 11 yeas, 1 nay.
11 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to amend carries. So we are now back to the main motion to adopt 22-0-1632. It's been amended twice by Councilmember Westmoreland and Councilmember Bakhtiari. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to offer an amendment to simply join and to serve in tandem with the existing legislation, which is to repurpose the Atlanta Detention Center into a crisis center and to rename it the John Robert Lewis Center for Equity. However, I'm not going to belay the hour. It is very clear to me that this body has made a decision. But I will, in fact, read the statement from our colleague, Bill, I think it's McGahan. It is in everyone's interest to allow everyone to have economic opportunity. When a person has a job and hope for a career with increasing pay, that person has the money to pay rent. They have the resources to pay child support, and they generally don't commit crimes. It is not because of some character flaw that people commit crimes. It is because we have boxed them into a situation where they have no other choice. We need to provide a better way. And I just simply would encourage our colleagues. I believe 4 years is too long to have that discussion, but it is my hope that at some point we will find the time to have those conversations. And lastly, Mr. President, many of the inmates that are housed at the Fulton County Jail facility are currently eligible for PAD services. Many are awaiting a competency evaluation, specialized supportive housing such as mental health, alcohol and drug treatment programs. Many of them are nonviolent and non-felony individuals and generally are on failure to appear warrants, in addition to those who are still detained due to court backlogs. I'm pretty confident that we can find 350 people who fall into this particular category, which would serve no need for us to make this decision today. So again, Mr. Chair, I thank you for entertaining my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Waits. Councilmember Wan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I have an amendment as well, and I've given everyone a copy of it. Before I read it in, I just wanted to give the genesis of it. We've heard a lot of conversation about the 4-year time frame and the essentially escalation when the rates go up on day 1 in the 5th year, and how the administration has plans to get out of this business in the building as quickly as possible. However, from the public side, and we've heard that very clearly as well, the financial incentives for the city are to really stay in this. If we're getting 3 times the amount of money, why wouldn't we? So in my opinion, the best way to hold ourselves accountable is financially, and it is to essentially, on that day, as soon as the penalty kicks in for Fulton County, it needs to financially impact the city as well. So my amendment, and I'll read it in a second, essentially obligates the city once for every incremental dollar that the Fulton County has to pay after they've exceeded the 4-year term, the city must match that out of either general fund or fund balance, and that money is put into a trust fund that will then be applied to all of the initiatives that the administration has put forward in terms of what the jail revenue is going to go to. So things like a diversion center, things like mental services, drug addiction services, homeless initiatives and shelter. So I'll read in the amendment. I also want to thank the administration, finance department, as well as law in helping craft this. So it's amendment. That's one, number 2. The following whereas clauses shall be inserted into following the 7th whereas clause, whereas it is the desire of the Atlanta City Council that the IGA shall include language which provides that if the sheriff fails to relocate the Fulton County detainees at ACDC by the conclusion of the 4-year term of this agreement, the city shall be entitled to $150 per detainee per detained day until all detainees are transferred. And whereas if the sheriff fails to relocate the Fulton County detainees at ACDC by the conclusion of the 4-year term of this agreement, the city shall be required to transfer an amount equal to the incremental increase in the daily per diem from its general fund or fund balance as set during the adoption of the FY 2027 budget to be deposited into a new segregated trust fund account that is reserved solely for reinvestment into a community resource center that includes a diversion and crisis center, mental health services, and drug and alcohol treatment services, and or reinvestment into transitional housing and services for the primarily unsheltered individuals, And whereas this transfer shall be preceded by legislative actions prior to the adoption of the FY 2027 budget, required to identify the specific account from which these funds shall be transferred and to create the trust fund account. And then also new sections 7 and 8, which shall be added with all subsequent sections renumbered accordingly, which replicates this language in the ordained section so that it's an action, a required action as well. Again, this notion is that it's to hold the city financially accountable for getting out, and if we don't, then it's going to hurt, not hurt us, but we will feel it as well, and it won't just be a financial windfall to the city. So I move to amend. Happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Councilmember Juan has offered an amendment as read. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. There's a motion to amend on the table. I will open discussion on the motion to amend. Is there anyone who wants to speak to the motion to amend? Councilmember Lewis.
I would say that Atlanta influences everything. We see it on T-shirts, but it's always been a thing. In 2005, Atlanta influences the world, and we did this before. We turned Gateway, which was a jail, into a resource center. And so I hope that our current mayor tries to work towards that same type of solution. I support our mayor, but I understand that the end user, which is the county, their job is to run a jail. I don't think they're ever going to leave. So in 4 years from now, I don't want to punish the city of Atlanta because the sheriff didn't leave. And so I see this as a way to, I can see financial downfalls coming in the future in the city of Atlanta if we don't manage our money the right way. So in 4 years from now, all of us will be on the ballot. This will be coming off. We say 4 years, and if we're going to make the city pay $150 and match the county, I don't think we can afford that as a city. I think it will almost bankrupt us.
Yes.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yes, arguably the point is that this is for us to force us to see if we actually are going to get out of this lease. Are we going to, if they really mean at the end of 4 years, this tests that. This is us, his proposal is making us is really holding our feet to the fire, because we all, arguably plenty of people are skeptical as if this will end at 4 years. So let's make us also pay for it rather than just profiting off of this.
I'm full out in support. I just don't think that I like our mayor, he draws circles, right? And he's trusting the end user. And so the end user isn't talking about the courts, the Supreme Courts, who we got our justices, some who've only seen 30 to 40 cases this year, while some have seen over 100. So I don't see Fulton County actually making these changes. I like our mayor. I like our mayor's drawing a circle. But I don't think that that our sheriff, who will be doing his job to keep that jail in his hands. And so I think that we'll be charging the city of Atlanta $150 per person. I don't think that I can support that 4 years from now. There are so many things we can do with that funding 4 years from now.
Councilman Juan.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions. I just want to clarify. We're talking about if the detention center is full, we're talking about $2.1 million a month. I don't think that'll bankrupt the city. And in fact, what it could do is if for some unknown reason the sheriff continues, I think the county continues, at the end of 12 months, we'll have $25 million to put towards a diversion center if it hasn't already been built yet. I'm trying to make, something good come out of the funds that we would receive. And it's not like we're proposing that these funds go elsewhere. They're going to remain within the city and the city budget, but they're just going to be dedicated to initiatives that the administration and we claim that we support, including mental health services, drug services, funds for the homeless. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Let me respond. I could just see $2 million being spent in Parks and Rec. I could see $2 million being spent in watershed, or just so many things we could do with $2 million per month. Particularly, I'd take that $2 million per month in District 12. I'm very, very nervous. I'm super nervous about $2.1 million per month, because they ain't leaving. I don't see our sheriff. I'm a strong no on this. The end user, I think our mayor is trying his best to draw a circle, but the end user will keep that jail as long as he possibly can. And I don't want to see the city of Atlanta paying $2.1 million when District 12, man, we need some lights. We need a lot of things. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
I support the amendment, but I just wanted to provide some information. When the city converted the original pretrial detention center to what is now the Gateway Center, they used funds from the West Side TAD. So over almost $23 million. And that was in the early 2000s. And everybody was excited and happy about the conversion of that building, except for the people in Vine City and English Avenue that lost the $23 million that could have directly impacted that community in ways that we can only speculate about now. And so for the city to turn around and, I guess, on one level, it appears that it's penalizing itself, but it's actually making an investment in a potential funding stream, as Councilmember Wan said, on funding a lot of the programs that these activists have asked us for, some of which are not in our charter to perform, but they can go towards different programs, different districts, and even the Gateway Center, which is still in the city's ownership, the existing ACDC and other buildings have been used as collateral to float bonds to build things, and can be used as collateral to build things such as a diversion center or some type of center that would house these programs. So I think we can take the risk and say, hey, let's try this, because they're, even with as great as PAD is, and I voted for PAD every single time it's come across my desk. There are constituents that I represent that would rather see the money that we use for PAD go to pave sidewalks, go to recreation, go to a million other places, go to youth programs in the city of Atlanta. So there's going to always be a push and pull on what we do with the very finite amount of resources that we have influence over. The trick is for us to try to be innovative and say, hey, maybe we can do X, Y, Z with, this little piece of sugar over here, and maybe sprinkle some salt over there. So I'm in support of the amendment.
Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given germaneness and the extensive conversation surrounding the funding and the finance piece, I'd like to ask for another reconsideration with respect to sending the legislation to the Finance Committee.
Thank you. Mr. Parliamentarian has pointed out, the motion to refer, even though it has been voted down, can be brought back up if the legislation has been changed. We have had an amendment, Councilmember Bakhtiari's amendment, so the motion to refer back to Finance Committee is in order to be made again. So there's a motion to refer by Councilmember Waits, there's to refer to FEC, sorry? The motion to refer takes precedence, I believe, Mr. Parliamentarian. The motion to refer takes precedence. Over the motion to amend. So there's a motion to refer by Councilmember Waits. There's a second by Councilmember Lewis. So there is now a motion to refer 22-0-1632 to the Finance Exec Committee. We'll now discuss the motion to refer. Councilmember Waits.
Mr. Chair, I only ask, given the germaneness of this conversation surrounding financing and funding, that is the only reason why I asked, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis?
I think I've been the immediate consideration guy since we got here, since Councilmember Wan taught me about it. He taught me a lot of things about immediate consideration. So now this paper has just turned into an immediate consideration paper to me. And so I think we need those 2 weeks of extra time I just don't want to rush into this vote. So I think we need those 2 weeks. Councilmember One, I appreciate you for teaching me the immediate consideration rules in the first council meeting. And so I want to make sure that we continue to remember that 2 weeks, and we had the sheriff and the mayor talk about 2023 as a time in which we're going to put people in there. So I think we can wait 2 more weeks. Mr. One, once again, I appreciate you for teaching me that things, because I'm new to death down here. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to refer to the Finance Exec Committee? Hearing no other discussion, we'll move to a vote on the motion to refer. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open up the vote. And just a point of order for the members, the parliamentarian has correctly highlighted that the pending amendment, if it was referred, would continue to be pending on the paper back in Finance Exec. The amendment would not die. It would just be pending along with the underlying paper. So please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 4 yeas, 10 nays.
4 yeas, 10 nays. The motion to refer fails. We're now back to the discussion on the motion to amend, on the amendment that was offered by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend as offered by Councilmember Juan.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 2 nays.
12 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to amend carries. So we are now back to the motion to adopt 22-0-1632 as amended 3 times, once by Councilmember Westmoreland, once by Councilmember Bakhtiari, once by Councilmember Juan. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take a moment to thank all of the individuals who worked on the previous legislation, including those who came out and spoke to the legislation today. And those various organizations are Georgia Works, Women on the Rise, the Georgia Detention Watch, A Loving Act, Black Futurist Group, former Councilmember Antonio Brown, Southerners on a New Ground, Grow Where You Are, the Atlanta Committee for Progress, Emory University, Trinity Community Ministries, Attorney Burl Ellis, Motivation Forward, Inc., Georgia Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Attorney Alvin Kendall, Center for Civic Innovation, Aspire Construction and Real Estate Consulting, Minister Stephen Muhammad, the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, Millennials for Progress, Southern Center for Human Rights, and the Progressive Atlanta Working Group Criminal Justice Task Force, Actor T.I., Mount Vernon Baptist Church, Save Kids of Incarcerated Parents, Fulton County Superior Court, and Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative, in addition to the Georgia Micro Enterprise Network, in addition to a host of individuals who have spent tireless hours on this issue. We thank you for your service to our city.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yes, I apologize. I have an additional amendment, and this one is, I don't have written, but we're going to have to kind of go on the fly here, so illegal, I apologize in advance. This is just asking that corrections you're required to provide a monthly written report to PSLA and then include a report of the jail and their quarterly report to PSLA. Does that make sense?
Could you clarify who corrections is in this, Fulton County Corrections?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can somebody write up the amendment?
It might be a whereas. No, it would probably be a whereas. And then
give us just a moment.
Force our own corrections team to do it. Walk it along, get it? Okay. But I have another amendment too. But let me go do that first.
Give us just a moment to get the language clarified. Thank you all. Councilmember Bakhtiari? Councilmember Bakhtiari is offering an amendment. I'm going to ask the Law Department to read the language, and then I'll ask for a second. Are we ready to read the language of the amendment?
Yes. The Bakhtiari amendment would create a new Section 9 in the ordinance. It would create a new Section 9, which shall read as follows, with all subsequent sections renumbered accordingly. The new Section 9 would read as follows, that the Department of Corrections is requested to provide a monthly written report on the operation and implementation of the IGA, and to include an update concerning the operation and implementation of the IGA in its quarterly report to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari is moved to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Lewis. There's a motion on the table to amend. Is there discussion of the amendment offered by Councilmember Bakhtiari? Councilmember Shook.
So it's the Atlanta Corrections Department
Atlanta Corrections Department, correct.
is supposed to provide PSLA with here's who's doing what to who on a quarterly report.
Correct.
Are they going to have the access to the kind of data which I assume maybe only the county could provide that's going to satisfy the body's curiosity?
My assumption would be that after this is done, because unfortunately this is happening relatively quickly, that those will be conversations that we have after the fact, but we need to go ahead and put that as our intention so we can set the foundation and the groundwork to have that conversation with Fulton County.
Thank you.
Other discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Bond.
Just a question, I don't know if you consider it. I mean, they're already required by ordinance to report to public safety 4 times a year. And so your amendment would make them come in every month?
No, this would be written every month, and then they would do the quarterly report.
All right.
Correct.
Other comments, discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend as offered by Councilmember Bakhtiari.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 1 nay.
13 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to amend is adopted. We're now back to the main motion to adopt 22-0-1632 with its 4 amendments. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as I reflect on the conversations that we've had this evening, as I reflect on the commentary shared before us during public comment, I think a lot about why I have so much ambivalence towards this paper and this proposal as initially proposed, as initially discussed and debated. And a big part of that is the fact that personally, myself, several of our colleagues today, members of the general public, have asked for data, have asked for information, have asked for a greater understanding of the existing incarcerated population in Rice Street so that we can make a better decision about the disposition of ACDC. And I wanted to hear out some of the amendments that were shared before colleagues before offering my own, and I appreciate Councilman Westmoreland. I know your amendment touched on this, but just recognizing that just the data piece is, I think, so critically important for a decision of this size. I have an amendment that would require the execution of the IGA to be contingent on for lack of a better term, a jail population review that would allow for us to better understand the current situation at Fulton County, the current situation at ACDC. I recognize that our own city, through Atlanta Police Department and our Department of Corrections, went through this very same exercise when the decision to change the disposition of ACD and to close it was initially made. And so, if you'll indulge me, my amendment reads as follows. It adds a new section, Section 10, that this ordinance shall be effective immediately upon approval, except that the IGA shall not be effective until the date that the Atlanta City Council shall be in receipt of a jail population review report, which shall be prepared to increase awareness concerning the relative populations of persons detained in the custody of Fulton County and the City of Atlanta. The report shall detail a review to be conducted, which shall include a statistical analysis of the jail populations of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County, which would include but would not be limited to an analysis of data related to the total populations, the offenses which detainees are booked under, the average length of detention, the average bonds issued per violation, the reasons for detainee release, and the frequency of the charging of each offense. The Atlanta City Council hereby requests that the Justice Policy Board, established in an IGA between the City of Atlanta and Fulton County, which was authorized by Resolution 21-R-4118, convene to establish a jail population review committee composed of members of the Justice Policy Board that will, using established best practices, conduct the jail population review as described herein, and to deliver the report on the review by no later than 90 days from the approval of this ordinance.
There's a motion to amend offered by Councilmember Dozier. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Waits. We'll now move to discussion on the motion to amend as offered by Councilmember Dozier. Councilmember Lewis, do you want to speak to the motion to amend? No. Councilmember Faroki.
It's a question for Councilmember Dozier to make sure I understand the proposed amendment fully. As articulated or as drafted, the the amendment would require this report from the commission or committee within 90 days, and then once the report is delivered, to council, the IGA immediately goes into effect, irrespective of what the report says. It's then up to the council to determine whether what the report says, separate from the IGA taking effect. Let me pause there. Is that correct? That sequence is correct, that irrespective of what the report says, the IGA would go into an effect immediately upon its receipt?
As written, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then if council wanted to, on its own accord, could, for the sake of argument, I'm not saying this would happen, based on what the report says, could make the case, if it wanted to as a legislative body, to take a different approach.
That is possible. I would agree.
Okay. Thank you.
There's discussion of the motion to amend. Councilmember Shook.
So who is supposed to, what entity is supposed to generate the desired data?
Because the Justice Policy Board was already established and it's already an IGA between the City of Atlanta and Fulton County, they should be able to produce that data based on the fact that that board already exists.
And I'm sorry, who's they? The county or the city?
The county would be, and the city, both are being asked to provide data on the current disposition of their jail populations to that committee.
All right. It kind of seems to me that if we're uncomfortable with leasing 700 beds to the county, then just the proper course is to vote no. But thank you.
Other discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing no other discussion, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend as offered by Councilmember Dozier.
Please hold. The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 7 nays.
7 yeas, 7 nays. The vote is tied. Per code, it does. Per code, the code says that in a case of a tie, the chair shall vote. The parliamentarian and I both agree that that is a compelling statement. So I will vote in the affirmative. Motion carries. Please, no outbursts. So now we are back to the motion to adopt 22-0-1632 as amended 5 times. We have 5 amendments on the underlying ordinance. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yes, quick question. I have a question for legal. Does the American Correction Association standard included in the IGA include issues such as abuse and/or treatment of detainees?
Just a moment before we have law answer that question, I just want to officially sound that vote. It was 8 yeas, 7 nays. The motion to amend carries. So, sorry, that's just a technicality. The question is to law. Councilmember Bakhtiari, can you repeat the question to law?
Yes. In the IGA, does the American Corrections Association standard include issues such as abuse and/or treatment of detainees?
Yes, the American correctional standards do, in fact, provide for the constitutional and lawful detention of detainees to include issues of maltreatment or otherwise.
Okay, so am I to understand that if there was a death of a detainee or even a City of Atlanta employee during the duration of this lease due to negligence, that would be included under the way the IGA is currently written?
All deaths or injuries to employees or detainees, whether or not they are violative of the American Correctional Association standards or other laws or guidance, federal guidance concerning detention of detainees or work conditions of employees would be a factual determination to be made based upon the facts of the situation. So it is not possible to advise whether or not a death in abstract would be violative at this time or not.
Okay, and I'm guessing that would also, I'm assuming that to the points that were brought up by some of the people that spoke earlier, I believe Ms. Tiffany Roberts talked about the fact that I've had reports of monkeypox, COVID, and HIV on the rise. Would it speak to, does it cover any of that? I understand the first portion. Thank you for answering that question. Would it cover an outbreak of any kind?
So the medical care of detainees who are in custody is covered under the American Correctional Association standards as well as the 8th Amendment. And again, whether or not infectious disease being found in the detention facility is violative would be a factual determination based on all of the facts of the situation.
Okay. Hold one moment. Okay. And then, thank you. The one last question I have is there currently, as the termination clause is written in the IGA, is there currently a time limit given for Fulton County to leave ACDC?
Under the current the legislation is before you, as well as reflected in the IGA. The term of the IGA is 4 years with no renewals. There is a penalty clause contained in the IGA which provides for certain additional payments to be made to the city should the Fulton County detainees not be removed at the time of the conclusion of the 4 years. The IGA does not propose time for as to how long that would take.
Okay. Thank you. Then I would like to offer an additional amendment, Council President.
Please proceed.
So the following section shall be added to the be it therefore ordained section of the ordinance as a new section 4 with all subsequent sections renumbered accordingly. So currently section 4, the IGA shall contain a provision which would effectuate the desire of the Atlanta City Council that the IGA shall automatically terminate upon the death or abuse of any detainee or city employee in the Atlanta City Detention Center determined by the city to have been caused by negligence, understaffing, or otherwise preventable causes on the part of Fulton County Sheriff's Office. The ratio of Fulton County Sheriff's Office staff to detained persons in the custody of Fulton County Sheriff housed at the Atlanta City Detention Center pursuant to the IGA drops to an unsafe number as determined by accrediting correctional agencies, and in the event that the lease is automatically terminated pursuant to provision that Fulton County shall have 180 days to completely vacate the Atlanta City Detention Center, including but not limited to remaining detainees and from the premises and staff. So the reason I am reading this is because currently, as you heard legal just say, acts of negligence may not currently be covered in our IGA, and there is no time limit for them, for Fulton County to be evicted if the contract is terminated. There is a clause saying that it can be terminated, but no time limit given. So this just adds more clarity to the termination clause already in place, and I think protects us from a legal perspective.
So there's a motion to amend by Councilmember Bakhtiari as read. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Dozier. We'll now move to discussion on the amendment as offered by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Councilmember Norwood, do you want to speak to the Councilmember Bond? Do you want to speak to the amendment? Proceed.
Yeah, I would speak against the amendment because a death can occur naturally. An accident could happen. An employee could die, at work. So, I mean, if you leave it open-ended like that.
It says due to negligence.
Well, I mean, what constitutes negligence? I mean, to have an and the lawyers in the room that are here, if they are intellectually honest, they know that if there is a death, it has to be investigated. There has to be a findings of fact. I mean, that might take a year. So, I mean, if you don't want to support the contract, you don't offer people help. You don't pour water on a drowning man. You don't extend, if someone is drowning, you don't put Crisco on your hand when you reach out to them to help save them. So, I don't support this. I mean, this is just too ambiguous. I mean, someone could be coming into jail, and this has happened in my own experience. We were transferring a custody inmate. He had a heart attack and died on the spot. I mean, but were we negligent because this individual had a heart attack? I mean, what happened? So it's just too ambiguous.
I understand. A quick question. May I?
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
To your point, Councilmember Bond, legal, is there a way for us to further determine what negligence would be? How to define negligence and abuse? Is there a way to better define?
Was that a question to Councilmember Bond?
No, I asked if legal would be able to provide those definitions.
Sorry, Law Department.
My apologies. Whether or not something is determined to be negligence is a legal determination, and that is established in case law. So that's a determination that ultimately a court would make.
feel that that's defined. Thank you.
Councilmember Shook, speaking to the motion to amend.
If this amendment passes, will you support the paper?
No, I don't believe that you
Okay.
solve incarceration with more incarceration. But
I
if there are
appreciate
votes,
the straightforward answer.
correct. If there are votes, if there are votes in favor of this, I'm going to be a no vote because this goes against everything I believe. However, I'm going to do everything I can to make it the best possible paper that I can. And I think I've been very honest about that from the very beginning. But I
Well,
appreciate the question.
I mean, in my experience, when you engage in multiple amendments and negotiations, is it kind of a suggested, perceived interest in the outcome?
Understood. And my impression of responsible governance is being upfront with my colleagues about where I stand on this issue, which to anyone on this council, I think I've been very, very honest, and I'm doing everything I can to ensure that this is, one, protecting the city, protecting the people that are going to be held in this space, and making sure that we are performing as most responsibly as we can when we talk about incarcerating human beings. So while I will be a no vote, I'm doing everything I can to ensure that I'm still looking out for this city.
Councilmember Shook. Councilmember Faroki. We're just speaking to the motion to amend.
So I admire Councilmember Bond, but rare is it that I agree with him, and this is one of those instances. The audience chuckled a bit at your comment on negligence, but it's a fair one, and I say this as a recovering lawyer, and I think the law department spoke effectively to it, which I think undermines the intent, a well-placed intent of Councilmember Bakhtiari, right, which is if there's a death or some other malfeasance that all of us find objectionable that could be defined as negligence, we may and probably should want to revoke this deal, but it doesn't allow for any speedy adjudication of any sort. I mean, to find someone or an entity negligent is going to take a long period of time. I think the for cause clause that was inserted as an amendment by the administration gives us, frankly, more flexibility and wherewithal to act if we so feel as a body. So I appreciate the intent and agree with the intent of Councilmember Bakhtiari's amendment. I think in practice, it won't be very effective. I will be voting against this amendment.
Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak to my support for the amendment. I think the concern raised was ambiguity, and frankly, the legislation on its face is purely bad policy. It is full of holes, and we have not answered any of the questions that were raised. Secondly, this is one of the reasons that the legislation should have been referred to the Finance Committee. But I will speak to my support of the legislation because I do believe that we need to take every single possibility to answer as many questions and to ensure that we protect public assets and commodities. Thank you.
Other discussion on the motion to amend as offered by Councilmember Bakhtiari? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 5 yeas, 9 yeas.
5 yeas, 9 nays. The motion fails. We're now back to discussion on the underlying motion to adopt 22-0-1632 as amended.
Well,
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
would it be possible, respect my colleague's decision on that, would it be possible just to say then on the current termination clause, putting a 180-day turnaround on that? If as of right now it states, the termination clause states everything that we've already agreed to, but it says it doesn't give a time frame on when Fulton County would have to be out if they were found in violation of the agreement. Does that make sense? I'm asking if we can just say 180 days then that they would have to be out by.
Are you offering a motion to amend?
Correct.
There's a motion to amend. I just want to confer with law exactly where that would be placed. Could you just, for the body? Give us just a moment.
Yes, so to add language, to amend the legislation to add language pursuant to which, in the event that the city were to terminate the agreement as provided in the IGA, that the Fulton County detainees would be removed or vacate the premises within 180 days should be an amendment to Section 2 of the ordinance. The section currently reads, the term of the IGA shall be for a period not to exceed 4 years with no renewal options. The amendment should add language stating, in the event that the city shall exercise its ability to terminate the IGA in accordance with the language therein, that in no event shall any Fulton County detainees remain in ACDC following 180 days from the date of termination.
Thank you. There's a motion to amend. Is there a second? Councilmember Bond, point of order.
Point of order is that when amendments have to be introduced, they need to be written. So they have to write it up before they can make a motion to amend it.
Thank you. Point is well taken.
All right,
Councilmember Bakhtiari. Councilmember Bond.
Call the question.
There's a motion to call the previous question on the motion to adopt 22-0.
This would be on the amendment.
This is a motion to call the previous question on the motion to adopt 22-0-1632 as amended. That motion to call the question has been seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is that correct? The motion to call the previous question is not debatable, and just as a reminder, it takes a 2/3 vote of the body. No.
Minimum of 10 votes.
So, Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to call the previous question on the motion to adopt.
The vote is now open. Will all members please vote?
Call the question.
Six yeas, 7 nays.
6 yeas, 7 nays. The motion to call the previous question fails. We are back to discussion on the motion to adopt 22-0-1632 as amended. Is there additional discussion on the motion? Councilmember Bond, were you in the queue? We already have a motion, but the motion to call the previous question fails. So we're back to discussion. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
We're currently working on that amendment because I can't imagine that the city of Atlanta would want to walk into an agreement on an IGA without having a time frame on when, if the IGA was violated, not having a time frame in which the eviction would actually take place. Because I would hate for us to find a reason to terminate that agreement and then not act on actually evicting people from the premises.
Still discussion of the motion to adopt. Councilmember Lewis.
I just like our numbers right now. I want to know if we can make a motion to try to move this forward right now. I think we got the motions to kill this right now. We got the votes right now.
The motion to move the previous question failed, so we're still in discussion. Councilmember Waits.
I just simply want to echo Councilmember Bakhtiari's sentiments to be responsible and to ensure that we have vetted the legislation properly and made every single attempt to put protections and mechanisms, and I think to accomplish an end date would be appropriate.
Other discussion on the motion to adopt?
I have an amendment.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yes, an amendment to add 180 days to the termination clause. So, legal, would you mind reading that in?
Law Department, could you read the text of Councilmember Bakhtiari's amendment?
Yes, the amendment would amend Section 2 of the ordinance. The current Section 2 of the ordinance says that the term of the IGA shall be for a period not to exceed 4 years with no renewal options. The amendment would add language following that sentence, which states as follows: in the event that the city shall exercise its right to terminate the IGA in accordance with the language therein, in no event shall the Fulton County detainees be permitted to remain in the ACDC facility for a period to exceed 180 days from the date of termination.
Is there a second on the amendment? Seconded by Councilmember Dozier. We'll now move to discussion on the amendment as offered by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Hearing no discussion on the amendment, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
I'm sorry. Madam City Attorney, can you read it again, please? Or can we have a copy of it?
Yeah, we're supposed to have copies.
Can we have a copy sent? Mr. Clerk? Be sent to everyone, and Law Department, could you read the amendment again?
It was emailed to the clerk, but
We haven't had amendments.
Sorry, hold on. Law Department first. Sorry?
Only yours.
No, I got Keisha Wade's. I have all the amendments right here. I've been keeping them.
The amendment was emailed to the clerk.
So we'll wait a moment for the clerk to send to each of the members.
Mr. Shipman, is this just an email we're going to get from the clerk, or do we get it printed? If it's an email, if it's a print, I'll pass them out myself. I just want to speed it up a little bit.
You're not moving it. It's just...
I believe the clerk is emailing to all the members. Is it also on their screens, Madam Deputy Clerk?
If his email is already received by me, so we can move forward to vote if possible.
I need it printed.
Need a print?
Yeah.
There's been a request for a print, Madam Deputy Clerk. Can we get a
I
print?
will say I have not had anything
The clerk is preparing the amendment.
I'm going to print it. I have them printed.
All right. We'll have a print. We'll hold for a moment to allow a print copy to be distributed to council of Councilmember Bakhtiari's amendment.
Thank you. That's it. I'll pass it out.
Bond, where is Boone?
Or I got it.
Thank you. Thank you.
all members received the language of the amendment? With that, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend by Councilmember Bakhtiari.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? Will everyone please vote?
Waits is aye.
The vote is closed. 8 yeas, 5 nays.
8 yeas, 5 nays. The amendment carries. We're now back to the main motion to adopt 22-0-1632 as amended 6 times. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Seeing no additional discussion, Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1632 as amended. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Council President.
Council President, based on the rules so far and on the procedures that we've had, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider Councilmember Dozier's paper based on what we've discussed about not having the amendment in paper in front of us.
We're in the midst of a vote. That's not in order at the moment. The vote has to be taken.
Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 9 yeas, 4 nays.
Councilmember, hold one moment, Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Winston, would you like to record your vote? It's an aye. Could you record Councilmember Winston's vote as an aye?
The vote is corrected. 10 yeas, 4 nays.
10 yeas, 4 nays. The motion carries. Councilmember Bond? There's a motion to send to the mayor's office post haste. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Boone. Any discussion on the motion to move post haste? Councilmember Lewis?
May I ask the purpose of doing this? We've never heard them say do this before. I've been here 8 months now. I haven't heard someone say move this to the mayor's office post haste yet. So what's the reason for doing this today?
We did several.
Councilman Bond?
Well, the reason I made the motion is that there are a couple thousand men and women sleeping on the floor at Fulton County. There are a couple thousand people living in unsafe conditions at Fulton County right now. There are a couple thousand people who are mostly residents of Atlanta sleeping on the floors in bad conditions that some of us, prior to your getting here, have been working to get these people off the floor for a long time. And when the previous administration made a point about speaking out against the conditions of persons held at the border some 5,000 miles away, I petitioned them and asked them, I said, can you do something about the black and brown people less than 2 miles away? Can you help to get them out of those substandard conditions? And so that's why I made the motion, so that we can move this paper as quickly as possible, so we can receive the study when they're done of analysis of the people who are interned there in our facility, so we can get the bros off the floors, so we can get these people in more humane conditions as quickly as possible.
And I was just making sure I stayed true to my immediate consideration by asking that. Thank you.
I would like to speak to Mr. Bond's motion. If we move this legislation post haste, there is not an ability for Mr. Winston to ask for reconsideration of Mr. Dozier's amendment. If we do not send it post haste, okay, the motion is withdrawn.
Motion to move post haste is withdrawn. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like make a motion to bring this back to consider the Councilmember Dozier's amendment for consideration for vote again.
So to just make sure everybody understands, Councilmember Winston he was in the affirmative, so he is moving the motion to reconsider the main motion and also Councilmember Dozier's amendment that was offered on the main motion 22-0-1632. So there's a motion to reconsider 22-0-1632. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is that correct? Okay. Councilmember Faroki?
And just as a matter of procedure, however this vote turns out, the paper is still fully passed. It just is with or without this amendment. Or do we?
Procedurally he has to move to reconsider the paper.
The full paper.
So now we have a motion on the table that has been properly moved and seconded by those in the affirmative to reconsider the paper.
But his motion was to reconsider the amendment.
Now he can make a motion if he'd like to do so that's more specific. Councilmember Winston.
So specifically, I'd like to reconsider a motion for Councilmember Dozier's amendment to the entire legislation.
Correct. I don't want to read into what you're attempting to do, but procedurally, I think the easier way would be to move to amend the paper that we've reconsidered, but we'll have to move to reconsider. We'll have to pass the reconsideration to bring it up. So just so we're clear, we'll have to pass reconsideration to open it back up, and then we can do what we want to at that point.
Okay.
So is there just... There's discussion on the motion to reconsider. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Councilmember Dozier.
Just my question is can you state why you're looking to reconsider?
Well, it was an amendment that came right before this vote, and I know we've been working extensively together to try to strengthen this legislation, but it was something that wasn't put forth in enough time to really make a consideration for it. So I'd like, the time to be able to actually look at that in writing, as we've just considered other pieces of legislation. So that's my reason.
Could I ask everybody in the audience to just have a seat, please, instead of standing? Just have a seat. Thank you. Councilmember Dozier, you still have the floor.
So then my question is, recognizing the number of amendments proffered today, are those also up for reconsideration, or are you, since those were offered in the same way as my amendment was offered?
They aren't, because I was able to read those in their entirety.
Some of the amendments were, okay, got it.
Councilmember Bakhtiari.
So, let me get this straight. You want to reconsider taking the time to really look at justifying data for why we are locking up people in jail, after all the things you've said, after all the conversations of feeling flawed about putting black bodies in prison. Suddenly you want to reconsider because it wasn't put before you? I am absolutely ashamed.
So, Councilman Bakhtiari, I'm sorry that you feel that way. There are no enemies in this room, but, and there are certain procedures, and so, I feel the same way. I've been on the tour. I've seen.
Councilman Bakhtiari, a comment should be addressed to the chair.
So I think, out of deference to my council member, that I think this is a conversation to be had outside of the chamber. So I'd like to keep my motion.
Councilmember Lewis, we're speaking to the motion to reconsider.
I'm enjoying this. I'm having a good day, y'all. The worst part of the day is to see that I haven't seen this happen again. Once again, I keep seeing new stuff that I haven't seen in 8 months. And so I appreciate you, Councilmember Winston, for explaining it to us. I just ain't seen you do nothing like that since we've been down here.
Sure.
And so it's so many other papers that came through the same way. And I know I've been standing on my square the entire time the same way. And so I would like to, I just want to say, man, that this is a new day. All this stuff right here is brand new to me. Thank you.
Councilman Juan?
I'm going to ask my colleagues not to support the motion to reconsider. I think if we do that, we open up the potential for undoing all the other good amendments that were passed to try and make this as good a paper as possible. I think it's unfortunate that some folks may not have been completely ready to vote, but I think that's just the consequence of doing our business. So I just ask my colleagues not to support the motion to reconsider.
Councilman Bakhtiari?
The city is getting its jail. You're handling incarceration by adding more beds to incarcerate more people. And all that we have asked is, in this situation, we take 90 days to come up with justifying data to better understand the people that are being locked up. I understand, I respectfully disagree with the motion to move this forward, but the fact that we're talking about bringing forth justifying data when we have been given none, literally no justifying data when it comes to locking people up, and taking 90 days to consider this, I don't understand the rush. This conversation has been completely anecdotal, and the reason I am so upset is that if this had been brought forth before, I would have understood. But I don't know what happened when you walked out of this room to suddenly decide to talk about this now. Well, there have been so many opportunities to have these conversations. I have been working very hard. I have talked to every single colleague about this. And the fact that you're doing this now, I do not understand. So please do not vote for this, because this is an opportunity to make this paper even stronger. You're going to get your jail. This just means that we'll have a better understanding of who is in this jail, because we've been asking for months for this justifying data. In fact, you are supposed to be one of the people that got that data, and did you receive it? No.
Councilmember Waits, this is on the discussion of the motion to reconsider.
Yes, sir. I rise to voice my opposition to the reconsideration. It's my belief we have a legislative as well as an administrative body, and I believe that 4 years comes very quickly, and that the voters will remember the decisions that were made today. Thank you.
Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you, President Shipman. I'm just verifying that right now we are only voting on the motion to reconsider and not the actual.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
In a motion to reconsider, an affirmative vote would say, yes, I want to reconsider.
That's
a
correct.
negative vote would say, I do not want to
Got
reconsider.
it.
Councilman Bond?
I just wanted to make the point that this lease doesn't put new people in jail. It takes people who are already incarcerated and move them to an improved facility. And so, I think we should realize that we're trying to relieve pressure from Fulton County. Well, Ms. Bakhtiari, please.
I am always fine with you speaking.
Councilmember Bakhtiari, you'll have your turn.
I have to listen to you gaslight over and over again. I'm tired.
Bakhtiari, you will have an opportunity to speak.
Ms. Bakhtiari, I have the floor, and you said earlier in the meeting how much you respect me. So, please, I'm trying to be non-confrontational and give you the benefit of some experience. We're all passionate about this issue. These people, the members of the public, they've stayed down here all day. They've spoken to us. This is what we do, and we need to do so in a more deliberative, less volatile manner. There's nothing against the rules of council for making this amendment. There's nothing that prohibits people from voting it down. There's nothing that prohibits anybody else from making other motions. That's the purpose of this body, is to deliberate. And so I would hope in the spirit of compromise and debate that we would acquit ourselves. I mean, Ms. Waits came to me a few moments ago, and, she's a storied elected official. She's got a lot of experience. And, I love Keisha, but, we're just different on this issue. And so we don't need to carry on this way. There's, in politics, in votes, somebody wins, somebody loses. And hopefully at the end of the day, we as citizens and can work, learn, and colleagues can be collegial and work cooperatively together. But we're talking about a population of people, not adding people to an incarcerated number, but simply transferring them from the place where they are to a newer place where they'll be held until they go to court. And that's the bottom line.
Councilmember Bakhtiari, Councilmember Bakhtiari, do you want to speak to the motion to reconsider?
No, I hope you all understand why I am upset. Sorry for speaking out of turn and for storming off the floor. It's just, I put my heart and soul into making this the best it possibly can be, and I just don't understand why we want to get more data first. But anyways, no, the motion's been made, and the jail has happened, and I apologize to you all. I did the best I could.
Councilmember Lewis.
I would say that 3 years and 8 months from now, it'll be 2025. All of us will be on the ballot, and the community will make these choices. I feel good about my vote. I feel real good about my vote. I feel like the people in my community, Brown Mill Road, Jonesboro Road, mechanics. I think that the people in our community are going to be happy about my vote. Thank you.
Councilman Winston.
And I just want to address my colleague and just again say that the motion to reconsider is to have an opportunity to be able to read the amendment. And so, that's what the point of this is, not necessarily to reconsider the entire vote. It's to have the opportunity to be able to read in language what the specific amendment says and be able to make an informed decision based on that.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to reconsider? I would just remind my colleagues that this is a majority vote, and again, an aye vote is that you do want to reconsider, and a nay vote is that you do not want to reconsider. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to reconsider.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 7 nays.
Exciting evening. 7 yeas, 7 nays. In the event of a tie, again, the parliamentarian and I agree, shall is a compelling vote. I vote nay. 7 yeas, 8 nays. The motion to reconsider fails. Councilman Bond? There's a motion to move the 22-0-1632 post haste. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? Hearing none, if without objection, we can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to moving post haste? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I just want to explain my vote. I'm not out of step with many of the things that were raised here today by these certain activists. Speaking out on behalf of what they believe in, and I do believe that we have done the right thing here today to try to ameliorate the conditions at the Fulton County Jail by working cooperatively with our sister government, because we represent probably about 90% of the same persons. If you live within the city of Atlanta, that's not DeKalb. About 90% of Atlanta is already paying for what is going on, or what hasn't gone on at the Fulton County for many decades. Many of those who spoke today, I'm sorry that they left early, those that did, that made the case. I see some of the folks still here, but in the past, when Fulton County was sued, when conditions had gone sour, they just then as today, they had a sheriff who does not control his budget, who could not decide how much of a budget that he had or he or she had to ameliorate the problems at Fulton County. We did not have a Fulton County Commission that would vote those remedies unless there was a lawsuit, unless they were under the force of a lawsuit. We now have a Fulton County Commission who is willing to make the improvements, who is willing to make the investments, that actually has the savings within their wheelhouse to make the investments to build a type of facility that the sheriff needs to make sure that we don't have the kind of incarceration or the situation that we have there today. I'm old school. I come from, when I first came to City Hall, Fulton County, DeKalb County, City of Atlanta, School Board, always worked together to work out their mutual interest. And even though this was like being drugged through a sticker briar bush, today I'm glad that we have taken this step in that direction to try to ameliorate the problems that we all jointly contribute to as a government, and that we all share as elected officials.
It's been 2 minutes.
And taxpayers. So thank you, Mr. President, for indulging me. And I just want to say thank you to all those who participated. And I'm glad to see us take this step in a direction where we can cooperatively work with our sister government. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hillis, you still have the floor to standing committee reports.
Mr. President, that completes my very brief report.
Thank you. We'll now continue the agenda with the report of the City Utilities Committee. Chair Shook seems to be out of the room, but I know from Chair's meeting this morning there's no report. So we'll move to CDHS. Chair Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. No report.
Thank you. We'll move to Transportation Committee. Chair Faroki.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, we have a longer Transportation Committee report today, largely in the wake of an email you received earlier today from Ms. Kimson Wright alerting you to the Law Department's advice that papers for traffic calming, speed tables, things of that nature should be entered as a resolution, not an ordinance, per their opinion. You can disagree with it if you like, but many of the papers that we're going to discuss here today or take here today are changing from an ordinance to a resolution with respect to traffic calming requests, four-way stops, speed tables, etc. However, if you want to turn to page 66 in your full council agenda, we'll start with items 1 and 5 together, which are both motions to file. I think I'll turn to the clerk to read those in.
Item number 1, 22-0-1545, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of Grant Street Southeast and Ormond Street Southeast controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes. 22-0-1602, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the mayor or his designee to install a pedestrian crosswalk connecting Morningside Village Shopping Mall at 1402 North Highland Avenue Northeast and 1397 North Highland Avenue Northeast, specifically between the Family Dog and Noakes, and for other purpose.
The motion is to file these two papers. Again, these are items 1 and 5 on the report.
There's a motion to file. This was coming out of committee, correct?
Correct.
So it doesn't need a second. There's a motion to file two papers, 22-0-1545 and 22-0-1602. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to file? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to file.
One moment, please. Unanimous consent is 11 yeas.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Terrific, Council President. If it's okay, I'd like to bring forth the substitute for items 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17, and take them as a block.
Without objection.
Before they're read in, again, these items were favorable on condition for substitutes for the appropriate language for the Atlanta City Council to request ATL DOT to install right-of-way infrastructures such as stop signs, always stops, and traffic calming devices as recommended by the Law Department. The conditions have been provided. So the motion here is to bring forth the substitute for these items, again, which will be read in as a block.
There's a motion to substitute these items. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute? Councilmember Shook?
Yeah, thank you. So just a simple question, how come that something that worked for 21 years suddenly is improper?
Is that a question directed at someone or to anyone who can answer?
I assume the law department, since they're the ones who said what's been working for decades, suddenly is inappropriate.
Yes, good evening again. Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. Upon review of the procedures that these particular types of legislation have been following, we were able to research the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and determine that at this time, there is nothing in the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances which must be waived in order to permit the installation of these traffic calming devices and stop signs, and that the code currently provides that the Commissioner or the Department of Transportation has the ability to make these changes to the right-of-way administratively. I cannot speak to the condition of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for decades. However, I can state that currently there's nothing in the code would need to be waived such that would justify these requests being done pursuant to an ordinance. And I can state that the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation has been given this authority administratively. And because of those two things, the appropriate vehicle for any such legislative request is a resolution.
Well, okay, I still don't understand how we went from yes to no. So you can try that one again.
I cannot speak to the condition of the code prior to this point. However, at this point, there is no legal justification for making said request pursuant to ordinances.
Okay.
Furthermore, to do so in the absence of any need risks there being a determination of a violation of the constitutional separation of powers in the charter. So to be appropriate, the vehicle pursuant to which these requests should be made is a resolution rather than an ordinance.
So what happened, what's the difference between last cycle and this cycle?
The City of Atlanta Department of Law has been undergoing a review of this, of the law as it relates to this issue.
Okay.
And the review was completed last
attorneys. Week. Yeah. So now council is being told it needs to go from ordaining these kinds of civic improvements to requesting them? That's a total loss of authority that we have had up until this determination.
In the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, this council provided the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation with the administrative authority
the interim
to do
commissioner?
this. I'm sorry?
Is that who made this determination? The interim?
The commissioner, the code provides that the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation has the authority to make these sorts of changes to the right-of-way administratively.
Okay. Well,
and that's in an ordinance that was passed by council. When that administrative authority was given, that took away any need for there to be any sort of ordinance to accomplish said actions.
Councilmember Overstreet.
So, you know, I hear everything that Law is saying, and I totally appreciate the comment. But my question is it anything wrong with making it an ordinance?
It is our opinion that for them to be ordinances would be a violation of the charter as well as the separation of powers doctrine within the Georgia Constitution.
So it feels like our authority is being taken away just out of the blue without a proper reason, because I've done several of these as ordinances up until this point, and I don't know why it's against the charter now, and it wasn't last month. When I just had speed humps installed on Mount Gilead. I really don't understand it. Even though you explained it, it just feels like my authority is being ripped.
I don't agree with this.
Or stripped.
I don't agree with this.
Especially if I'm working hand in hand with the community and ATL-DOT to make sure that it's a viable piece of paper, legislation. It just feels like this just makes it a suggestion instead of something that's actually needed for the city. And I don't think I like that part. Is that valid? Do you understand what I mean? Or
I do understand your sentiment. I would only state that it is our role as attorneys for the City of Atlanta to review policies and procedures and determine the legal sufficiency and appropriateness thereof. As a result of the review of this particular procedure, we provided the opinion that has been stated. That is our legal opinion. It is oftentimes that things have happened in the past and happened for a very long time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they either were justified in the instance that they began, or that something didn't happen subsequently such that they were no longer appropriate. And this today, that it is our opinion that it is not appropriate.
Okay, so for the purpose of these papers that have already gone through committee and gone through the hopper, I would ask my colleagues to support the ordinances this time, and maybe going forward we could do some resolutions, but I don't feel comfortable at this time, actually, just converting it right now.
I do think it is important to note that the substitutes that are before you remain ordinances. In recognition of the fact that we are attempting to correct a long-standing procedure of the council. It was not our recommendation that the ordinances be filed. It was we worked with the council staff in order to try to substitute these ordinances so that they could go through. The papers before you are ordinances, and that we are only asking that moving forward that the proper procedures be followed.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. I will consider moving forward. I just really need to think about it more. I just don't feel comfortable at all right now changing the need for Boulevard Granada, which has already been vetted, to change that to a resolution today. So thanks for clarifying that for me. And Chair, I yield.
Councilmember Hillis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Overstreet. This has been done this way for probably since I was in elementary school, if not before. And understand the opinion of law, but don't really support stopping these in the middle of legislation. We've done probably over 100 of these between all of us just this year. So I think they should be allowed to travel as they already are. We are moving towards a safer Atlanta and putting more traffic control on our streets, local streets, connectors, etc. And just want everyone to keep in mind that, and don't tell my wife this, but the advice you get from an attorney is just that. It's advice, and it's an opinion. We don't necessarily have to agree with it or accept it. And as I stated, I think we should allow all of these to travel as they are, and then maybe we can have a conversation after that about what they should be, whether it's an ordinance or a resolution. As was stated, it's been like this for many years. To me, it's 6 in one hand, a half dozen in the other. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Councilmember Norwood.
Well, I agree with my colleagues. This has become one of the things that council members across the city have done to absolutely say, I need help in my district. I need traffic calming in my district. I need three-way stops in my district. And so to take it from an ordinance, which means it shall happen, maybe not immediately, but shall happen, to a resolution, which is just a request. So I support my colleagues.
Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. To my colleagues, this is the one thing that we can get done, is give someone on Lyndhurst or Rabin Drive or Clement Drive a stop sign. And it may not happen within the next 3 to 4 months, but at some point, when you hand them that piece of paper that says this is an ordinance, they know that it's going to come at some point. I do not serve on the Transportation Committee. I do not know how this came about, but I know that going forward, District 10 will be doing ordinances. Thank you.
Councilmember Faruqi.
Thank you, Council President. To my colleagues, I will note, however you choose to vote on these items that have come out of committee favorable on condition, note that the authors of the papers did so kind of coming out of committee. Now, I share your anxiety and frustration because I, too, author papers like this because we know, I think as Councilor Overstreet or Boone indicated, this is one of the few things we can actually do that's you can touch and feel and you can make sure it gets done. And frankly, oftentimes we're responding to the needs of our constituents who feel and travel our streets every day. Procedurally, I think them coming out of committee favorable on the condition that have been met, I think most folks are okay with it. If they're not, we'll just take them as an ordinance one by one as they came out of committee. So as we approach that vote, just keep that in mind. And this is why at the start, when I prefaced this conversation, I said you can take the law department's opinion as you wish. It sounds like many of you have. But I'll stop there. I know there's some other folks who may want to talk.
Councilmember Bond.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the broader implication that the council can't direct the administration in an action. And I've always done, signal lights and stop signs and things like everybody else as ordinances because I was always told you needed an ordinance to install anything in the right-of-way, regardless of the authority of the whether it was acting or appointed head of, public works. So I know that this is the opinion of the law department and the research they've done. We may just need to get an outside opinion because this is as I see it, is a one inching toward corroding the authority of the governing authority of the city of Atlanta, which is us. And it diminished, it would seem on the surface to me, and I don't know if anybody else shares my opinion, but it seems that, we're going to, it is diluting the authority and power of the legislative body of the city of Atlanta when we're restricted in how and what we can direct, the executive branch to do. And I think that came up last year. We were still on Zoom. We had a conversation about something similar. I can't remember what the issue was, but if we can't direct the administration to action, how do we then exercise oversight? So, at some point, we may just need to request an outside opinion, more objective. Well, I don't want to say objective, but just an outside opinion to see, what's what. I mean, because Chair Faruqi, I was going to make this request, but while I got the floor, I'll do it, because I passed 2 ordinances last year for traffic signals. One at Sunset in Boone and one at Vine in Boone. Probably more than a year ago, they hadn't even been installed. So that would mean the Atlanta DOT is breaking the law by not having installed them. So if you could ask during committee, what's the timetable on that, I'd appreciate it.
Councilmember Shook.
Yeah, and I'm going to support this. We obviously need to have some additional clarifying conversation. I do want to gently remind all of us that when we say the ordinance, we're not directing the administration to throw up a traffic signal or plant 4 stop signs. We're authorizing them to do the warrants that are needed. I mean, I think that's kind of been overlooked here, but I do think it's important. Thank you.
Other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Faruqi, can you just remind everybody what the motion is?
Yeah, so the motion is to bring forth the substitute for items 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17. Again, these items were favorable on condition coming out of committee for substitutes for the appropriate language per the law department of going from ordinance to resolution to install right-of-way infrastructure such as stop signs, always stops, and traffic calming devices. The conditions have been provided, and so for these 10-ish, 12-ish papers, the motion is to bring forward the substitute, which we will then hold a vote on. I think there was a second by Norwood originally.
Correct. Councilmember Bond?
So we're turning ordinances into resolutions? Is that what's happening?
No, it's not.
No, so I apologize if I created confusion. It's to include appropriate language from the law department, but it's not changing them from ordinance to resolution.
So these are ordinances that are directing that X be done?
Correct.
Okay.
And they will remain so.
Any other discussion on the motion to substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to substitute.
The vote is open. Will all members please
This
vote?
is still confusing. Am I voting for the traffic calming devices, or am I voting to change that to a resolution?
Right now, you're voting on whether to bring forward the substitutes, which do not change them to a resolution. They remain ordinances. But it includes a law, correct me if I'm wrong, it includes language that the law department prefers to have in them, but they still remain ordinances.
That's absolutely correct. It's not possible to substitute a resolution for ordinance or vice versa. These simply amend the ordinances to provide more appropriate language.
Which is?
Can you elaborate?
What's the language, please?
I do apologize. I don't have all of them in front of me, but the general change of generally what they do is provide that the Atlanta Department of Transportation shall be requested to install the appropriate or requested right-of-way amendment or right-of-way installation, whichever it is for each individual ordinance, and that thereafter, should that be determined that the installation of the right-of-way improvement is appropriate, that the right-of-way improvement be made. All of the ordinances request different improvements, but that is the general change in all of them.
Yes.
I will note that at committee, ATO DOT stood in front of us and approved all these papers, or said they agree with them. So the language feels a bit, dilutes our position, right? If ATO DOT has already said we're okay with this four-way stop or this speed table or whatever it may be, it's not quite clear that language is necessary.
We're in the middle of a vote. There was a point of order that was raised. Only point of orders are germane. Councilmember Lewis. Okay. Let's move to the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is closed. 7 yeas, 6 nays.
Councilmember Westmoreland, do you want to record your vote?
Can we make a substitute motion to refer back to
wait,
committee?
please hold one moment. I want to close this vote. Councilmember Westmoreland, are you abstaining for a reason? Councilmember Westmoreland, record a vote of aye. Please record Councilmember Westmoreland's vote as aye.
Duly noted, 8 yeas, 6 nays.
8 yeas, 6 nays, the motion is adopted.
So the substitutes are now before us, if I'm correct, which would need a motion to approve the substitutes as law articulated what the shifts would be.
Are you making that motion?
As chair, it came out of committee, I'll make that motion. Let me just say, procedurally, if this motion fails or this vote fails, we'll go through the papers one by one and take them as an ordinance as originally introduced.
Okay. There's a motion to adopt as substituted by Councilmember Farokhi. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Councilmember Hillis.
Can you read the numbers this applies to again, please?
Councilmember Farokhi.
On the agenda, these are items 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17.
Any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 10 yeas, 3 nays.
Councilmember Lewis, do you want to record your vote? Please reflect Councilmember Lewis as an aye.
The vote is 11 yeas, 3 nays.
11 yeas, 3 nays. The motion to adopt the substitute carries.
Our next two items are 16 and 18. This is a similar situation where we have substitutes that add the placement of traffic calming devices in appropriate language as requested by the law department. So same scenario, two different pieces of legislation, items 16 and 18. Move to bring forward the substitute.
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute on items 16 and 18. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion, sorry. Councilmember Norwood, is that you? Councilmember Norwood seconds. So discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute on 1630 and 1631. Hearing no discussion, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
That motion is for item 22-0-1629 and 1631. The vote is open. Thank you. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute passes.
Move to pass the substitutes.
Motion to adopt as substituted, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Two more items. The next item is item number 19. This item came out of committee with 6 yea votes, 1 nay vote. If the clerk could please read it in. Again, item 19.
22R3718, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to remove the pedestrian median at the intersection of Valley Road Northwest and West Paces Ferry Road Northwest, and for other purposes.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. 22-R-3718. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 2 nays.
12 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
And finally, item number 20.
22R3986, a resolution by the Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for IFBC 1220293 with BRTU Construction Incorporated and D&D Hydrant Utilities LLC joint venture West Economy Parking Lot Sanitary Relocation Project Phase 2 at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport on behalf of the Department of Aviation in the amount not to exceed $5,366,926.40. All services will be charged to and paid from PTAEO and FDOA numbers as listed, and for other purposes.
This came out of committee. Is it to file, correct?
Correct. The motion is to file.
The motion is to file. It doesn't need a second. It's coming out of committee. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file 22-R-3986.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
Council President, that concludes my report.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Thank you, Chair Faroki. Oh, sorry, motion to file. Thank you for the correction. Motion to file carries. That concludes the standing committees. There's a request from the Law Department regarding executive session. What's the purpose of the executive session?
To discuss a resolution of pending litigation.
Pending litigation. I would entertain a motion to move into executive committee. Moved by Councilmember Wan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. With that, is there any objection to the move to executive session? Hearing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent. Move into executive session.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas.
14 yeas, 0 nays. Will now move in council room, committee room 2.
Move to return to regular session.
Okay. There's a motion by Councilmember Wan to return from executive session. There's a second by Councilmember Boone. Is there any objection to returning, to moving out of executive session? Hearing none, we can do that via unanimous consent. Mr. Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to return to regular session.
Unanimous consent of members present is 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. We'll now move out of executive session and return to our regular agenda. We are at personal papers for immediate consideration. Councilmember Winston, I believe you have a paper for immediate consideration. You come forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one paper for immediate consideration before my colleagues today. Elms 30721, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston, a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims against the City of Atlanta in the case of City of Atlanta versus Tanya M. Washington et al., civil action file number 2016-CV282032, Fulton County Superior Court, in the total amount of $1,975,000. City of Atlanta versus Robert L. Darden and Bertha M. Darden et al., civil action number 2016-CV282034, in the total amount of $1,900,000, and the matter of the estate of Maddie Jackson in the amount of $1,473,000, authorizing said amounts to be paid from 5051 Water and Wastewater Revenue Fund 200301 NDP unallocated citywide employee expenses 5212005 litigation expense and 1540000 human resources, authorizing the chief financial officer to distribute the total settlement amount and for other purposes. Whereas pursuant to Ordinance 14-0-1471, adopted by the City Atlanta Council on October 6, 2014, and approved by the Mayor on October 15, 2014, the City of Atlanta declared it be necessary to acquire by the use of the taking method of condemnation property needed to complete the Southeast Atlanta Green Infrastructure Project, and whereas 148 Atlanta Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia 30315, 206 Atlanta Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia 30315, and 163 Ormond Street, Atlanta, Georgia 30315, the subject properties are located within the project area and owned by Tanya M. Washington, Robert and Bertha Darden, and the estate of Maddie Jackson, and were included in those properties needed to complete SIG 2C, and whereas accordingly the city filed a petition, City of Atlanta versus Tanya M. Washington, State of Georgia, Revenue Chief, City of Atlanta, Arthur E. Ferdinand, Fulton County Tax Commissioner, and any and all persons claiming an interest in property located at 148 Atlanta Avenue Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia 30315, tax ID number 14-0054-0008-150-1 to acquire by condemnations, title, estate, or interest in the property located at 148 Atlanta Avenue Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia. And whereas, at the time of the filing of its petition and in accordance with applicable laws, the City of Atlanta deposited $375,000 in the registry of the court as an estimated amount of just and adequate compensation of the property, of subject property, 148 Atlanta Avenue, and owned by condemnee at Tanya M. Washington, and whereas additionally the city filed a petition, City of Atlanta versus Robert L. Darden and Bertha M. Darden, State of Georgia, Revenue Chief, City of Atlanta, Arthur E. Ferdinand, Fulton County Tax Commissioner, and any and all claiming an interest in the property located at 206 Atlanta Avenue Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia 30315, tax ID number 14-0054-0008-138-6, to acquire by condemnation, title, estate or interest in the property located at 206 Atlanta Avenue, Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia. And whereas, as the time of the filing of his petition and in accordance with applicable laws, the City of Atlanta deposited $200,000 in the registry of the court as an estimated amount of just and adequate compensation of the subject property, 206 Atlanta Avenue, owned by the condemnees Robert and Bertha Darden. And whereas, lastly, the city conducted pre-litigation negotiations to acquire the subject property owned by the estate of Maddie Jackson, located at 163 Ormond Street, Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, with Miss Maddie Jackson, who resided at the property until her death in 2020. And whereas Cheryl Ansley Calhoun is the executor of the Miss Jackson estate, which includes the subject property located at 163 Ormond Street, Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia. And whereas the city attorney has done an extensive review of the facts and the law and has determined that just and adequate payment by the city to acquire the subject properties and to secure a release from the owners thereof, relieving the city from any further costs of litigation in regards to thereto, to be as follows. As to the subject property located at 148 Atlanta Avenue and owned by Tanya Washington, the amount of $1,975,000, and to the subject property located at 206 Atlanta Avenue and owned by Robert and Bertha Darden, the amount of $1,900,000, and to the subject property located at 163 Ormond Street and owned by the estate of Maddie Jackson, the amount of $1,473,000. And whereas in the matter of City of Atlanta versus Tanya Washington et al., the parties have agreed that the compensation amount is inclusive of the $375,000 previously deposited into the registry of the court. Currently, the balance of the previously deposited funds is $246,405.68. This amount is in the registry, does not include a deduction of $128,594.32 and used to pay off the mortgage, thereby leaving a balance of $1,728,594.32 to be paid to condemnee Tanya M. Washington. And whereas in the matter of the City of Atlanta versus Robert and Bertha Darden et al., the parties have agreed that the compensation amount is inclusive of the $200,000 previously deposited into the registry of the court, thereby leaving a balance of $1,700,000 to be paid to the condemnees Robert and Bertha Darden. And whereas the owners and possessors of legal interest in the subject properties have agreed to accept the amounts listed above in full compensation and acquisition of the subject property in consideration of release of all claims against the City of Atlanta related to these matters. And whereas the subject properties, in addition to all other properties acquired to date within the block, are needed to situate the Custer Avenue Multi-Benefit Capacity Relief Project, a component of SAG 2C, and whereas the project is a capacity relief project that will benefit the larger basin and is considered the marquee project of all sewer infrastructure improvements, both completed and pending implementation within the combined sewer area of Custer Avenue, sub-basin of the larger Entrenchment Creek Basin. And whereas the project is required for compliance with the city's federally mandated consent decree, and whereas the project is needed to mitigate sewer overflows and flooding impacting the People's Town community, which threatens the public health and safety of residents of the community, and whereas the city attorney considers it to be in the best interest of the city to acquire the subject properties in accordance with the terms described herein, the Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia hereby resolves as follows. Section 1, the city attorney is hereby authorized to negotiate, settle, and execute all settlement documents in the case of City of Atlanta versus Tanya M. Washington, State of Georgia, Revenue Chief, City of Atlanta, Arthur E. Ferdinand, Fulton County Tax Commissioner, and any and all persons claiming an interest in the property located at 148 Atlanta Avenue, Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30315, tax ID number 14-0054-0008-150-1, Fulton County Superior Court Civil Action File number 2016-CV282032 in the amount of $1,975,000.06, which will include the acquisition of the property with the tax ID number 14-0054-0008-0150-1, Section 2, the city attorney is hereby authorized to negotiate, settle, and execute all settlement documents in the case of City of Atlanta versus Robert L. Darden and Bertha M. Darden, State of Georgia Revenue Chief, City of Atlanta, Arthur E. Ferdinand, Fulton County Tax Commissioner, any and all persons claiming an interest in the property located at 206 Atlanta Avenue, Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30315, tax ID number 14-0054-008-138-6, Fulton County Superior Court Civil Action File Number 2016-CV282035 in the amount of $1,900,000.00, which will include the acquisition of the property with the tax ID number 14-0054-0008-138-6. Section 3, the city attorney is hereby authorized to negotiate, settle, and execute all settlement documents in the case of matter of the estate of Maddie Jackson regarding the property located at 163 Ormond Street in the amount of $1,473,000.00, which will include the acquisition of property located at 163 Ormond Street, tax ID number 14-0054-0008-125-3. Section 4, the chief financial officer is authorized to pay the amount of $1,728,594.32 to Fulton County Superior Court Trust Registry to be added to the current balance in the registry of $246,405.68, totaling $1,965,000.00 for the distribution to Tanya M. Washington and the Evans Law Firm by the order of court. Said payment is to be charged, paid, and issued from Fund 5051, Water and Wastewater Revenue Fund 200301, NDP unallocated citywide employee expenses 521-2005, litigation expense, and 154-0000. Human Resources and made payable to Fulton County Superior Court Trust Registry 136 Pryor Street, Atlanta, Georgia 30303. Such payment shall be in full consideration of the dismissal of all claims, motions, and challenges and rights and reversion against the City of Atlanta and its current and former officers, contractors, employees, and agents, and for the fee simple acquisition of the property with the tax ID number 14-0054-0008-0154-1. Section 5, the chief financial officer is authorized to pay amount of $1,700,000 to the Fulton County Superior Court Trust Registry for the distribution to Robert Darden and Bertha Darden and the Evans Law Firm by order of the court. Said payment is to be charged, paid, and issued from Fund 5051, Water and Wastewater Revenue Fund 200301, NDP unallocated city-wide employee expenses 521-2005, litigation expense, and 154-0000, Human Resources, and made payable to Fulton County Superior Court Trust Registry 136 Pryor Street, Atlanta, Georgia 30303. Such payment shall be in full consideration of the dismissal of all claims, motions, challenges, and rights of reversion against the City of Atlanta and its current and former officers, contractors, employees, and agents for the fee simple acquisition of property with the tax ID number 14-0054-008-0138-6. Section 6, the chief financial officer is authorized to pay the amount of $1,473,000 to Cheryl Ansley Calhoun, executor of the estate and of Maddie Jackson and the Evans Law Firm. Said payment is to be charged, paid, and issued from Fund 5051, Water and Wastewater Revenue Fund 200301, NDP unallocated citywide employee expenses 521-2005, litigation expense, and 154-0000, Human Resources, and made payable to Cheryl Ansley Calhoun, executor of the estate of Maddie Jackson and the Evans Law Firm, 117 North Irwin Street, P.O. Box 3022, Cartersville, Georgia 30120. Such payment shall be in full consideration of the dismissal of all claims, motions, challenges, and rights of reversion against the City of Atlanta and its current and former officers, contractors, employees, and agents, and for the fee simple acquisition of property with tax ID number 14-0054-0008-125-3. Move to approval.
Thank you, Councilmember Winston. Second, been motion to approve Elms ID 30721, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt?
Councilmember Bond would like to add his name to the paper.
Sign that. Okay. Don't worry about reading.
Councilmember Bond, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Waits, Councilmember Bakhtiari, Councilmember Dozier. Any others? Okay. Any discussion on the motion to adopt? Seeing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt ELMS 30721.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Waits is aye. Thank you, sir.
The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to make a separate motion to send this post haste to the mayor.
There's a motion by Councilmember Winston, seconded by Councilmember Dozier to send post haste. Is there any discussion on the motion to send post haste? Without objection, we could do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to sending post haste? Can't. Please, Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to send post haste carries.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Now we'll move, any others for immediate consideration? I don't believe that there are. Now we'll move to personal papers to be referred. We'll start with the person celebrating the birthday. Councilmember Juan, happy birthday again.
Yeah, baby. All right. Okay, we'll start off with the festive one. ELMS 30709. It's an ordinance by council members Juan, Bakhtiari, Lewis, Waits, and Westmoreland. Ordinance to waive the provisions of Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-209C and D of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, so as to modify the hours of operation during the days of October 7, 2022 through October 10, 2022, Atlanta Pride Weekend only, for all licensed establishments authorized to sell alcoholic beverages for or on premises consumption and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30709 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
All right, ELMS ID 30687, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan, by the City of Atlanta to ratify the imposition of certain non-ad valorem property assessments levied upon properties participating in the city's Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, or the PACE assessments, to authorize the transmittal of information to the applicable tax commissioner for the billing and collection of PACE assessments. 3, direct the applicable tax commissioner to bill and collect the PACE assessments in the same manner and on the same day as assessments for municipal taxes, fees, or assessments, and for other related purposes.
ELMS ID 30687 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, ELMS ID 30698, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan requesting the mayor or his designee to install a pedestrian crosswalk connecting Morningside Village Shopping Mall at 1402 North Highland Avenue Northeast and 1397 North Highland Avenue Northeast, specifically between the Family Dog and NOAX, and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30698 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS ID 30602, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan to provide for the annexation of property located at 923 Springdale Road, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia 30306, into the corporate limits of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, pursuant to the 100% method, to extend the boundaries of the Atlanta Independent School System, to notify the Department of Community Affairs and of the State of Georgia of such annexation and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30602 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
ELMS ID 30603, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan to zone property located at 923 Springdale Road, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia 30306 to the R3A Single-Family Residential Zoning District and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30603 will be referred to the Zoning and the ZRB.
All right, ELMS ID 30604, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan to amend the land use element of the 2016 City of Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan, CDP, so as to designate property at 923 Springdale Road, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia, 30306 to the single-family residential land use designation and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30604 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, and happy birthday again. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise. to read Elms number 30693. This is a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Waits authorizing the City of Atlanta on behalf of Post 3 at large to accept donations from individuals, entities, and organizations of cash, goods, or in-kind services in a total amount not to exceed $25,000 during the FY23 year. All donated funds to be deposited into an account listed herein, requiring that the Post 3 office to provide a report in which details how donations were authorized hereby were solicited, which individuals, entities, and organizations have contributed donations, what was contributed by each donor, and the value thereof. This report to be provided to the Atlanta Ethics Office and the Department of Finance and for other purposes. Yes, 30693.
Elms 30693 will refer to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Winston. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Council President. I'll make it really brief this time. Elms 30695, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston. A resolution to request that the Atlanta Department of Transportation make the intersection of Ormond Street Southeast and Fraser Street Southeast an always stop control intersection, to request that the Atlanta Department of Transportation install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30695 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an ordinance by Michael J. Bond authorizing the mayor or his designee to waive Section 2-1163C, Article X of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta, Code of Ordinances to ratify services rendered in connection with FC-7522, Inmate Pharmacy Services with Correct RX Pharmacy Services Incorporated, on behalf of the Department of Corrections to enter into an amendment on the month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 12 months, retroactively effective August 11th, 2022 through August 10th, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $350,000.00. All costs shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed therein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30661 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you. Elms ID 30662, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the mayor or his designee to waive Section 2-1163C, Article X of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta, Code of Ordinances to ratify services rendered in connection with FC 7175, Inmate Dental Services with Quality Plan Administrators Incorporated, on behalf of the Department of Corrections on a month-to-month basis, retroactively effective September 3rd, 2020 through September 2nd, 2023, and continuing on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 12 months in an amount not to exceed $138,381.96. All funds shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for the purposes.
Elms ID 30662 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Okay, Elms ID 30708, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to provide funding from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to the Fulton County City of Atlanta Land Bank Authority, Incorporated, in a total amount not to exceed $400,000.00 for the public purpose of returning property to an effective utilization status in order to provide affordable housing opportunities, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30708 will be referred to the Community Development Human Services Committee.
Elms ID 30717, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a encroachment agreement with the Heritage Outdoor Media for the installation of an advertising sign at the corner of Mitchell Street Southwest and Forsyth Street Southwest to the right-of-way located at 201 Mitchell Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30717 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
An resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Amir Faroqi, Jason Dozier, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Jason Winston, Matt Westmoreland, Keisha Waits, Andrea L. Boone, Dustin Hillis, Mary Norwood, and Marcy Collier Overstreet, requesting the mayor or his designee initiate a study to examine the potential for expanding the Summer Youth Employment Program as a year-round City of Atlanta youth employment program that will provide employment, mentoring, and volunteer opportunities for students in partnership with local businesses, youth organizations, and the Atlanta Public Schools, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30690 will be referred to the Community Development Human Services Committee.
That concludes my papers for introduction, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Faroqi.
Councilmember Bond, I believe you left your telephone here. One paper, Elms ID number 30663, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroqi ratifying the City of Atlanta's acceptance of a donation of pro bono services from the Georgia Power Company in the form of an executive on loan to assist the Atlanta Department of Transportation with the project management, strategic planning, and leveraging resources to complete capital projects for a period not to exceed 120 days, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements in connection with the donation of these pro bono services on behalf of the City of Atlanta and for other related purposes.
Elms ID 30663 will be dual referred to the Transportation Committee and the FEC. Thank you, Councilmember Faroqi. Councilmember Norwood.
Thank you. Elms 30694, an ordinance by Mary Norwood authorizing the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to amend the fiscal year 2023 General Government Capital Outlay Fund budget based on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation by transferring between accounts the sum of $1,000,000 in transportation impact fees for the Habersham Road and Valley Road intersection improvements project and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30694 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 30716, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood requesting the mayor or his designee make the intersection of Margaret Mitchell Drive and Moores Mill Road an always stop controlled intersection to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30716 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. First item that I have is Elms ID 30715, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the Chief Financial Officer of the City of Atlanta to amend the FY 2023 Special Assessment Fund budget by allocating funds to the Metro Atlanta Land Bank Authority in an amount not to exceed $100,000. $100,000.00 for the purpose of providing funding for the performance of the in-rim demolition of dilapidated structures and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30715 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
My next item is Elms ID number 30713, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the Chief Financial Officer of the City of Atlanta to amend the FY 2023 Special Assessment Fund budget by allocating funds to the Atlanta Development Authority doing business as Invest Atlanta in an amount not to exceed $500,000.00 for the purpose of providing funding for the performance of the in-rim demolition of dilapidated structures and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30713 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
My next item is Elms ID number 30706, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute an agreement granting the Atlanta Development Authority doing business as Invest Atlanta an option to purchase the city's interest in the property located at 143 Alabama Street Southwest, Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia, 30303, and certain adjacent parcels for redevelopment purposes, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city to execute all documents necessary to consummate such transaction, all expenses to be paid from fund or account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30706 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, next item is Elms ID number 30703, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the Chief Procurement Officer or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to negotiate to acquire fee simple title to certain parcels located in land lot 77 and 78 of the 14th District of Fulton County, adjacent to the city's property at 143 Alabama Street Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30303, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city to execute all documents necessary to consummate such transactions, waiving Section 2-1541B, C, and D of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City Code of Ordinances, Article 10, all funds and expenses to be paid from fund or account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30703 will be referred to CDHS and the Finance Exec Committees.
The next item is Elms ID number 30719, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute an agreement granting the Atlanta Development Authority doing business as Invest Atlanta an option to purchase the city-owned property located at 184 Forsyth Avenue Southwest, Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia, 30303, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city to execute all documents necessary to consummate such transaction, all expenses to be paid from fund or account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30719 will be duly referred to FEC and this Community Development Human Services Committee.
All right, my last item is Elms ID number 30699, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the City of Atlanta to acquire certain real property located in land lot 77 of the 14th District, Fulton County, Georgia, tax parcel ID 14-77-6-76, and from the Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority in exchange for conveying certain real property rights associated with property located in land lot 77 of the 14th District, Fulton County, Georgia, tax parcel ID 14-77-6-76, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city to execute all documents necessary to effectuate the exchange and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30699 will be duly referred to the Transportation and FEC Committees.
Mr. President, I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember Dozier. Councilmember Hillis. And as was noted earlier, he did double duty today and jury duty. Thank you, Councilmember Hillis, for your civic duty.
Elms ID 30707, An ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a quitclaim deed conveying the city's interest in the 4 properties located at the corner of Westlake Avenue Northwest and North Avenue Northwest in an amount not to exceed $1.00 to the Metro Atlanta Land Bank Authority for the public purpose of returning property to an effective utilization status in order to provide affordable housing in the Grove Park neighborhood and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30707 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 30682, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor or his designee to accept on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department a donation from the Atlanta Police Foundation of 5 2021 Ford Interceptor Explorers valued at approximately $183,750.00 for use of additional Atlanta Police Department vehicles in order to augment the police presence throughout the city of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30682 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms ID 30711, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor or his designee to apply for a fiscal year 2022 U.S. Department of Transportation Bridge Improvement Program grant in an amount not to exceed $32 million for the design and construction of the Merida Road Bridge and Merida Boulevard Bridge project and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30711 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
These are my papers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, President Shipman. Elms 30696, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution requesting that the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices, Forest Park Road, southwest from Oakshire Way, southeast to Conley Road, southeast and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30696 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 30697. A resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Sylvan Road Southwest from Victory Drive Southwest to Astor Avenue Southwest and for other purposes.
I'm just confirming that's 30697, is that right? There was a typo on the sheet. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Elms 30697 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 30701, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution requesting that the Atlanta Department of Transportation install flashing beacons on the on-off ramp at Georgia 166 and Lakewood Avenue Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30701 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 30712, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, Councilmember Jason Dozier, Councilmember Mir Faruqi, Councilmember Mary Norwood, Councilmember Howard Shook, Councilmember Andrea Boone, Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, and Councilmember Alex Wan. A resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $50,000.00 to the Atlanta Technical College pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support ATC's program to provide education and training services to certain youth participants, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to make sure the donation happens, and to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listing herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30712 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Add Councilmember Bond's name to the paper,
Yes, sir.
please. Anybody else? Councilmember Winston, like to make sure he's on the paper.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
And so, Elms 30710, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis. This is my wrap on trial resolution. A resolution urging the Georgia General Assembly to review and amend its statutes, Title 17, Chapter 7 of the Official Code of Georgia Anointed, to specifically limit using rap lyrics as evidence in criminal trials and for other purposes. Whereas OCGA Title 17 governs the manner in which evidence is admissible in a Georgia court of law, and whereas the current criminal procedure in relation to rules of evidence concerning the admissibility of evidence of a defendant's creative expression may be allowed as evidence in criminal trials, and be it further resolved that OCGA Title 17, Chapter 7 is amended to include the limitations of creative expression in criminal trials. Be it further resolved that the municipal clerk is directed to forward a copy of this resolution upon adoption to the Governor Brian Kemp and all members of Georgia General Assembly. Be it finally resolved that any resolutions in conflict with this resolution are hereby waived to the extent of conflict. Thank you.
Items ID 30710 will be duly referred to the Public Safety and FEC committees.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Westmoreland.
An ordinance by Councilmembers Matt Westmoreland, Liliana Bakhtiari, Marcy Collier-Overstreet, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Keisha Waits, Jason Dozier, Andrea Boone, Dustin Hillis, Byron Amos, Michael Julian Bond, Antonio Lewis, Mary Norwood, Alex Wan, and Howard Shook, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2023 budgets in the General Fund, Department of Watershed Management, and the Department of Aviation to provide funding that will contribute to a tuition reimbursement program for the City of Atlanta employees and for other purposes.
Items ID 30714 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Boone.
Elms number ID number 30720, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta Police Department to execute a lease assignment with the Atlanta Police Foundation for the lease of space at the Electrical Workers Home Association of Atlanta, Incorporated, property located at 540 Central Avenue, Suite A, Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, consisting of 8132 rentable square feet for a term of 120 months, authorizing a rental rate of $270,696.04 with an annual escalation of 3.5% beginning at the end of the first year, authorizing the expenditure to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and accounts numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30720 will be duly referred to the Public Safety and FEC committees.
Elms number 30692, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone urging the United States Congress to adopt the Medicare for All Act of H.R. 1976 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30692 will be referred to the FEC committee. Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you. Elms number 30718, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier-Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to issue task number blank under agreement FC-10276, job order contracting consulting services with the Georgian Group Incorporated for the purpose of providing JOC services assessment for the mayor's housing strike force in an amount not to exceed X dollars. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30718 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Helms ID number 30691, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari authorizing the transfer of $20,000.00 from the Council District 5 carry-forward account to the Council District 5 distribution account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
Helms ID 30691 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Helms ID number 30700, ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-94 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements to a private residence set forth in Section 10-88A for on-premises consumption for one bar located on that parcel of land known as 215 Chester Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia 30316, and for other purposes.
Helms ID 30700 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Okay. I know there was a rule made about the traffic pieces going forth, Doug. I have on traffic calming, so I don't know if we'll see how this goes. Helms ID number 30702, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of May Avenue Southeast and Flat Shoals Avenue Southeast be made an always stop-controlled intersection to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
Helms ID 30702 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Helms ID number 30704, resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of Milton Place Southeast and Flat Shoals Avenue Southeast be made an always stop-controlled intersection to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
Helms ID 30704 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Helms ID number 30705, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, a resolution requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of Stokeswood Avenue Southeast and Pendleton Avenue South or Pendleton Street Southeast be made an always stop-controlled intersection to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
Helms ID 30705 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Helms ID number 30689, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, Matt Westmoreland, Jason Dozier, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, and Keisha Waits. I think that's all. Authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $500,000.00 to Wholesome Wave, Georgia, pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter in support of its program to combat food insecurity in underserved communities, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, and authorize the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Helms ID.
Yep.
Councilmember Lewis would like to sign on. Anybody else? Helms ID 30689 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. Thank you. Are there any other personal papers? We'll move to any general remarks. Councilmember Bond.
Mary's general remark. My general remark is good night, everybody. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two events coming up this week of public interest. First, on Saturday, August the 28th, 2022, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., we'll be hosting another direct hire event in partnership with UPS at the C.T. Martin Recreation Center at 3201 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive in Atlanta, Georgia, 30311. They'll be hiring for different types of jobs at UPS. The preloading jobs, twilight jobs, day sort, and midnight. And these jobs start at $15.50 an hour, plus they have an annual education benefit of $5,250. And so they'll be hiring people direct on site. You can go to the Everbright link to register. Just search my name, and you just make sure you bring your valid state ID or driver's license. And again, that is Saturday, August the 20th, 2022, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And of course, on Wednesday, this week's Hello Fresh will be at the First Iconium Baptist Church, located at 542 Moreland Avenue at 3 p.m. And there's no prerequisite to receive this help. We're partnering with Second Helpings Atlanta, Pratt Industries to distribute almost 8,000 meals a week through HelloFresh and our different partners. And of course, the walk-up, drive-up is this Wednesday at 3 p.m. at First Iconium. And in the month of September, HelloFresh effort will be approaching our 500,000 served mark. So in the month of September, we'll be celebrating over 500,000 meals distributed in Atlanta for the last year. And so we're very, very excited about that, and we'll be posting more information. And just want to wish my grandmother, Miss Louise Clopton, a happy 97th birthday. She turned 97 on this Saturday. We put together a long car caravan and mobile party for her to pass by. No one was supposed to get out, but nobody followed the rules. And so they had to see her in person, most of my cousins and family members, in almost 2 years. So we had a really good time. And she's very, very sharp. Graduate of Booker T. Washington High School. She watches these meetings. If she's watching today, she probably fell asleep on it because it's gone so long. But Mommy, if you're watching, happy birthday again.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
And I'll try. Thank you, President. The summer Seenager tour has continued to the fall. We're going to keep this going all year. We have 3 events per week. Keep it going. We are enjoying our time with our seniors in our district. Next up is the Atlanta Summer of Healing. We have a town hall this summer with police, the black community, and a town hall panelist at the barber shop on 30 Cleveland Avenue is this Sunday at 2 p.m. Lastly, the District 12 Quarterly Town Hall is September 14th. It will be at Pittman Park Recreation Center. The first one is at Roselle Finn. The second one is at Pittman Park. We're trying to cover the entire district. At this will be record expungement once again, jobs on the spot once again, youth programs for teens once again, and COVID vaccinations because we do know COVID is still affecting our community in a different way. Thank you again for today and for the folks who stayed on right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce the upcoming Pride, Equality, and Unity Welcome Reception to be held here at City Hall from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. All members are welcomed, including the public, and we simply require that you RSVP, and there will be a link going around for individuals who wish to RSVP. Again, this is the opportunity to celebrate Pride, and equality, and unity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other remarks? I would like to take 1 moment to say that my mother will be celebrating her 80-something birthday tomorrow, so I want to wish my mom a happy birthday. Thank you, colleagues. And with that, we will undertake the adjourning roll call. Madam Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Council President Shipman.
Present.
Council members Bond. Here. Westmoreland. Waits. Winston. Faroki. Amos. Dozier. Bakhtiari, Juan, Shook, Norwood, Hillis, Boone, Overstreet, and Lewis.
Without objection, we stand adjourned.